I've never seen of any instances where this exists, but it could, but I doubt it. All right. Oh yeah, Larry. Yeah, I did daylight savings. So yeah, technically we skipped ahead. So yeah, all you guys that are on the East Coast right now are right now as we speak, you're getting fucked right now. Right? Right now, you're getting robbed, and there's nothing you can do with it. Thieves have come in tonight and taken your hour, and they're running away, and you won't catch up to them for 6 months. That's like somebody stealing your wallet, and there's nothing you can do. That sucks. Daylight savings sucks. All right, Congress. If I got any congressmen or any people from the Senate watching, I need you to pass a law. I need you to get rid of daylight savings in my lifetime. All right, I don't care what your party is, who you are, what your political differences are. If you tell me we're getting rid of daylight savings, you might have my vote no matter what. It is the dumbest thing we do in America. What are we saving daylight? What are we saving for what? Oh, we get more time to be in the sun. Who the fuck cares? Come from May till September. I need more time in the sun. I need more time for my brain to bake inside my skull here in Vegas. No, the sooner that sun goes down, the better. My power bills will love 2 hours of not having to run the air conditioner at damn near 60 all the time. All right. Give the concrete some time to cool down instead of the poor little doggies that have to wear little buoys or being picked up because the ground can literally fry steak. All right? We don't need to save daylight. Right? I don't know who came up with it. I think I know who came up with it. In fact, if I wasn't so aggravated with daylight savings.
Stella says blame Ben Franklin.
Why? And why is it so hard to get rid of it? We all know it's stupid. I don't run into anybody that says, "Oh, hey, daylight savings is a great idea." No. I have yet to run into anybody that says, "Let's keep this shit," and it's giving me a good reason why. All right, it's stupid. It's inconvenient. Oh, I don't like when it gets dark at 4:45. You know what? Then go to Alaska. Go to Alaska. You can get 30 days of night, 30 days of day. You can get whatever you want to. I muted myself. I was listening. I was so happy listening to myself from 6 months ago, how angry I was that I muted myself. Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center Saturday Overnight Live Fuck Daylight Savings Edition. I hope everyone's happy. I hope you're as happy. You know, when somebody steals something from you or you lost something and you bump into some stranger on the street, somebody stole your Switch, your Nintendo Switch, or your video game, or something like that, and you think you're never going to get it back. You think it's lost forever till you bump into some scoundrel who wants to sell you one, and you realize that it's yours, and he asks you, "Hey, you want to buy this?" No, I want to beat your ass. That's how I feel about things, daylight savings, and we are going to be on the air as we get what was stolen from us back. Hallelujah! It's over. My favorite time of the year. It's November 4th, and we're going to ride. This is going to be a true overnighter. We're going to ride this horse all the way into 2 a.m. and watch as the thief of time gives us back our stolen property. Let me bring in someone who knows my rage. All comes to this bullshit that we go to every 6 months. It needs to go away. Fall back and stay back. That's my motto.
Yes, and if you look on Twitter, I just put out a little visual approximation of Williams' the great esteem he holds for daylight savings time and how it will be getting that hour back tonight. Which if you want to go ahead and pull that up.
Oh, you can. You can, right? You got powers now.
Oh, I can pull up my own tweets and put them in here.
Yep, you can go to present. But did you send it to me in a message?
I'll go and send it to you. Still getting used to that part.
Yeah, because you now you can actually take control of the screen and put stuff up and all kinds of that's a cool thing to have, man. Because especially you just being you having you in the chat tonight and being able to bring that up is going to make my celebration better. Okay, I got it.
But yeah, just send it to you. And yeah, this is this is basically how William's coming into the stream tonight with specifically for daylight savings time. For anybody who has not seen this will be hold on 1 second.
This is hilarious. Hold on, I get it. Let's see. Present. Yeah, I'll show you how to do this. It's a little bit more steps.
I think I see how I can do it because everybody, I'm still getting used to kind of having control over the stream myself now. Just got that today. But yeah, this is William coming for daylight savings time tonight.
That's right. There we go. That's exactly how I feel. Wow, what a mess! And like I said, not only did I lose it for 6 months, it was a rough 6 months. Hell, during the 6 months, I had the Noah's Ark flood tear up my store and my house. I had mosquitoes that have seemed to gonna hang around for. We're gonna have winter mosquitoes, I guess. I mean, it's gonna be 80 tomorrow, so they're not going anywhere. So yeah. It's been a really. I mean, it wasn't 20 bad, but it was. It wasn't all that great. I mean, damn. But daylight savings tonight, we fall back, and and if it's up to me, I don't care what candidate you are. I don't care what party you are. If you come to my door and you knock on, and I don't care what you are, what religion you are, Jehovah's Witnesses. You knock on my door and say, I can end this. I can end this madness for you. I will join your cult. I will join your party. If you say, you know what, I can't do anything else right. I can't promise you anything, but I can promise you that we're never going to do this shit again. Come March, we're not springing forward. We're staying back. That's your your campaign model. Fall back and stay back.
Well, Rhea,
my taxes. What? I don't.
On that note, Rhea does have a reminder for coming up when we get to March. And pull it up here. Where is it?
Do we want to talk about March? Do we want to talk? I'm trying to celebrate. Usually you are a ray of hope and light. You are the positive person that's usually in the room. Right now, Ray, I don't like your attitude.
Well, you get to break out that hammer again next November and smash it all over again. So
I'm gonna forget, Ray, you said this because you never know. You never know. I intend to win the war. I'm in a good mood today. I'm in high spirits. This hour, I don't think this hour, just like I said, it's darker earlier. It's now all the holidays are here. Even without the theft of daylight savings, I just love this time of year. It's my favorite time of year. The leaves start dying. The turkey starts. Lots of free food from here to the new year. I love New Year's Eve here. I live in Vegas right now. New Year's Eve, I make it a point to be we're going to be doing an overnighter on New Year's Eve. And we had a really cool one last year where I actually took the camera. I was actually able to take the phone out. You guys got to see our fireworks show. So yeah, this is my favorite time of year. And like I said,
likewise.
I do not want to be reminded of March. I don't want to be theft. I want to live in the now. I want to live in the time travel we're about to do here in about 4 hours. I want that glow back. That's what I want.
When I came on, it's like William had his party hat on, and I thought, it was already looking like New Year's Eve, like 2 months early. So
I was gonna get a cake, but why? Why not? How do I celebrate every stressful day, every stressful period of time? Hey. I go to Sister Kim's and I get loaded fries, and man, I told her to load it on. I told her I wanted to be bursting through the styrofoam, and she obliged. Look at that. So if you're in Vegas, Ray, Fourth 1000. If you're in there, this is how we do it. This is both hands. This is not a one hand meal. You got to grasp this and grasp it at an angle to make sure you don't lose. Look at all that shrimp in there. The pickles are in there. There's some bacon under there you can't see. There's roast beef. This is how you celebrate. This is the kind of mood I'm in today because it's over. It's over. I don't want to hear about March. I don't want to hear about no, I don't want to hear anything. The only thing I want to hear for the next 6 months is how we're never going to do it again. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. So, hello, chat. How is everyone doing tonight? I'm doing fucking great. Okay, so we got a loaded show, and I loaded it up, and we're going to give you guys some time to interact as well. So there'll be plenty of time for For the people in chat, I will drop the link in the chat. I'll probably regret that because I know some of you knuckleheads in there are just going to screw with me tonight. I know you've been waiting to screw with me tonight. You bring up March, I'm just going to kick you out.
That's a warning for you, Fourth.
Brandon, if you bring up Spring Forward, in fact, can I block Spring Forward? I need to be able to block that word.
Yeah, you can mute that on Twitter. I don't know if you can mute that in a stream, unfortunately.
Damn it. All right, guys. The tip link is pinned to the top if you want to support my campaign to stop. That's my phone telling me I'm live. How long have I been live? That will probably happen.
Almost 13 minutes.
13 minutes, and thank you for everybody. So we'll start to see our little crowd grow here. There you go, Streamlabs. If you'd like to leave us a tip to support, just little things like coffee. Programming. I just today I upgraded my programming on StreamYards so that I could add Brad in because the old program we were running, we could only have a certain amount of members. So little things like that help the show. And trust me, you're going to see a tremendous jump in quality of the show without me doing the kangaroo dance around the chat trying to find out.
Right. Point one out. William has to. I got to try to find one. I can just pull up myself now.
Dig it out. Tonight's show we are going to be talking about. Obviously, we've covered the daylight savings. We're going to be talking Doctor Who. We're going to be talking Constantine. We're going to be talking all kinds of Rebel Moon stuff. The theatrical release, I guess that's going to happen on December 15th somewhere, hopefully here in Vegas or hopefully somewhere I can go to. We're going to talk about the animation. Our comic book turning point story is appropriately V for Vendetta. Remember the 5th of December. How can one ever forget? I'll read that poem. One of Alan Moore's best works, and since it's basically we will be sitting here rolling into November 5th, that is one of the things I thought that was going to be appropriate tonight. We're going to give Loki a quick review where it's at. A lot of people didn't like this last episode. I absolutely love this episode. Thought it was possibly one of the best of the entire run, not for season 1 and season 2. So we'll jump into that. We'll talk that direct of a show that was done in Saudi Arabia today with WWE. It's getting. Listen, I know a wrestling stage, and I know as long as I've been watching wrestling, it's going to be predictable. But it's gotten too predictable. I knew, and everybody's asking me, "Do you think LA Knight's going to win?" I'm like, "No, and neither should you. Neither should you." I'm like, "You had a world championship match, and when everybody knew the challenger had no chance of winning." Come on, throw me a curveball, surprise me, make me look stupid every now and then, and be like, you thought you knew what was going on. But I called this entire show. This entire show is just like, wow. But the only saving grace when it comes to WWE is the fact that I'm only paying the little whatever $6 or $7 for the Peacock Premium. That's it. If I were paying premium dollar for these things, I would be absolutely pissed right now because and it was 1:00 in the morning, 1:00 in the afternoon, and they're doing it in Saudi Arabia, which I have major issues with. Just take the money and run type of issue. Let's go ahead and say hi to the chat. Don't be trolling me. Do not try to ruin my presence. Don't try to ruin my moment. We are not talking about March. We are not talking about Fall Forward. All right, Vince. Don't have a ton of mobile data left, but wanted to stop by and drop a like and great stream. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, guys, we're at 299 subscribers. Yes, I know that's minuscule, but from where I started and where I am, and the fact that the first 6 months of all this, I wasn't really broadcasting on my channel. To get near 300 is kind of cool, and the views are going up. I'm happy with the channel, so I'm going to be keeping up. That's another thing that's why I'm going to keep the hat on. I'm going to keep I'm going to put it back on at 1:00. But I got to see. At some point, we may reach 300 subscribers before the show is. We're at 299 right now, so if any of you random people in there that if there's anybody watching right now that hasn't subscribed, you may be the one that pushes us over the head. But thanks, Vince. I will see you next week when you nursemaid me through Seven Samurai. What's going on, Manzano? I can't believe they screwed LA Knight. Yes, come on, numbers. All right, I can't believe they screwed LA Knight into getting the title. I thought the whole Sami Zayn stealing Priest's money bank contract was stupid. Let's see, 1 of 3. This is how I would have booked it. Solo wins, Roman loses, which leads to Solo think he should be the next tribal chief. I don't think anybody would that'd be, yeah. Which causes a blood feud where you can have the bloodlines stable officially, and with Roman versus Rock at WrestleMania. If they're gonna do Roman versus Rock at WrestleMania, which they're probably not gonna, do Cody, they need to do that now. Because right now, I just don't care about the bloodline. I just don't care. I think Roman Reigns is a tremendous athlete and a tremendous talent, but his reign, I don't like long title reigns. When long title reigns, I think hurt the actual performer. And I thought that with Jade Cargill as well, because you never get the. I think I'm echoing you. You never get the flow of emotions and the cycle of emotions you get when you see a guy come from nowhere, win the title, defend the title, lose the title, get it back. There's a gamut of emotions you go to that make that connection to that personality that just doesn't happen when, like I said, Roman Reigns has been his reign covers 2 presidents right now. He's literally, you could get a bachelor degree in the time that it's taken Roman Reigns with that title, and it's just gotten crazy. But yeah, as far as I can't believe they screwed up numbers. There was never any chance. And guess what's going to happen next month? And he's a part-time champ that only defends the title. 29 defenses in almost 4 years. That's not good. But even then, all right, just say he's on a pay-per-view next month. I can guarantee you, whoever he's facing is losing. They're going to milk this till WrestleMania, which basically makes WrestleMania is 5 months away. 5-6 months away. So that means everything, A, you're not going to see him very often. And B, when you do see him, he's not losing. But because they stretched this so far, they're now by default have to give it to you in WrestleMania. When they should have ended this with Cody at this past WrestleMania. That was a perfect setup. They did the work. They got you involved in that storyline. They bought Cody Rhodes over. They gave you the whole dream thing, and they should have ended it there. And it's just gotten predictable and bad. So yeah, that's what I feel about that one.
Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna Anthony actually just shared with me on Twitter. I'm sure we'll get more into this a little bit further in the show. A Deadline article about Echo and which you just saw the trailer for, and the headline for it is Hawkeye spinoff series to debut under new Marvel Spotlight banner that focuses on less MCU continuity. So, and I'm sure you got that last part. I'm sure you have thoughts on, because your mantra is continuity is king or continuity is cash or both. So
yes, but in their case, they've done it.
Yeah,
in their case, they built the continuity. It's actually a reverse problem that DC has. The problem with Marvel right now, with their continuity, is it's become too big to lift.
It's become a burden for them.
Yeah. So right now, where DC's problem, there is nothing there to lift. So it's an exact problem. DC needed more, and Marvel now needs less. But Marvel was in a better position because they accomplished what they set out to do. Now they have to shake the ball out and let the lint come out and make a smaller ball. And that's what will probably happen with Secret Wars. They will refine and cut away a lot of the fat and clutter that they have. Because I call the MCU the Marvel Clutterverse, and then they'll be able to start with a much more refined, definite product. So yeah, in that case, having things that are less connected in Marvel actually works for them now. It would not have worked for them in 2008 to 2000, now in 2020 something. It would not have worked because the basis of what they did relied on that continuity. DC is the exact opposite because they never really finished building something credible to where these derivative things could come off of. So they actually have the exact opposite problem. If they could trade places, it'd be great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we'll get more into that article as we get further in the show and kind of get everybody in tonight.
Yes, it's celebration time. You heard it, buddy. You heard it, and you're gonna hear what I did. I already lost some watchmaker. Celebrate. I was gonna have some music, but I'm definitely afraid of copyright strikes.
Oh,
Streamlabs, yeah, there you go. Also join the Patreon. We didn't do our Seven Samurai stream today because I explained that. I went through all that, and one technical issue and then another technical possibility that I didn't want to mess with until I got Vince back or until he can walk me through a lot of it next week, and then we'll do it then.
We had in lieu of that a pretty good tour through the Sci-Fi Center that day, so we kind of ended up balancing out. I was
Rhea shamed me into she's like, "You promised us a store tour." I'm like, "You haven't had enough of me? We had like 5 hours." I'm fine. So guess what? We jumped on. We got the cell phone going. I'm surprised I didn't fuck that up. And then we walked around the store and people, you know, I answered people's questions about what the story is. I mean, right now, I wish it was, you know, I hadn't destroyed my roof and everything looked like it was supposed to look. But we'll have another tour towards Christmas because we got a lot of stuff coming in. This is the time of year we get
Quentin, I'm giving you a duck salute for wearing that hat.
Hey, what about for the noisemaker, huh?
Yeah.
There you go. So yeah, we had some issues today, but we still stream. So you Patreons are, like I said, soon you'll have people paying not to see me. And like, dude, you again? There you go. So let's check the I don't know how long it takes for a Facebook to I may already be at 300 right now, but Facebook takes forever to register that stuff. So yeah, well, who knows? Hopefully it pops up tonight. Hopefully we get that. Somebody tell your friends.
Wrong one. Store looks great. You're doing big things.
Yes, doing big things in a small space because I'm not expanding. All my business owner buddies who expanded went out of business. Everybody, oh, look, we're expanding. And oh, wow, that looks great. And it looked great. And then they went out of business. So William is going the other way. We're going to build up walls. That place is going to look like Doctor Strange's attic. That place on top where he keeps all those books. That's what it's going to look like. If you come into my place and say, this looks like somebody's attic. Thank you. That's a compliment.
Well, that's something Ruth said, is they looked like a Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah, exactly. And if I could get the walls to turn around to where I could get more wall space that way, trust me, if I can figure out how to do that, I will. It's just a matter of.
You need to get like the like the bat phone in there, and then pick it up, or like push the button, and the bookshelf slides over, and.
Yep, and I can just go into places I'm not even renting. That'll be awesome. But trust me, I'll figure it out. All right, evening, happy Saturday. Yeah, hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Are you guys gonna leave me stuck at 300 or 299 for this entire stream?
Come on there, guys.
Come on, man. Somebody, hey Brad, get your nephew, get him on you.
He's probably in bed right now.
Let's see. Everybody's saying hi to each other. Just over at Skywalk Stream, catching up Integrity 101. Yeah, where is it? I haven't seen Integrity 101 in a while. I think it's because I'm on Enosh's channel right now. Let's see, tonight's going to be a good one. Yeah, I can feel it. Yes.
Well, actually, on that note, take a shot every time William blows noisemaker.
And since I'm the non-alcohol drinker in here, you guys go ahead.
Yeah, likewise. We're kind of the inverse of the vodka stream guys.
Yeah, that's why I'm never getting on. He knows I drink Mountain Dew. He knows I never drink vodka. So and he knows how I feel about Batman 90s animation. So I'm never getting on. We got to make that happen someday. It's never going to happen. He's had years to get me on. He's never going to get me on. He doesn't want. Like I said, I look at the guys that don't know. Like, that's cool. I never get a leak. That's cool, man. I mean, fine. I think he caught the Batman stream, so he's like, "Uh-oh, fuck that guy." He's like, and I don't drink, so. But like I said, I get on the beer stream that he has, and that's
yeah, likewise. I've
been on that one, but I know you've been on the vodka stream. So
no, I've been on the Patreon streams. I've been on the vodka stream.
You ever been on the vodka stream before? Oh, no. Oh, you're a fifth nerd. That's what I'm getting. My fellow YouTubers.
I mean, I know. Speaking of the vodka stream, obviously, I think I speak for William when I say, I mean, Zack Snyder is going to be doing, I'm sure, making the rounds through, the YouTube community of the fandom, and promoting Rebel Moon in the next month and a half or so. So, I mean, yeah, I think both of us would love to put that out there. Hey, Zack, if you're watching, we're gonna do a Seven Samurai one that's like linked specifically to your work. So if you want to come on and just break down Rebel Moon as it comes gets close to Christmas, I mean the invitation is always open.
Yeah, I sent an email to I think months ago when I found out when the release date was for everything. And, hey, I mean I'm a YouTube nobody. I know we know mutual people, but I would never want to bring that up. I don't want to use somebody's name. I know this guy. Can you get on my show? No, I want to just like a normal YouTuber. Hey, I enjoy your work. I've been watching your work. I would like to, get on here and actually have a conversation that doesn't include, Justice League or any of the other stuff that's been in entanglement with you. We all enjoy that stuff, but here's something, and I tell you, I say, hey, I would just like to have you on and then, just discuss Rebel Moon and your influences and stuff like that. And how So I know, like I said, I have as much. I can't even get the Blue Blood and Honey people to come on the show, and I interact with them on an every other day basis. I mean, they actually, he was on a live stream yesterday, and I tell him, "Hey, man, when I get my interview," he's like, "Oh, I know, mate. I promise you, but we got busy with the." I'm like, and I understand. What am I going to do? Tell me, you piece of shit. No, I mean, whenever you get on, if you were to show up now, I'd be great. But we're in a time difference, though. So, but we're definitely. One of these days, I'm going to surprise you guys with the makers of Blue Blood and Honey. We're going to get them, but they went right from making that one. It was a hit. Then they went right into making another one. Now they're working on Bambi. It's just like, wow, those guys.
Oh, they're making like the horror version of Bambi.
Yeah. That's what he was on his live stream.
Okay.
Yeah. So here you go, Daniel. Daylight savings hits 1 hour away. Yes. No. Oh, what do you mean? You should be yay. In fact, every one of you, when I bring you guys on tonight, for the open session of the show, you need to have your hat, you need to be getting hammered, you need to have your noisemaker. I need to see festive attitudes today. This is something we knew was coming. This is a good thing. Celebrate the good. We've had a lot of tragedy lately. These are good things. Getting something back that was stolen from you is good, isn't it? When you walk by somebody's yard sale and you see some shit that is yours, and you look at your stuff and you look at the guy, I'm like, how did you get that? Oh, you know what? How about I just take it back? How about that? How about I not beat the hell out of you and I just take my stuff back and this never happened. That's how I feel about daylight savings, right? All the anger and frustration in the last 6 months, 180 days, it all melts away right now.
Break out a hammer and smash the clock about it.
Nah, that'll be in May. All right,
and ironically enough, that's the first cinematic Loki we're looking at doing that.
Oh, I know. That's hilarious. That have you been watching that show?
Yeah, I think I'm caught up on that. I was a little bit behind, but and it's interesting too with mentioning also the Doctor Who talk, because I'm completely just I'm just an outsider on Doctor Who. But that is something I want to ask: is do you sense there's a little, because I've kind of gotten the impression from the knowledge I do have of Doctor Who, have you sensed there being kind of a Doctor Who influence to Loki?
Yes. The time theory that they're using, the time theory that Doctor Who uses and that Loki is using, especially if you watch the last episode, is very, the whole time loop and how he continues to meet himself. That's basically what that's the way the Doctor does. The Doctor can actually meet himself at different points of his life. And they're using the same linear time concept, but they're also using alternate realities being created by variants. And that's the whole point, to get you primed and ready for what's going to happen in Secret Wars, and to give them the built-in reasoning that they have to get rid of what they don't want and keep what they do want.
It's also interesting to me that in the same year the Flash movie came out, the Loki season 2, we have the both are introducing are likening both likening multiverse and alternate timelines to spaghetti. I find an interesting sort of analogy they both have partaken in.
Yeah, it's very intriguing. This episode I really like. I wanted a real party hat. There's a real party hat. Come on,
that's what you put on for New Year's Eve. We actually we got a first timer in here tonight, South Cali guy, and he's had plenty of rashes with him on Twitter and YouTube. He's he's a great voice in the I think in the Snyder fandom. So welcome aboard, man.
Hey, welcome aboard. Glad to. Hey, are you going to be my 300 subscribers?
Yes, if we can you can tip us over that, man.
Yeah, am I at 300? Because right now, let's look. Woo-hoo. We're still at 299. It might be a delay. He probably already subscribed anyway. But if you haven't, SoCal, hey, where at in SoCal are you? Because I'm from Southern California. I'm from San Bernardino.
You're in LA, aren't you? South Cali. I think
when I drop the link, we can bring him on too. So.
And by the way, he mentioned actually on Twitter he had an interesting experience. I think he was going to Universal or something like that. He was wearing one of the Zack Snyder's Justice League shirts, and apparently some employees saw him and said, "Oh yeah, that's awesome. We hope we see the rest of that," or something to that effect. So that was...
There you go, man. I mean, you're gonna banish me? You're gonna banish me 2 hours in the past forever? Well, if I fall back 2 more hours, that's even better. It'll get dark at like 2. Even better.
Yeah.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm not drinking, guys. I'm not. I have never in my life, in my 49 years on this planet, I have never even sipped or tasted alcohol. And I'm not lying. I don't even know what this stuff tastes like. I've never been drunk in my life. I've never smoked a cigarette, never smoked a blunt. The highest I get is on Benadryl.
Yeah, I'm pretty straight laced too. It's like
I don't. So no, when you see me crazy, that's just my being a psychopath. All right, that's just me. I've been actually, I've had drunks walk up to me and say, "Hey, man, you might want to slow down." I'm like, "No, I'm not drinking, man."
And yes, William, to go ahead, let me get this back up. Thanks to South Cali, because they were down 300. This is Sparta.
Let me rewind it. Woohoo!
So thank you very much, South Cali guy.
Woo! Hey, listen. Look, watch this. Hey! Woohoo! Actually, it changed. You know what? This sucks. Look at that. We're not at 30K. You know what? Let's play like we are. It's actually supposed to stay 300, but the gift jumps from it changes. But yeah, woohoo! There we go. 300. I'm so happy. I mean, we if you look at one of those streams we did about a month or so ago, we got like 30 subscribers in one night. And then from that point, we got 17 in the last month. I mean, it just kept growing. And like I said, I know there's other people that have thousands of followers. And I know that, there's bigger and shinier shows, but this is mine. This is the one we built. And I'm happy with it. And I'm glad that, the views are where they are. I'm glad, slowly but surely I could have put this on steroids. And like they said, like the other night, I could put a bunch of people that I disagree with in my thumbnails and just scream at their picture for an hour and a half and never have them on. And get on Twitter and tag a bunch of people and see. I could go into the boards. I could go into the mattresses, as they say in the mafia. But I didn't want to do that. My basic thing is to have a basic conversation with people and interact the same way I do if I were sitting behind a counter in my store, which is literally what I do. So I know that's going to be a slow build. So 300, I'm happy with 300.
229 to 30K in 10 seconds. We're killing it.
That gift pisses me off because it's a moving gift, I guess. And I guess at what point you save it, because you can go all the way to 30,000, but it started at 100 and everything, and I clicked on the one that said 300 because it looked cool. And then sure enough, but hey, you get the point. Just subtract, do the math and just subtract. There you go.
Just swap that K out for a 0.
But Homer's hand, he has it 300. 300. Like I said, that's a good number. The next one is we got 200 more till we're actually monetized, but I can say we can only go up from here, the getification. So thank you, SoCal guy. That was cool. I was suspecting he might be our 300 one. So let's continue to say hi. Tonight we can actually spend extra time on the chat because we got that kind of time.
Yeah.
Hey, Thade's in here. I thought somebody said Thade was in here.
I don't see him.
Oh, somebody. Thade. Thade. Oh, by the way, along with Brad, thank you to Thade and Stella. They were a part of that at the beginning, helping us get going, helping us get the momentum, helping us establish our show, and especially when we started to establish our own identity separate from what we were doing on the Planet Down. So if you guys are in, Stella, Thade, if you're watching, thank you as well. This 300 is yours too. Yes, I'm high on life. I really am.
It's high on the death of daylight savings time tonight.
Yeah. I don't think I'm I'm not simulcasting tonight. I don't think this wouldn't have been relevant to the Poindexter Lounge, me saying
which is still I still maintain this is your best thumbnail so far we've had on the show.
Oh, this one? No, see, I thought I've had some cooler ones.
No, I'm just talking about. I mean, it's like I know you're not a fan of the character Bane, but I mean, it's like it's almost as if yeah.
Redemption. Let's see, masterful trolling, William. Who am I trolling? Oh, this is all okay. Wow. Oh, this is oh wow, I'm way behind. You lost your mind. Years ago. Hi, Dopey. Let's see. I got to get down here. I just want to make sure that we get to.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what Ray is referring to here, but yeah, if you're coming in with any racist or any comments like that, that's not what we're about. That's not welcome. So cut that out.
Oh, somebody put something in there.
I'm not. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what she's referring to, but I'm just just wanted to bring that up because if that is happening, yeah, we're not going to going to allow that.
No, we don't. We don't. Oh yeah. Oh, he's okay. Yeah, you guys are talking about the paper. Yeah, I thought I would give you the history of my hatred of daylight saving. We just found that. I will drop the StreamYard link here pretty soon. Probably after we get our. We got plenty of time, guys. Don't worry. It's coming. Oh yeah. So yeah, you already talked about her thing. It's coming back in 6 months.
Okay. Yeah. Rhea says yeah. There was a comment she removed. So yeah. So thank you for doing that, Rhea. And yeah, it's again this is a place for everybody. There's no room for racism, bigotry, anything in the Sci-Fi Center at all.
Oh wow, I missed it. Glad I missed it. I guess. All right, let's see. It might show up here, so I got to be careful not to read it. But our crowd is usually
yeah, probably just some troll wandering in and just trying to ruin everybody's night.
Okay. Well, we won't go into too many details. I won't go. It'll be a non-spoiler review. I would rather. I'd rather hear Brad more yourself recite V's introduction speech. Oh wow. Okay. Oh, V for Vendetta. Okay.
Yeah.
I love that movie. I love that. I really do love that movie. I wish. I wish Alan Moore was a little bit more receptive. To,
a little bit, or a little bit less, maybe, depending on how you're.
Less of an asshole. All right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna get this. This is why I have Brad controlling the in the chat right now. Since I've started weed, I've left alcohol way behind.
Good for you, man.
Yeah. I never got in front of it.
Yeah. I'm pretty my lifestyle. It's like in fact, my only time in my life I have been inebriated was we had my high school graduation party. I had a what was it? I mean, because everybody was there was debauchery involved with that. Obviously, nothing like too over the line, but I mean, people were it's 18-year-old kids getting drunk and the parents looking the other way. And this is also overseas, because that's where I grew up in. I had a bottle of whiskey and like 2 shots of Grey Goose vodka that night, and that was about as smart a decision as it sounds. So yeah, we all woke up. I woke up that next day. I felt so. That was a wow. And we had a graduation rehearsal that next day after the party, and we were all looking at each other like, yeah, we're never doing that again.
Wow. She was today years old when she learned how to like say, oh yeah. I was gonna give a history of William is inflating the streaming or somebody checks Samba TV. We would be way beyond 300 if I was I know
we would have that 30K there.
Oh, I see the comment she removed. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. My favorite Australians here.
Hey, Aaron.
Make sure when I drop the link, I want to hear your Australian accent. That's okay. All right, guys. So where should I start? I'm just like, I'm usually a lot more focused. I'm going to hand the chat over to Brad so he can bring up the relevant stuff. I'm usually focused. I usually come in razor sharp and ready, but you know what? The euphoria is watching over me, Like I can't even focus right now. So where should we start, Brad? I got Constantine. You've already fucked daylight saving, so
yeah, that's a good. Why don't we kind of start with Loki?
All right, so I'm not going to bring up images of Loki specifically because just about every image in Loki might spoil it for you. I'm just going to give you an overall review of this show. This last episode, and the part I want to talk about will spoil it, but I'm going to say this. Tom Hiddleston's performance in this episode, and the last episode too, is just amazing. The only way I didn't think he could get better as Loki, just based on the standard line that we saw, even when the character evolved to the point where, he dies in Infinity War, and he, his relationship with Thor actually gets better, even though he's still Loki. It did. It goes like this series is taking it places. His interaction with people, and there's a particular scene
that happened when he's being asked a question and his answer to that question.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, and I love the way the person asking him the question knew what to ask and why he was doing what he was doing and why he was driven by what he was driven. And his answer was probably an answer that, even though he's a god of Norse mythology, his answer was something everybody can relate to. Everybody can relate, especially in his situation.
With his history, with his character history, yeah. And
Exactly.
I mean, I was kind of one. I think I kind of fell in the camp, like, after they you kind of retconned his death in Endgame. I was in the camp. It's like, yeah, man. I mean, it's like why? It's like his story was complete. I'm kind of in the camp. It's been won over now. Where it's like, I'm kind of enjoying that we're getting more Loki, because they have found a proper story to place him in that makes him still a very relevant presence and character in the MCU.
When last season, when he realizes that he was a variant, that he's no longer within the timeline, and he sees his own death, he realizes that he has no home. And the whole thing, and in this particular episode, ties back to a lot of everything else. And I particularly liked the stories that they told with each of the people. I thought those were cool. I thought those were relevant. And when Mobius last year, I think one of the coolest dialogue last year when they had with Mobius is when Loki was telling me, hey, you guys are all variants, you all had lives. And he asked Renslayer, because Renslayer had asked him earlier in the episode, if you could be anywhere else and be whenever else, where would you be? And so later on, he asked, when you asked me who I could be if I had the opportunity, how about who I was? You know what? Maybe I even had a jet ski. And the jet ski, I won't spoil it for anybody. It is very, very relevant. But I really, this is Marvel's best TV show.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's much dispute that that's the consensus of the when it comes to Marvel's Disney Plus show. That Loki is definitely is just the top. It's at the top.
Yeah, and if you watch Doctor Who, especially modern Doctor Who, and you haven't watched Loki yet, do yourself a favor and treat yourself to that show. You're gonna love this show. And if you watch Loki and you haven't delved into Doctor Who yet, do yourself a favor and do that, because there are a lot of similarities to this show, and not just the quantum physics dynamics and all that stuff, but there's a lot of personality and a lot of emotional traits that somebody going through what the Doctor and Loki is going through would have. And it's a very human reaction what they have, even though that you're talking about one that's a 900-year-old alien who time travels, and one is a North god. They have very human reactions to the situations that they find themselves in. And I really enjoyed this episode. Like I said, I've enjoyed the show. It's only 2 more episodes left, which is what it is. But
so I'm with you on all that, and I am we described there. It's like, as I mentioned earlier, I'm somebody who very familiar with Loki, but completely just the first time. If I were to pull up a Doctor Who episode tonight, it would be my first Doctor Who episode. So that I am completely a newbie on that. So it's like when we get to that topic tonight, that's going to be very much an educational experience for me, which I and that is something I enjoy. I'm kind of at a point in my life now where that is something I enjoy, where hearing people discuss their fandoms that I'm not necessarily a part of. It's like even if it's something that's completely new to me, I do really I'm kind of in this point where I really enjoy kind of kicking back and listening to people really kind of just share their passion for things maybe I'm not necessarily as invested in, but maybe I might want to give take the plunge into. So but yeah, what you said, but that thought had occurred to me for quite a while now. Is this like Marvel's kind of spin on Doctor Who? Based on my limited knowledge of Doctor Who, it seems like they kind of were happy using that as a template.
Yeah, and especially in one particular episode, the whole series reminds me of Pandora Opens. Like I said, I keep bringing that up because that's like in my opinion, that is the best Doctor Who episode ever for me. And it's from my favorite Doctor, and we'll get into we'll roll into Doctor Who too. I'm going to spread this out a little bit, so we're going to go But Loki, like I said, without spoiling it, and once the series is over, or once the season is over, I'm going to give you guys a spoiler warning so that you can brace yourself. So but yeah.
Has
Just
it been greenlit for season 3 yet? I'm not fully clear. Have they
I'm
announced
not
the?
sure there's going to be one necessarily, because the purpose of this show wasn't necessarily to continue, but to continue the story. So if the story that he ends up with in his last 2 episodes basically rolls into what they're doing with Kang, there may not be a 3rd season. I'm not sure yet. I hope there is, because I enjoy it, but I could understand if there wasn't, because of where the story is going. It may go somewhere where there's no point. I think it's going to end up somewhere. How I think this is going to end is going to be weird, because I don't like this version of Loki, but I don't see how it, if you read the comics, you kind of know where this might be going, and I'm not going to spoil that for people who want to just hold off on the comics. There's a version of Loki in the comic books that kind of like, I think they may be using for an inspiration, and if they're using that as an inspiration, it's going to be weird. But I'll let you guys read that. In fact, once we get done with this season, I'm going to actually bring that up, and I'll bring that out, and I'll make that as
one of the turning point stories.
Yeah, because if I give it to you now, it's going to fuck up the show, and I really don't want to.
Yeah,
I really want people to enjoy this show as it comes along and actually rewatch it a little bit. So
I'm gonna pull up a few comments here from seeing.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I see William drinking a gallon of water, I feel like a pepper. Yeah, that's something that William. He never bothers with a cup. I mean, he's got just the whatever it is. It's just the jug or the pitcher. And he just goes for it.
Yeah, spend some time in the Arabian Peninsula in the summer.
Yeah,
you can't get enough water because your body is filtering out much water.
That's what my dad has told me, is that you can, like, you sweat so much out, you can drink, you be in the sun, and drink like 2 full liter bottles of water and never have to take a leak.
Yeah, because your body is just burning through it. It can get quite dangerous out there. So I was always a drinker of water, a drinker of fluids before that. But once I got there, it's like your body it's got its own generation heat anyway, but now you're in this area where you're losing water faster than your body can replace it, and that's obviously your cooling system. So it can get real dangerous if you're not careful. 1 minute everything's okay, you're talking to your buddy, you're talking to your fellow soldiers, and the next minute you're not, because it's an cumulative effect, and it'll eventually wear you down over time to the point where you can have heat strokes. I was a combat lifesaver, which is basically not a medic, but the guy who helps you until the medic gets there. And I had to stick plenty of people with IVs to make sure, to put fluids. We would walk around with our combat lifesaver kit. So I would rather drink the water than have somebody put a needle in my vein and have to give me fluid that way. So I've always about
IV though, that is having an IV stuck in, which I only had that once when I had like some kind of like indigestion or something. I had to go to the ER for that. Like that was like 16 years ago or something. But yeah, when the IV, that's about the closest I've ever gotten to being high. Because I mean, they give you that IV, it's like, you're lying there, you are zonked out, and you're telling people you're confessing, you're confessing things you wanted to keep private, and
because you're getting a bunch of oxygen in your blood.
Yeah, you're getting hypoxia. That's what it is.
All at once. Yeah. So you're like, and we've had to, part of the training course, we had to stick ourselves. We had to stick ourselves, find our own vein, and basically walk around so that we had it. Brad, one night.
No, keep dreaming, man. Not gonna.
I'm a nut job now. Do you really need to balance me out? I mean, I already act intoxicated without the toxin. I mean, I'm already there. So.
Alan Moore said the Watchmen TV show is an embarrassment, but still sadly has. Yeah, he's kind of. I mean, he's one of the greatest comic book creators, undisputed. But he's a little bit out there.
If Alan Moore just stopped talking, it would instantly improve Alan Moore, and that's coming from somebody who has the utmost respect. I consider this guy a creative god. His attitude towards his work and the people is just unfortunate. It's unfortunate,
Yeah, when he, I feel like also like Frank Miller, he got into some hot water with that, with some stuff, and he's kind of walked a lot of that back. So if maybe like Alan Moore might want to take a little bit of a page out of his book. Okay, this is a good one. This is a really good one here that Aaron left. No, I did not. Okay, a little bit of personal history. I did not graduate high school in Hawaii. But I spent 3 years there when I was a kid because my dad was in the Army. So we moved around, every 3-4 years. So I was there from I was there from 93 to 96. So that was like, what would that have been, like second grade to or first grade through third, something like that for me. And then I went to high school. I graduated high school in Italy. I was in Vicenza, Italy. And actually the high school I graduated from, Vicenza High School, this is a little bit of trivia for you. It's actually the same high school that Sharon Tate graduated from. And I didn't find that out until like after we got home. But yeah, it's a little bit of a kind of my personal history.
Whoa! Stop! Time out. You just turned our conversation into a Manson connection.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was. I mean, I looked up my school like a while back after I got home, and on the Wikipedia. I mean, it's I'm going to pull it up now and bring it up here. But yeah, it's like
hey, Larry Kokora, that's tip $10. Thank you, Kang, TVA, Loki, etc. for this returned hour. I know who's in charge. Booyah! That's hilarious. Hey, whoever it is, you have my utmost gratitude. Fuck daylight savings. Everybody, right now, while you're on your TV screen, just say it. I don't have to hear it. Just open up your window. Randomly call somebody, no matter who it is. Go knock on your neighbor's door and just say, "Hey."
Okay, I might have to just DM this to you because I'm still kind of getting a little bit used to pulling stuff up.
You're at my level that I was not too far on.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, I got it. Let's see what we got here. Is this a picture of you?
So this is my. Well, I think they actually took it, and my folks actually just took because I was doing some housing for them back in September. They took a trip for their anniversary. They've been planning that for like 2 years. So I was doing some house sitting and dog sitting for them. They're gone for about 3 weeks, and they went back to the base. They met with like old friends. They met by my old Taekwondo teacher that I stayed with for 3 years there. And yeah, the stuff they share with me, it's like the base has changed a lot. I mean, like that school. Apparently, this school is like no longer in the same location. It's apparently been, or that building is still there, but now the school is in the housing area we were at. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, just saying. Yeah, Vicenza American High School. This is on the military base I went to high school at, and go ahead and scroll down. It should say something like famous alumni or something. Oh no, yeah, notable attendees right at the bottom.
Sharon Tate.
Yeah, right there.
I don't know who Chip Flower is. VHS 1992. Oh, but I mean VHS. I'm like, wait a minute. Sharon Tate wasn't alive when VHS.
Yeah, that's the acronym for it is VHS. Yeah.
John Bomango. I don't know who he is, and Adrian Morel. So basically, Sharon Tate.
Yeah. So I have a very loose Manson family connection there, I guess, as William described. And I know somebody watching like Fourth is probably gonna like find a way to clip that out and like say, "Oh, Brad was connected to the Manson family." So. Sharon
Tate was not on the bingo card tonight. Sharon Tate and daylight saving probably hasn't been mentioned in the same sentence ever.
Yeah. So, Aaron, your question, it kind of segued into a really interesting sort of elements of my my adolescence there. So thank you very much for that. But yeah, that's answer that. A little bit elementary school in Hawaii, and then Vicenza there. And Hawaii, the thing about that too is that because I mentioned this to Chris Wong Swenson, of course, a YouTuber, in the fandom. He's lived in Honolulu his whole life. I told him, it's like when I found that out, it's like, man, it's like I was probably like 20 minutes away from him the whole time I was living there.
Wow. Hey, SoCal guy, listen, dude, I that's what I hope to bring. I can, especially given where we all started this from, a lot of it ends up at a lot of screaming at each other. But we try to just have fun. I mean, I'm at the point where whether it's Snyder stuff, whether it's Marvel stuff, whether it's even James Gunn stuff, just give me something I can have fun with, and I'll ride with it. Right now I'm too far away from James Gunn stuff to really have that kind of fun yet. But who knows where I'll be in 2 years. But yeah, man. Hopefully you can come on the show if I drop the link. Yeah, Loki is definitely the best.
Oh yeah, I think it's got some competition now with Echo though. When that drops, I think
I have to see Echo beyond the trailer, and and then maybe. But right now, as we speak, right now, I can't think of because half of Marvel's shows I don't like. I thought WandaVision wasn't that great. Hawkman.
Oh, Hawkeye. Yeah, Hawkeye. I think that consensus Hawkeye is probably the weakest.
Yeah. I liked Falcon and Winter Soldier, but I think from my perspective, I probably liked a little bit more because of somebody in the military, somebody with a grandfather that would have been in that era, knowing with the segregation and stuff that he was dealing with, and that one old guy that was the original super soldier, the things that he went through and didn't get a chance to benefit from. And then I've always liked the story of Sam taking the mantle as Captain America, especially in these times. And I love the way they did dialogue and the way they handled that. The enemy cuts kind of stupid. The Flag Smashers and Ultimatum, those were all stupid. But the actual core of the story was one of my favorites. But most of the Marvel shows, I mean, other people like them, but I didn't. I'm not a big Miss Marvel. I mean, it was all right, but it was a little bit. I didn't think it was being aimed towards me. I mean, I found it enjoyable, but I'm not a 13-year-old girl.
Yeah, I mean,
but this one, Loki. I don't know any fan that can't relate to this.
Yeah,
Loki's great, man. So,
and I'm happy to say I was wrong about it's like he went out at the time he was supposed to go out. Why are you bringing it back? You're just milking this cow when there's nothing left to gain from it, and it's like I feel happy to have been proven wrong about that.
Yeah, and he had their story to tell. So sorry if I'm a little bit late joining chat. Do you think Daredevil Born Again will be rated MA?
100%. 100%. After, especially with the overhaul they're giving it, 100%. And also with Daredevil and Kingpin being in Echo and what we saw in that trailer. Yes, I think I have zero doubt they are going for the same tone with that, especially with the overhaul they're giving it. I think they are definitely trying to bring it very much in line with what they had, in seasons 1 through 3 on Netflix. So yeah, I think it's definitely going to be.
William, is the whole series based off of a certain episode of Doctor Who, or is the Doctor Who series in general? Tough question. I got to be very careful how I answer this.
Yeah, I get that.
The Pandorica opens gives you the theory of the way Doctor Who's time travel ultimately works. Just in a much more compact story. But it's a theory that can apply to him throughout all time. Loki's entire series, to me, reminds me of the Pandorica opens. But the Pandorica opens is just more of a focal point of that theory. So if you watch the Pandorica opens, you get a better understanding of what Doctor Who can do in regards to time and what Loki is doing, especially when it comes to the looping. The looping and the paradoxing stuff is the main thing that you'll get out of that. But that applies, once you understand it, it applies to the Doctor and him in general. So yes to both of those answers. But to a certain degree, if you just watched Pandorica Opens and weren't ready for the entire weight of the entire series of Doctor Who, if you just watch Pandorica Opens and you're watching Loki, you'll understand, and I think you'll probably stick with Doctor Who for the rest of your life if you have. So that's a tough one to answer. I just want to make sure I slow down.
Oh god, this is a good one here. You bring a variety case of party hats.
I chose this one because I didn't know what color I was going to be using in the background, so I just basically chose what I had. I have a gold one. I actually have these, to be honest with you. The reason why I have these is because they're part of the prop kits for Rocky Horror. So there you go.
Yeah, Morris or Curmudgeon.
He's a curmudgeon, yeah, and I really hope he doesn't get too I can't do it. I hope he doesn't get too old to where he.
I don't even know if I'd say he's drunk his own Kool-Aid, but he's drunk somebody's Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate when you have something like that, enjoy it. Enjoy it. I mean, you made an impact on people's lives. Why can't you? Why can't you just enjoy it?
Aaron has a good one here about come from Australia. We always drink water, especially in the summer.
Oh yeah, especially in that Outback. I know you know those.
And listen, Italy too. It's like we had some ooh boy, we could deal with some heat in Europe when I was living there.
Yeah, so I've been to Italy. I've been to Aviano Air Force Base. That's the closest.
Yeah, I've been there too. That's actually, if my memory serves, that's actually the base that we flew home from. My family and I, because my dad was also retiring at the time I was graduating from high school, and yeah, it's anybody who's been there knows it's like it's not it's a. I mean their airport is like a post office. It's not massive at all.
Yeah. So yeah, do what Reyes says. Hit the like and subscribe button. We are at 100 now, so I can't ask too much more of you. But
I'm gonna go ahead and pull this one up too, because I want to go ahead and address this, because I've been doing this for a while. Aaron's Clinton asked me, yeah, go ahead and come on camera, Brad, and she says, I don't feel comfortable. Yeah, and listen, I've mentioned this on a couple streams prior. It's I'll go ahead and say it again for our growing audience, is that it's. I mean, I look exactly like I do in this picture here, but the long and the short of it is, I mean, I dealt with a lot of bullying when I was a kid, and it's kind of given me issues with in terms of anxiety and being self-conscious that I still kind of grapple with to this day. And it's like, and I'm fully intending to come on camera like at some point, not like a quick little like I did when we did the Full Circle event last couple of minutes, but it's like properly be on camera. But it's just my YouTube life really just began. My stream life really just began this year, so it's something that I'm just kind of working up towards. So just bear with me on that, guys. But yeah, it's it's something. It's like, I know it's irrational, but you have to train your mind to work out of these habits. I mean, because it's like I said, the guy I'm looking at right there in my image is that's me, but it's like I said, you train your mind out of these things that aren't problems, but it just takes time. But just bear with me. I will be on camera. I don't know when, but I'm getting there, guys. Just bear with me.
Yeah, all in good time. I mean, all in good time. Like, see me, I have no shame. I don't, I look like a C-Slack, and I have no problem with it. But I deal with the public every day, so it's like,
I do. It's also like if you catch me when, like, if I've shaved or not, because it's like, because that either adds or takes off about 8 years of my face. So,
I mean, yeah, the child labor laws might come in.
Yeah, okay, but yeah.
William, you should.
I wanted to address that because I don't want to feel like I'm too distant from the audience or our viewers. But yeah, that's a personal thing. I'm still kind of working through. And again, it probably sounds darker than it really is, but it's just a little personality quirk. So
he looks better than me, and I I torture you guys with my visage every day. So, but everybody's going to be different. And when there's people who have thousands and thousands of followers that are never on camera. I know a couple of them that I follow, and it works for them. So there's no rule. For me personally, in order for me to articulate, if you notice, I use a lot of my hands and a lot of my facial expressions to drive my point home. So it doesn't work as well for me. But I'm a different person. So yeah, William, when you showed that video at the beginning of the stream, I was surprised. Yeah, well, your comment was up, man. Your Dexter comment was up, and I remember there's somebody else. I was a lot less disciplined 7 months ago, where like a dog with a squirrel was like, oh shit, somebody said something, I reacted to it, but I was already pissed about daylight savings. It was already in that thumbnail.
And by the way, what time is there for you now? Because I think I just got the hour back a few minutes ago.
There we go. It is 11:11 here, 11 p.m. So I am like 3 hours away from getting it back. So all right, so let's make sure we're not, because there's no need to miss anybody tonight. That's for damn sure. Yeah, everybody hit like and subscribe. Woohoo! 23, 22 of you up here in the middle of the night. Let's do it. Let's see. You want to see Sicily one day? Ooh, maybe not. Bob's still strong there.
It's weird too, because I mean the whole time I never went to Sicily the entire time. We were living there for 5 years. I never went there. I never went to Malta either. And I've interviewed and I work with multiple people who have been to Malta. So it's it's just one of those things I just never made out there, because I've been to Germany, I've been to Austria, I've been to France, I've been to while we were living there to England. We almost like had like a layover flight one time in Spain, but that ended up not going a different route. But yeah, well, those places never made it out to, unfortunately.
Happy birthday! Happy
Wish
birthday!
you a happy 2000th birthday.
I'm not that old. I just yeah. I mean, I feel like it someday when I come out of here. Moore feels like he got fucked by the industry and saw his colleagues fold on lesser level ones, and he hates it all. I mean, and that's his right. That's his right. I just think it's unimportant because I think his work affects me. We're about to get into.
I still don't. I mean, I get that he doesn't want his name accredited to adaptations of his work, but I mean, even with that, I mean, I would think that still. Maybe I just don't understand the legal ins and outs of like why his name is on like the Watch movie, for example.
Yeah, I don't know. I never actually. It's been years. He's been this way the whole time. Yeah. We're both SoCal. We're both in the Pacific time zone. So yeah, I understand that one.
No, they're nicknaming me Darkwing Duck now, or Bradwing Duck.
That's hilarious.
Maybe I'll do that in lieu of Nightmare Joker next Halloween. Yeah,
exactly.
Bradwing Duck.
most guys, by the way, guys, if you go across a lot of these streams, a lot of people that we're associated, there's a lot of people that I've never seen what they look like. I listen to Nerdette's newsstand. She's got a little cartoonish picture of her. I've never seen what she looks like. And she's got it. She's doing just fine. So it's not a prerequisite. It's just it's just how I do it. I do it, but I don't expect anybody else to do it because communication is communication. So
yeah, I appreciate seeing all the comments. Everybody telling me, yeah, just take your time, Brad. So yeah, I appreciate everybody's kind of understanding my reasoning there for just using my image. So thank you.
William and Brad, David Lindelof sent Alan Moore a letter and told him. Damon Lindelof sent Alan Moore a letter and told him to go fuck off and don't ever contact me again. And said in an interview, this was a current bastard that.
Alan Moore, he's really kind of he's gone. He's sort of flown off the handle.
Yeah, I can appreciate his work. He doesn't do much anymore, but it just is. He's a problem, and it sucks because, like I said, there's a lot of people I know whose work he just V for Vendetta. One we're gonna get you. I'm just making sure that we get through a lot of the chat. So we're all right, cool. So we're as caught up in the chat as we're gonna get right now. So we got Loki out the way. What's next? What should we do next?
Well, I mean, let's why don't we go ahead and since you're such an advocate of Elseworlds, we got some Constantine 2 kind of chatter that's been percolating in the last probably 2 weeks or so, and of course that's if they're not familiar, that's Keanu Reeves has been trying to get a sequel to his 2005 movie Constantine off the ground for some time, and there has been seemingly some movement on that, and most recently the director, I believe Francis Lawrence, and he's made some comments like, yeah, we're getting that. I mean, now that the writer's strike is over, we're kind of getting our ducks in a row, and we definitely hope to get that ball rolling. And he sounded pretty confident in terms of like the it sounds like, yeah, we're maybe not moving full steam ahead, but we're moving like as fast as we can with a SAG strike going on. But it's like it's got as close to a green light as they can under the circumstances. Yeah, we have control also. Yeah,
and Keanu Reeves wants it to happen.
Yes, and Keanu.
So by the way, guys,
go ahead.
We are already in Elseworlds. We just haven't properly named it yet, but we are already in Elseworlds. If the Batman ain't stopping, then we're in Elseworlds. If Constantine is progressing, we're in Elseworlds. We just
go ahead and keep talking. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, which is a damn shame because right now we should be branding Elseworlds for everybody coming forward. You already have it there. The Batman exists differently from wherever James Gunn's exist, and you've already had a bunch of past stuff that doesn't line up with your core story. So those are all Elseworlds. So let's go ahead and read this thing while Brad is gone. Ooh. All right. Francis Lawrence teases the Constantine sequel with Keanu Reeves. We have control. All right. Francis Lawrence is giving an update on the development of Constantine 2 with Keanu Reeves, and things are seemingly moving along. The sequel to the 2005. Wow, that's a lot, man. It's almost 20 years ago. superhero horror film has stalled due to the writer's strike, but with the writers back to work, Lawrence has been in meetings with Reeves to continue the saga. Okay, well, I guess this doesn't affect him in that way. So Constantine 2 got obviously held up by the writer's strike. Lawrence on GameSpot, and we had to jump through a bunch of hurdles to get control of the character again because other people had control of the Vertigo stuff. We have control. Yeah, we had mainly DC. Lawrence continued. Kiana and Akiva Goldsmith, as you probably know him from Star Trek, and I have been in meetings and we've been hashing out what we think the story is going to be. And there's more meetings on those that are to happen. The script has to be written, but we're really hoping we can get to do Constantine 2, and it makes it a real rated R version of it. Constantine is loosely based on DC Comics, Vertigo Comics, Hellblazer. Kevin Broden and Frank Capello wrote the script based on a story by Broadbent. Reeves gives life to John Constantine, a chain-smoking cynic with the ability to perceive the true visage of half angels and half demons. Also starring in the film are Rachel Weisz, Shia LaBeouf, Tilda Swinton, Pruitt, Taylor Vince, Digimon Hunson, he's about to be in Rebel Moon. Gavin Rosdale, lead singer of Bush. Peter Stormare, Max Baker, Francis Guinan, Jose Zuniga, Jesse Ramirez, April Grace, and Tanoa Reed. There's a lot of hard-ass names too. So that's where we're at. So it looks like we're headed towards getting this done. And I guess getting control of the character, I don't quite know what he means. Yeah. When he says we have control of the character, I wonder what does he mean by that?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and especially with the version of Constantine they initially established, specifically the fact that he's American. So, maybe that's in reference to the idea that they might want to like retcon him to be British. I don't know, but and there are other tweaks that they made to Keanu Reeves' version of Constantine, that do differ from his comic background, and certainly from Matt Ryan's version of Constantine that we saw the Legends of Tomorrow and all that. But I mean, we have control. I mean, that definitely sounds good to me, especially if with this falling under Elseworlds, where if you're doing it as Elseworlds, I mean, the entire point of that is to give the people the control that they would not have in kind of your mainline setup.
My question does that mean they have an agreement, kind of like a Sandman situation, to where they have control because they reached they licensed it? I mean, I'm wondering what that means specifically. I mean, it's good news. But obviously we're going to have. See, here's the thing. We're done with the whole confusion excuse, because once he puts James Mangold on Swamp Thing, there's no way you're going to venture into that universe, and you're not going to have certain characters. So we're going to have two of them. We're going to have Keanu Reeves, and we're going to have whatever James Gunn and James Mangold come out to. So what do you think about all this?
I definitely liked the original Constantine, with Keanu, and it's like, I think I made the joke actually on Film Junkie's Patreon about a week or so ago, where I was talking about Keanu. He's laid out kind of how it got to where it is now, where he was basically knocking on Warner Brothers' door year after year saying, hey, let's do Constantine 2. They told him no every time. Finally got the go ahead, and I made the joke. It's like, so you're telling me all we had to do to restore the Snyderverse was just have Keanu Reeves ask them for us? But so that's a funny little levity in that. But otherwise, I mean, Keanu is with John Wick alone, I mean, he's just bigger than ever right now. And so you're talking about bringing him back into the DC fold. I mean, that's a win. And he's about the most just liked celebrity you can think of right now. I mean, you can't find anybody who's got like less than glowing things to say about Keanu Reeves. So yeah, I would definitely say I like the original movie. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more. And Keanu fan, I mean, it's like bring it on. I'm glad they have control. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull up a few comments while we're waiting for William to get back. Oh, William's back. So I just gave
go ahead and pull him up there.
Gave my kind of outline about it, and
yeah, I could hear you about what you're thinking about. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason why these projects can't go forward. And like I said, Keanu, like you said, Keanu Reeves is a big guy right now. So when a big star like that comes to you and wants to do,
I mean, yeah, it pretty much is like the scenario you were laying out in terms of like, if Nolan or Scorsese or somebody says, "Hey, I got a pitch for a Batman movie. It's not going to fit into this universe you're establishing, but just hear me out on it." But you get somebody of that prestige and caliber, they got a pitch, and it's a good one. You say, "Oh, let's go forward," and that's exactly what Elseworlds is for.
Yeah, you think we're gonna be like, wait a minute, hold on, Christopher, hold on, Kiana, let me get with some YouTubers and Twitter heads and see if they're gonna be confused about having two Constantine. Oh, no, sign right here. Yeah, so I like hearing stuff like this, and this is the DC I want. I want to have a core DC universe, but I want DC to be what it's always been and have other aspects of the characters. That's why Elseworlds, since a kid, has always intrigued me because it gave people, everybody has their different perceptions of these characters, and I'll make it to the surface. But a lot of times, one particular type is dominating, that surface. So we don't get, hey, what if Batman was alive in the 19th century hunting Jack the Ripper? I mean, things like that. What if Superman landed in
The Soviet Union, yeah.
Or what if the circumstances that created the Justice League were drastically different, and you ended up with a Zack Snyder situation? These are things that I think need to be explored, and I think that keeps it fun. And I just think that there's just so much money to be made because the same people who will go out and see a Keanu Reeves movie may not outright be the type of people that are going to go see a basic DC comic book movie. But by virtue of you putting that out there, you now have a olive branch to that person to possibly bring them in and grow your world. So, like
one thing I also thought, kind of your thoughts on it, with the original Constantine. What's interesting with that movie, I think by today's standards, it could get by out of PG-13. I don't think it's like a hard R.
No, I don't think you need an R for that. No. Thank you there, Carcuts. Another 10. Just got my R back. Oh, you got your R back. Where's my noisemaker? I think I lost the noisemaker already. But yeah, Larry just got his barrel right. Thank you for the support. Thank you everybody who leaves tips for support, because like I said, it helps. Like I said, it helps upgrade. That's for you, Larry.
Yeah. But yeah, everything you were just saying about Elseworlds, I mean, it's exactly the perspective of that those of us in the camp of wanting to see Zack Snyder complete his 5-movie arc, or that's the reason you just laid out there is that it's you're looking at these characters from different angles, and so Elseworlds, multiverse, whatever label you ascribe to it, it gives you the freedom to do that in such a way where you don't have to cut, you don't have to pull the plug on anything, because it's like you've got different avenues of these characters lined up to where, I mean, you do have a mechanism to, for all intents and purposes, please everybody.
Yeah, but and like I said, I just how I feel about that whole. Well, there's too many of so and so. You're gonna confuse people. I'm not even gonna waste my breath because we got a long show. I'm not even gonna waste my breath on that kind of stuff. But yeah, I love this whole. I mean, like I said, I saw Constantine. I thought it was a fun movie. I know a lot more people love it way more than I did, and I'm happy for them. And I like Keanu Reeves. I like the staying power he has. I like the fact that he's worked at it. He didn't give up. I just like Keanu Reeves, and he makes
and he looks exactly the same as he did when he was first Constantine.
Yeah, well, that I don't like him for. Him, Tom Cruise, Kurt Russell's finally aging. Now I got to look at his kid. That basically him and his kid don't look that far apart as far as age goes, and that's kind of pathetic.
Here's actually speaking just kind of Keanu more generally, because this is a thought I've had with the success of John Wick and kind of the more mixed reception of the Matrix franchise overall. It's something that has occurred to me. Do you think there's an argument that could be made that John Wick has surpassed Neo as Keanu's signature character?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now the only thing that might dispute that is because of when the Matrix was released and when it became a legend and how revolutionary that film was. That might be more of a broader thing for people who are not into shoot 'em up movies. Which the Matrix technically is, but it's not as known for the shoot 'em up stuff as it is for the you rev the bullet cam and all that other stuff in there. But I personally would say because John Wick is more, it's contemporary, it's current, and it takes the same old tropes that are in a lot of these movies, and he does different things with them. And I really enjoy the fact that it's you could take the story and put it anywhere, but it's what they did with those tropes and how unique kung fu and all that stuff.
Yeah. And anybody who's read any of my writing or seen me on other streams knows I'm a massive John Wick fan.
Yeah, and I like I said, I love the show.
And by the way, also Keanu, he was actually I thought he was a pretty legit Batman in Super Pets.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's a lot more lighthearted, but he was my favorite character in Super Pets.
Let's see. I'm making sure that I'm not going over too much before we go into some of the topics we have are actually pretty lengthy. And
let me pull a couple of comments I have directed at me here. Most of them are pretty funny. Unless Brad is AI, that William download doesn't exist. Is that talking about me? If actually coming on camera and say, no, I'm that's my secret's out. It's like I'm an AI. Let me see. Here's a Brad is a black belt. He can get those trolls. Yeah, for anybody who's not aware, I have been studying martial arts for about 21 years now. I actually have a belt test. I'm currently in American Tang Soo Do and a whole bunch of other things. So it's like I will be. I have my next belt test coming up in about 2 weeks now.
Here's my question: can you kick my ass? No. So yeah, a lot of people are. His signature character is not is John Wick. But you know what? For a generation, a lot of you guys that were born in the 2000s or born in the late 90s, you Neo wasn't anything to you.
Yeah.
I can completely understand. But for me, I mean, I was there. Just seeing there's some people in there Neo all day, so I can. It's weird. It's weird. He's been around to basically anchor 2 successful franchises like that.
Yeah. Well, also 3. Counting Bill and Ted.
No, we don't talk about that.
Okay, but and what you say about the kind of the generational gap from Matrix to John Wick, I mean, that plays a part in it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because you're talking about Matrix was released in 1999, and John Wick movie started getting released in 15, 16?
2014 was the first one.
2014. So you're talking literally he's anchored 2 successful franchises with at least 3 movies. One of them shouldn't have had a 3rd movie. A 4th movie. Actually, no, he's anchored 2 franchises that have
with 4 movies each. Yeah.
With the 4th one for the Matrix, it shouldn't count because that was a horrible movie. But
I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Neo. It's not, I mean, I know that one didn't do well, but it's like I don't know. I could see that. I could see them reviving Neo maybe one more time the way that one wrapped up.
Here's why I don't see that happening, and this is why they shouldn't have made the 4th one. When the Matrix came out, it was remember I always say it's not just about the movie, the originality of the movie. It's about the time and place on which the movie and the environment. We were just breaking through. We had the internet, but we didn't have like the high speed. Some people had cell phones, but we didn't all have cell phones. Bullet cam was literally created for things like the Matrix. We were living in an era where there was a sense of wonderment in what we were seeing them do and the concept of what they were doing. We were all living in this computer thing because the computer era was just coming on really strong. And during that window of time from 1999 to 2003, where they were all released, that was encapsulated in that time. When you try to tell that type of story, I mean, I know you can do stuff with AI and things like that, but even then, the Matrix was so far ahead of the game that it got that lightning, and I don't think you could create that lightning with the sense of wonderment that you could. I just don't know if you can. I mean, and I don't know. You would have to change the Matrix into something that I don't think you would be recognizable as if you did that. And that would just if you're going to do that, you might as well just go ahead and make a different movie. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's just how Bill and Ted at 3.
It's interesting though. It's like people we're seeing a lot of Neo love in the comments though.
Yeah, I think.
Oh hell yeah! There will absolutely be a documentary. There would be there'll be a documentary. I mean, there's already been books about it. mean, there's been multiple books written about it already. There's a documentary I absolutely see happening. I could see alongside that, something like The Disaster Artist, which was about the making of The Room. I could see that about the making of the production of Justice League. This is. I think a lot of this is maybe a little bit of a personal rant on my part. I think a lot of the media really still doesn't grasp how much of just a contemporary, how much this has captured the zeitgeist and how much of a contemporary legend, Zach's impact, on DC, on these characters with this movie and with his unmade movies has been. And it's not with that. Yeah, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Well, it's become a cause celeb is what it is.
Yeah.
And that's good and bad in some ways. It's good because it keeps it in the conversation while a lot of powerful people wanted to push it out. It's bad because it glosses over the details of it. It's not just, us looking for Bigfoot for 5 years or 4 years until we got the movie. It was what that movie meant to the story that was being told. It was a whole bunch of things and how bad business was being done and how it currently had a lasting effect. Everybody else just turned away and moved on, but then they all wanted to come back to DC and figure out why DC was flailing. And then this is why you can't take your eye off that ball, and just, like I said, it just became, we make fun of the lone gunmen and all the weirdos that have all the conspiracy theory stuff on their walls and the little things that connect and all that. But we don't ever look at the post-it notes that are sticking on the wall and seeing what they mean. We don't ever look at the footprint that the guy chasing Bigfoot was actually coming upon. We don't ever take it seriously. We just think of the cause. That guys hunting Bigfoot, guys hunting aliens must be crazy. Guys, a conspiracy theory must be crazy, but we never really take a look at the conspiracy. And with it, and that's kind of sad. And that's why I like X-Files so much too, by the way, is because we can make fun of people who think UFOs are real. But then when we put the nuts and bolts of a story that a guy who actually puts all these facts and talks to these conspiracy theories and puts these things together and actually goes and finds aliens, that's what Zack Snyder's Justice League has become. You have to look into the details of what we went through collectively to get that movie made versus the fact that, it's now become,
now it's a Barbie one-liner now.
Yeah, it's folklore,
and it exactly 100%. That's a perfect term for it. And with the comparison to aliens, I mean, that's also apt because guess what? We had the guy in Congress over the summer saying, "Yeah, we got UFOs in the Area 51." I've been saying it for 10 damn years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people have been saying it for decades. So, all right, let's move on to a topic. So let's see what we will continue. See. Fuck daylight savings isn't just a topic; it's a way of life for the next year.
That should be you should have like a stationery company print that on a T-shirt and sell in the store.
There you go. We've gotten Constantine. Let's bring up Rebel Moon. That seems.
Yes, we're just talking about Zack Snyder. So speak of the devil.
So let's. I'm so organized tonight. Okay.
And this is it's very it's a topic that we've had some debate on the show about. Specifically, this is pertained to the I don't know if it's fully confirmed yet. I mean, Zach himself hasn't said anything on Netflix, haven't, but there's now a lot of talk and reporting online saying that Rebel Moon is going to have a theatrical release in some form or fashion, specifically in the UK and the US. We don't have a full date on that, full details on that, but after seeing the trailer, I think the fandom is pretty much in unison. It's like, we want to see this, on a big screen over the holiday season. And it seems that we may, in fact, be getting that opportunity. So, and yes, I did just become Randy Quaid for the second.
Yeah.
I did. That was the
15th as the date.
Oh yeah. That makes sense to me because that is a similar, it's a similar time frame to when the Army of the Dead theater run began. That was about a week before it hit Netflix. So that was kind of what I was always sort of guesstimating would be, if it were to have a theater run, it would precede the Netflix debut by about a week or so. So yeah, that sounds absolutely plausible to me. But yes, to highlight fourth here again, it's like, yes, I was quoting Randy Quaid in Independence Day with that.
All right, Rebel Moon. Oh, when you broke up.
Oh no, I'm still
And
here.
let's see. Let me get back to here. All right, Rebel Moon theatrical release confirmed as Zack Snyder's Netflix movie gets official rating. Rebel Moon isn't just coming to Netflix. It looks like Zack Snyder's next movie is getting a big screen release too. You know what? Because that's going to save me a lot of money and not having rent theater.
Amen to that, brother.
The BBFC, British Board of Film Classification, has rated Rebel Moon Part 1 a child of fire, a 15 for strong violence and sexual threat. That means rape. Rape or, coercion, but context. This is roughly the equivalent of having R rating in the U.S. This is in keeping with the rest of Snyder's recent filmography. Army of Thieves was also rated 15 by BBFC, while Army of Dead was rated 18. Sci-fi epic Rebel Moon centers around a peaceful colony at the edge. Oh, by the way, guys, before I even go any further, go read, if you haven't already, I wish we could have gotten to it today, go read the synopsis of Seven Samurai, and when you read the synopsis of this, there's just no way that it's not mirroring it. But hey,
and same way with Justice League too, which he had directly commented on, the providing a template. So, and I'm sure we're going to get into a lot of that on the Seven Samurai stream. But I mean, the long and the short of it is that Justice League, that's superhero Seven Samurai, and Rebel Moon, it's going to be Seven Samurai in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah. Pretty much. Sci-fi epic Rebel Moon centered around a peaceful colony at the edge of space whose lives turned upside down when they are attacked by the armies of a brutal dictator. The colony sends Korra, played by the immortal and ageless Sylvia, as an envoy to seek help from a neighbor. This is exactly like Seven Samurai. Neighboring planets. The ensemble cast also includes Charlie Hunnam, Anthony Hopkins, Corey Stoll. How do you pronounce his name? Digimon? Is it Digimon?
Jaimin Hansu, yeah.
Jaimin Hansu, because I've never actually heard it. So Jaimin Hansu, Carrie Oles, Jenna Malone, Duna Bay, and Ray Fisher. Ooh, Ray Fisher.
Yes, Ray Fisher.
That's going to piss a lot of people off just seeing his name.
I
don't know why. A lot of people, but I'm like, a typical Snyder fashion. Usually when somebody says in typical Snyder fashion, it's bullshit about the guy.
Yeah.
This isn't that case, but you see in typical Snyder fashion, you basically have to tape up your mouth so that the bullshit doesn't get down your throat. But this is not that case. I'm so happy. You know what? Oh no, I think I broke it. All right. In typical Snyder fashion, we can expect director's cuts of both parts of Rebel Moon. Yay. The difference this time is that yeah, that's hilarious. It's not an afterthought. Producer Deborah Snyder briefly, she meant to stick it to somebody. Total film. We're still tweaking, but they'll probably be 45 minutes to an hour longer each one. You can get more character, you can get more everything. It's not just a few deleted scenes. And Rebel Moon Part 1, A Child of Fire, is due to hit Netflix on December 22nd with Part 2, The Scargiver, following April 29th, 2024, which means I'll probably see both of these movies before I see Dune. In the meantime, check out the guide to the rest of the upcoming movies on the way. I don't care about those movies right now.
Yeah. Now, in addition to the talk about the forthcoming theatrical, which, by the way, it's like it does. I just looked on the Wikipedia page, and it does list the release date as December 15th, which that's an interesting change because the release date for Netflix is December 22nd. So that does kind of suggest to me that, okay, maybe this is getting a lot of traction, that is going to have that theater run a week before Netflix.
Makes sense. You know why? Because I don't want it dicking around with Aquaman and the other stuff that's coming up. So it's even better. Netflix gets their base crowd generated on the 22nd, while the theatrical people still get it too. So I wondered with the actual business deals of it. I wonder who's paying for the promotion, if there's going to be promotion. I'm going to find out if we're going to be promoting it. Like we were promoting Army of the Dead. So I'm happy. This is what I wanted. I did not think this was going to happen. I don't know if it makes business sense for this to happen, other than to drive the hype. Yeah. Maybe this is the promotion.
Well, and also, to think about the fact that you're looking at the theatrical calendar, for November. This is kind of and I'm sure this relates partly to the strikes, but this is kind of an unusually quiet, sort of a holiday season in terms of like big blockbusters theatrically. So, not to say that there aren't going to be any, but it's just not as it's not as voluminous as probably we usually associate with holidays. So, Rebel Moon, it definitely, it can bring a lot of those fireworks.
Yeah, like I said, we're talking about the Bigfoot, the Jockalopes that has become Zack Snyder. His name generates whether you like him or not. He's a polarizing character, and you know what? The smart people make money off of that polarization.
Yes,
you know how people are like, he's divisive. His movies are divisive. The smart people choose a side, and you usually the side that's giving you money. If somebody gave me $871 million, pretty sure I can figure out who I'm going to be riding my horse with, who I'm going to be concentrating my resources.
We might want to get that to $1 billion, but that's perfectly workable.
Yeah. I will take whatever you can give me. But given the circumstances, and like I said, all the man babies that were like, oh my God, just bring Christopher Reeve back. He died in the midnight. Well, no, he was. We never really. Why do we need another Superman? Christopher Reeve was just perfect. I'm like, well, because we're not fucking 6 years old anymore. And then you got the Nolan people that are my favorites. They think that Nolan is, and that we're not going to go into that.
We did last night.
Yeah, if you think Christopher Nolan is the holy grail, but even still, as time goes on, and we can't just stick, otherwise I will be stuck with Adam West being the gold standard. And do I want that? No. So there's always going to be a different character, and I hope as we go on with these characters, especially when Marvel's going to have to do it, I hope that they're ready for all the diaper shitting that's going to happen when you see a new Iron Man that's not Robert Downey Jr.
There's actually a little, I don't know how true this is, but there is a rumor floating around Twitter I saw today about something to the effect that Robert Downey Jr. has agreed to return as Iron Man in a future project. Again, I don't know the veracity of that. I mean, the rumor mill, it's so hit and miss, but it's they would definitely Marvel. It's like imagine them like trying to bring in a Tony Stark who is not RDJ now.
If they use the current one to do it. But here's the thing. I could see them bringing them back just to close out this universe. But be honest with you, Marvel they have such a beautiful story laying ahead of them with Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, and X-Men. I'm just so ready for that story right now. I'm ready to cut ties with what we've had. I've gotten 14 years of this, and they did it 15 years. They did a great job. But we've exhausted that. And we got these other characters that are just as spectacular, that have just as much roadmap to you could actually possibly eventually people say we'll never do the Infinity Saga again, you'll never outdo that. You don't know that. We haven't used Spider-Man in a way that No Way Home is the closest you've gotten out of Spider-Man, the ultimate potential. We haven't gotten anywhere near his potential as a draw yet. You're talking possibly a $2 billion over, depending on what kind of situation you get him with. Fantastic Four, Galactus, X-Men. I think the X-Men could surpass a lot of this stuff just because in the zeitgeist in general, the X-Men have for the last 30 years have been the more popular group of superheroes. With the most popular, one of the third, fourth most popular superheroes, the biggest draw in Wolverine. And the only reason why they didn't go first is because they didn't own the rights to those characters.
Well, we simply do not have the modern age of superhero movies without the first X-Men.
Yeah, you just don't have it. You don't have it. That's why people like to tell me, "Well, Blade broke the way." Listen, dude, most people didn't even know that Blade was a comic book that saw that movie. Yeah. Most people didn't even know he's an obscure comic. Unless you're reading Doctor Strange and most of those books and know about the Montesi formula and all that, you don't even know about Blade.
I knew about him from when he appeared on Spider-Man the Animated Series. So
that's about it. And a lot of people, once again, the percentage of the population that was watching that show, you see what I mean?
It was a kid's show too. I mean, it's Fox Kids.
So yeah. So now you're talking about, X-Men coming in, first theme, concentration camp. You establish Magneto and where Magneto's coming from. You establish his point of view. That was brilliant, the way they did that. And like I said, they got some big shoes to fill, but I think they can do it. Let's see.
And let me pull up Aaron's real quick here.
Yeah, we'll let you pull up.
Yeah, I can't wait for Rebel Moon. It's excuse me. Yeah, I can't wait either. And it's meant to be released on, again, the theater run we're talking about. That seems to be, again, we're still waiting for official confirmation from Netflix and from Zack Snyder himself about when that date would be, but it seems to be December 15th. But as far as when it'll be on Netflix, it's supposed to be on Netflix. The first one, Child of Fire, that's supposed to be December 22nd. And then the second one, The Scargiver, that's supposed to be April 19th.
I will drop the link here after we cover
This will, yes, we get all the topics, yeah, and it will become a call-in stream. And yeah, to kind of continue a little bit with the Rebel Moon talk. And of course, there's obviously Zach has a bunch of, Zach and Netflix have a bunch of, tie-in ancillary storytelling avenues they are setting up with this. We talked about there's novelization coming up. There's a video game coming up. There is a prequel comic on the House of Blood Axe, focusing on Ray Fisher and who's playing his sister again. Let me pull her up. Cleopatra Coleman, the Darian and Deborah Blood Axe coming up, which we actually about 2 weeks ago we got a little bit of a direct tidbits from the writer Mag Visaggio. So that was pretty good. And now alongside this, we got some additional news about it. It's going to as far as tie-ins that are going to be Rebel Moon. It's also going to include, and I'm looking at the Wikipedia on this. Yeah, it says in November 2023, a narrative podcast, an animated comic book, and an animated series all set before the films were announced to be in the works. And that ties into discussion that some of the recent interviews Zach has had, where he's talked about, he's like laid out like this entire expansive universe. He's the guy with the whiteboards on. He just lays out everything he wants to tell in any saga he's telling, and he's got that for Rebel Moon, and these two movies are just one portion of that. And these other things that we're going to be getting, they're going to be building out the universe and continuing to develop the characters to tell the story. The one I'm kind of the most interested in the sense of like what shape this is going to take is the narrative podcast. I'm kind of curious like what what that's going to be all about. Like when you say like a podcast is going to involve, is it going to involve just further stories? Is it going to involve people involved with the Rebel Moon franchise kind of coming on and giving interviews? Like I'm not quite sure I fully understand all that.
Hey, real quick, hold that thought. Once this will do this. It's still at 300, but it goes not Netflix. YouTube does that. It'll go back and forth, and like by the end of the night, I'll have like 302, and then tomorrow I'll have it's that average something. They use some kind of formula, but we hit 300, so I'm taking that victory.
Thank you, SoCal guy.
Yeah, I switched that. What did he say? Bring him up.
I said thank you, SoCal guy.
Oh yeah, he was our 300 person. That's cool. I want to meet this guy. I want to bring him on one day.
He did the opposite of kicking somebody into a bottomless pit.
Yeah. Go ahead and finish your thought about the narrative.
No, that was it. Where it's like that's the thing I'm kind of the most curious and not fully clear about is the narrative podcast relating to Rebel Moon. It's just like what exactly is that going to entail? When they say narrative podcast, is that going to be like they're adding like oral stories to it, or is it going to be are they going to be like, is it going to involve like interviews or like behind the scenes discussions? I'm not fully clear on.
Maybe that's maybe all the above.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking forward to the whole Rebel Moon thing.
Oh yeah.
And the closer I get to it, see, this is not settling. Like what I've had to do with DC, it's settling. This is actually something I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I didn't get what I originally wanted. And I'm not going to give that up. Just because Rebel is out doesn't mean I'm giving up on
JL 2 and 3. That.
Or at least something to resolve it. I'm not holding out hope for a JL 2 or 3. Or any particular forum. Whatever I get, I'm okay with it as far as like a resolution. If you want to do one big movie, gosh, they are parting.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a giant heartbeat going on out there.
That's the neighbors, and they're across the street. They're quite a distance.
I know. You know what it is? They heard that they had to feel the same way as you do about daylight savings time, and they're throwing a party too.
Well, if you're going to hold a party that you don't want to shorten, hold it on daylight savings day. I can hear them right now. They're saying "fuck daylight savings." I heard it, but yeah. The more everybody. I always heard people like, you should just how come you guys aren't supporting Rebel Moon? How come we just move on from the?
We
the
talk
DC?
about it every Saturday on here.
You know, and I'm like, listen, I can support Rebel Moon and still, you know, with all my force, drive for a resolution to a story because, I want the resolution to that story. I don't care how many Rebel Moons are done. I will enjoy every one of them, but that's not going to take my focus off of. It's just going to remind me, if anything, of what I should be getting over here. But at the same time, I am a hopeless optimist when it comes to James Gunn. I think eventually he will get around. I can't believe that he doesn't see the damage that this is. He has to understand why he's even there. And one of the major reasons why he's even there is because the damage of the credibility in the brand. And I can't believe as a fan that he's not going to want to resolve that. Will it be in the exact way that we're envisioning? No, but you know what? Maybe surprise me. I'm okay with that. I think we will get come.
To go off of that, I mean, also, I keep always going back to comments Zach made at the Full Circle event when he was asked about the Joker, Robin dying at the hands of the Joker, and he gave a little bit of detail, but he stopped short and said, I don't want to talk too much about it because it might be a spoiler for but let's sit back and wait and see, and which is him kind of teasing in his now very famous manner, but when he decides to kind of stir the pot like that, I mean he's well aware of the interest and the drive to see his story completed, and when he elects to push the buttons or stir the pot like that, I mean he knows that that's going to perk people's interest, and it's not a zero-sum game to anticipate what he is making, this new space opera sci-fi universe he's making, Rebel Moon, and also to want to see what he established with his DC saga be concluded as well.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be an either or thing.
Yeah, Netflix is like, let's capitalize on this the Bigfoot.
Oh yeah, they're straight up looking at Warner Brothers saying, okay, you know what, Snyder's fans, we'll take them.
and guess what Warner Brothers needs to say once they see those numbers? We'll take them right back. Because it's still and like I said, I think this is all good. Like I said, the people who caused all of our discrimination, they're gone. Hamada's gone, Sarnoff's gone, these people are gone. And yes, there have been some mistakes made by Zaslav and I think in James Gunn initially, but tell you what, if you gave me the option of dealing with their initial mistakes and them having to work through their issues and having the circus that they replaced, I'm going to take the initial mistakes that Zaslav and of Gunn have made. I'll live with that because they had better intentions than their predecessors do. And when you have better intentions, sometimes you get the benefit of the doubt from me if you intended to do better. When you're just like they were. Everybody hated those people because they were overtly assholes and they were proud of being assholes.
Yes.
So fuck them.
So but that's been our William and I are very consistent stance on both Rebel Moon and the Zack Snyder DC saga, where we and I think we both try to be diplomats, I think, within the fandom with the way we talk about this on the streams, where we say it's like you can support what he's doing currently while still advocating for the completion of what he initially started in his DC tenure. Yeah,
I'm not letting you off the hook just because he there's no such thing for when people say move on. You realize that you when you say that what do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, just it just doesn't mean anything. I am compelled. I love what he's doing as far as everything I've seen. Obviously, we haven't seen the movie yet, but I love what we're seeing. I love the way it looks. I love the way it feels.
It looks. I mean, it looks, pardon the pun, out of this world.
Yeah, and it could be its own thing. And I think within an instant, I think once people get a chance to see this, and if it is what I think it's going to be, I think the Star Wars comparisons will be there, and they'll be fine. But I don't think the Star Wars comparisons will hurt it. I think it'll be so unique in its own thing that it will become its own thing. And I think that this guy's got something on his hands that could surpass anything he's ever done. And I say that not as hyperbole, because obviously we know Zack Snyder, who he is and what he's done. He's done Watchmen, Sucker, all these things right now. I think what he has with Rebel Moon has the potential to eclipse anything he's ever done. And when I say that, I'm talking about famous IPs like Wonder Woman and Superman and Batman, because this is it's the right thing at the right time. It catches people that are looking for good Star Wars content that hasn't been there for a while. It catches people that were looking for Zack Snyder stuff and they haven't had some for a while like this. And it's a big space epic, and there's not a lot of that around. If you look at the last 5 decades, the two big space epic space operas has been dominated
Star Wars,
by the franchise.
Star Wars and Dune, yeah.
Or not even Dune. Star Wars and Star Trek. When you're talking about epic stuff when it comes to space, it has pretty much been those two. And for the most part, that one. And you remember you had a big gap in between Star Wars movies from 1983 to 1999, and then you went from 2005 to 2013, 14. But for the most part, the subculture of this type of movie has been dominated by Star Wars. And I think there is a market out there for something this dramatically different, but within the same space opera frame. I think it touches a lot of demographics. If you like Westerns, I think you're going to like this. If you like space opera, I think you're going to like this. I mean, you like, there's just so many things that
what and
Star Wars,
I mean, one thing I'd mention also after seeing the trailer, I mean, the one comment that Deborah Snyder had made in it might have been that Totally Film interview, where she basically said like Rebel Moon is kind of like the accumulation of his entire body of work up to this point, and you could see the seeds of that. I think in the trailer where you could see like little hints of like Owls of Ga'Hoole, you can see 300, you could definitely see a lot of his DC work in there. And what we were just saying about the dichotomy of like of his DC, his arc being concluded and his Rebel Moon arc beginning. I mean, the trailer, I mean, it scratched both those itches for me, because it's like I'm looking forward to this on its own terms, but I mean, the stuff he did where it's like I could see seeds of the Nightmare, I could see seeds of like what he was doing with the Fourth World and Apocalypse and Darkseid. It's like that made me like want to see that even more. You'll see that completed even more so. So and plus also, I mean, Charlie Hunnam's character Kai, I mean, he's got the green hood and the arrow fling goatee that everybody's picked up on, which is like, we can see where you're going there with it. So that is, I think that's a pretty good encapsulation of our stance on it as fans of Zach's body work generally, what he's going to do with Rebel Moon, what he has established with his DC saga, what remains to be concluded of that story, and how it doesn't need to, you're not a lesser fan of Zach's by maintaining this balance that we're trying to, of we want to see this finish, but we're also totally gung-ho for what he's establishing with Rebel Moon.
And here's another thing, and on that same note, I hear a lot of people say, well, if you're a Zack fan, how come you're not supporting Rebel Moon? Here's the thing, it's not a federal crime. If you look at Rebel Moon, if you came to Zack Snyder's world and you were drawn by his superhero stuff and Rebel Moon isn't for you, it's not a federal crime for you not to be in on that. And I hear a lot of people are like, well, you're just a DC fan. Well, you know what? There's no federal crime against that too. If what attracts you, that's what it is. Nobody can tell you that that's wrong. I mean, I can make a good case for you to jump on board with Rebel Moon, but at the end of the day, if it's not your stick, then I can't tell you to like it just because Zack Snyder's doing it. Not everybody falls under that. Thing.
And anyway, it's like I don't even know like what they're. I don't even know what like they're basing that on anyway, because like everybody who I see tweet Restore the Snyderverse or sell ZSGL to Netflix or whatever hashtag you're going with right now, it's like I haven't seen a single one of them who's not tweeting the trailer or tweeting, "Oh, this looks awesome" from Rebel Moon. So I don't even get the sense that anybody in the fandom isn't supporting Rebel Moon.
I don't either, but I get a lot of people who think just because they continue to yearn for what was not complete, that they're not paying attention. Now I put the chat in the room, guys. I'm going to do this in phases. So I'm going to pause the topics right now. I'm going to bring some people on for a limited amount of time. Go ahead.
Real quick. Also, I want to make this is an important point to that too. James Gunn's fan base. I mean, when he got fired from Guardians of the Galaxy, he went over to DC, started on Suicide Squad, started on Peacemaker. They were still, making calls that were eventually heeded for him to be able to complete, his Guardians saga. And, there was not a sense that they were being shamed out of that, because, you have to look at the circumstances of why people are still continuing to advocate for what Gunn started with the Guardians to be finished, in the same way that, the Snyder fan base is advocating for his DC arc to be finished, because the circumstances of how those two things were cut short, people were invested in that story and just wanted to see it completed. And the filmmaker who started it was I think in both instances, we can probably say was unfairly dismissed under, very, very unfortunate and very unfair circumstances. So yeah, I don't know if I'm sticking the landing on how I'm finishing that point, but yeah, that's also one I think is very pertinent as well.
Well, there goes that surprise, Larry. But when you get this to me, this ode to me is going to be cool. So but that sounds cool. Thank you, Larry. That's kind of cool. All right, so I got the chat link open, so I'm going to bring Anthony. I'm going to bring you in just for a limited amount.
Anthony, what's up?
So we got from 12:03 to about 12:10. And then I'll get back to the topics and bring people in later on. How are you doing, Anthony?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you, man.
Yep.
Larry, William, I sent you a link in your thing, in your Twitter account about that video. I wanted to react with you and Brad on. They're not part of. You're not gonna be copyrighted. Don't worry. If it's a cover of a song, you're not gonna get copyrighted from the actual band, because these people are not part of a big. They don't have what is it called?
You're gonna say big following?
No, not a big following. They're not part of a recording studio. They're not part and also. Could we do that article that I sent you? That deadline article?
I think you're sending it to the wrong Twitter.
The one you mean the one you sent to me about Echo?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me go in. If I
you can bring it up,
still,
yeah, because
I'm still
I think you
figuring out how to
might
bring stuff up though.
I sent it to your Sci-Fi Center.
Twitter.
Yeah, your Sci-Fi Center
Name?
Twitter.
Do you have a different name under your Twitter?
Yeah, it's my actual name with numbers behind it.
I'm looking, man. I don't see it.
Wow. Oh my God. I don't know what it is. Like, okay.
I'm looking. I'm scrolling right now to make, because I have two different Twitter accounts. One's my actual name. I barely use that one, and then the other one.
I send it to directly to your Sci-Fi Center one, not the
Instagram or Twitter.
Twitter.
I'll go ahead and send it to you again, man, too.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm still figuring out how to pull articles and such.
The band thing goes, it doesn't. Okay, if it's a cover of a band, I will still get copyright strike for it, and here's why. It's not. It's the lyrics. The YouTube has a program that picks the lyrics. So, say for instance, me and you did Holy Diver, right? You and me sang Holy Diver, which would probably kill all of our viewers. But it's not the fact that me and you don't have a following. It's going to recognize the lyrics of Holy Diver, and whoever would the record company that owns that.
The Dio album.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because they own those lyrics, they own that song. Now you get a lot of people who do covers on there and they don't get copyright struck. But the nature of my channel, I just get hit. I don't know what it is, dude, but they get me. I get copyright claims. I got
as I say a lot, it's like we were both like just sitting on pins and needles when we did the Rebel Moon trailer breakdown. It's like, oh, we really hope we don't get pulled down on this.
Yeah. Could we do the reaction to the deadline article that I sent?
Yeah, I sent that to William too on Twitter, because I'm still figuring out how to pull up articles on this present here, man. So
yeah, no, because
I got it.
And I was talking to Spidey in the chat, and I was saying that it's not in the article that we're saying that the spotlight is not going to be like.
Oh, the Marvel Spotlight banner that Echo is going to be under. Yeah, it's not going to be let. Yeah, the highlight was it focuses less on MCU continuity.
Yeah, but he was asking if it was gonna be
Am I jamming up or is he?
if it's not the continuity part, but he was asking me if it's gonna be more adult stuff.
Well, I can tell from the trailer it is.
You want to read it, William?
I go to read off.
Yeah, hold on.
So I'll go below. So below here, Echo Hawkeye spinoff series debut under new Marvel Spotlight banner that focuses less MCU continuity. So when Echo hits Disney Plus on January 10th, 2024, it will premiere under the new Marvel Spotlight banner, complete with a new intro logo scored by Oscar-winning composer Michael Giacchino. And that was the guy who did the Batman, right?
Yeah, Giacchino is Batman.
Yeah,
he's actually a director. I didn't know that.
Okay. Essentially, the new subcategory of Marvel is a branding for standalone fare versus series and movies that connect to the greater Marvel Cinematic Universe. The subcategory gets its name from an anthology comic series first introduced by Marvel in 1971, which featured new characters that readers didn't have to fully commit to over several issues. The news was announced a Friday night screening of the first 2 episodes of The District at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts in Durant, Oklahoma, as part of a larger Tata Day celebration. Per Marvel.com, Marvel Studios head of streaming Brad Winderbaum at the screening said, Marvel Spotlight gives us a platform to bring more grounded, character-driven stories to the screen, and in the case of Echo, focusing on street-level stakes over larger MCU continuity. Just like comic fans didn't need to read Avengers or Fantastic Four to enjoy a Ghost Rider Spotlight comic, he added, our audiences doesn't need to have seen other Marvel series to understand what's happening in Maya's story. Why it's ironic about about putting Echo under the new Marvel Spotlight banner is that the show actually connects to the greater MCU, and you can see that from the Kingpin and Daredevil being in the trailer. The series centers around the Native American deaf assassin Maya Lopez, who first appeared on Disney Plus's Hawkeye. Also, Vincent D'Onofrio's bad guy from the Disney Plus Netflix series Daredevil. Also starred in Hawkeye and continues the stories in Echo. That was of debatable quality. I think probably a lot of people are in unison on there. Several Disney Plus series have connected to greater MCU movies, i.e. Disney Plus's WandaVision spilled over to the movie Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, while both WandaVision and Ms. Marvel series bridge to the upcoming November 10th movie, The Marvels. 2019's Captain Marvel film connects to the Disney Plus series Secret Invasion, starring Samuel L. Jackson. And look at the new Marvel Spotlight logo here, and you click on that, and it'll show you the logo.
So William, do you think they should have waited to announce, like when they announced? Do you think they thought way too far ahead with releasing Moon Knight when they did, and waited till they did this Spotlight banner thing, the Spotlight thing that they're going to do now with starting?
So you're saying that they should have that Moon Knight should be coming out now under Marvel Spotlight with what they're laying out in terms of like continuity and doing more mature stories?
Yes. Yeah.
I could see an argument for that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, because when you look at Marvel,
I would say no.
No, because when you look at Moon Knight, it doesn't connect to any of the
yeah, it's very isolated. It's very kind of on its own.
Yeah, so I think Spotlight, and I think that's where they get. To me, I think that's what's going to happen with Blade. I think they're going to put Blade in Spotlight.
I mean, they might as well at this point with how much trouble they're having getting it off the ground.
And I think Eternals fits. Do you think Eternals fits in Spotlight, or do you think that's more of a overall thing, William?
No, I think the Spotlight thing is unique.
I'll be right back, guys.
And the story that Daredevil is told primarily is because of that. Yeah, that tone of character has already been established. With Werewolf by Night and Man-Thing, I don't think having it as Spotlight is going to change the content. I think they made what they wanted to make when they wanted to make it. Daredevil is different because you're talking about a tone that's already been
Punisher,
established,
maybe,
and it's acceptable. I don't think the general audience that enjoyed Daredevil on Netflix, and Punisher, I don't think they would enjoy different interpretations of the character that wasn't. To be honest with you, it was great seeing Charlie Cox as Daredevil and She-Hulk, but that's not the tone that people have come to expect. So them putting that in the spotlight thing is a lot different than anything else. Eternals,
Do you think they're going to have
Eternals is going to play in the. Go ahead.
Oh, can the Eternals work in both spotlight and the overall continuity, or no?
There's no need for it because Eternals is not the level of storytelling that separates you from your main MCU. It actually would connect it. If you're talking about splitting universes, alternate universes, you're talking about beings like the Celestials and Galactus and on that level. So what the Celestials represent is a means to get to where they're going. Yeah. So no, I don't see that happening.
Would they put Ghost Rider in this spotlight thing? Would Ghost Rider work in here?
They could, depending on what type of Ghost Rider they give you. You could do Marvel Spotlight.
What characters, in your honest opinion, would work in Spotlight? In your honest opinion, name
right
more,
now, no. It would basically be limited to the same characters that were in Sons of Midnight.
Midnight Suns and Night Stalkers.
That's about it. And characters like Daredevil,
Hills
characters
of Bloodstone.
Those type of characters, but like not their mainline characters.
So. So back to it's not that you're afraid you might get kicked off YouTube, William, with reacting to that video. Just because it's a cover doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get content strike.
Well, I don't think it means getting kicked off of YouTube. Just doesn't want to get the video just pulled down midstream.
Yeah, I just don't want to take chances. The other YouTubers can take chances, but what you guys got to realize though is this is a piece of the Sci-Fi Center. It's a very useful tool, and I just don't like to take risk when it comes to.
William, when you were taking a tour of your thing, your store earlier today, I asked you a question in the chat. Do you have any Funko Pops for Namora, Atuma, and Namor from the Black Panther movie?
I did. I sold I'm out of all of those. In fact, when I had the camera near the Namor, the classic one, the spot next to it was the one where they're missing. All right, Anthony. I'm going to go ahead and head back to some topics real quick, and then I'll bring people in later on. But all right, thanks for your support, homie.
Okay.
Thanks, Anthony.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Steven.
All right, so let's see your name. All right, cool. So yeah, we get that done. So all right, so we've gotten.
Oh, by the way, before we get, that was our Rebel Moon breakdown, and I think, I mean, clip notes on that. We're still advocating for the resolution of Zack Snyder's DC arc, but we are damn excited for everything Rebel Moon has coming up.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, and plus I'm classified. My YouTube channel is not a personal use. Like right now, you're on this. It's actually a business. It's actually a Sci-Fi Center channel. So yeah, there's a lot of things, a lot of different things that they hook us up on. Like if I'd have been just on my regular YouTube channel that day when we did the Tadum stuff, I don't think I would have got taken down. But who knows how they do it. But I don't know enough about what they do to take chances. I put a lot into getting these things together, and I really don't. I spent way too much time and getting that back up after that Tadum madness. I had to, by the time I won my dispute, I had already uploaded 2 separate versions of it.
Oh,
I really that video came together, and I remember being so pissed when that video got knocked off. So
yeah.
All right.
Real quick, before we kind of move on to the next proper topic, I did DM this to you before we came on. This is some Highlander news or info from Chad Stahelski regarding the Henry Cavill Highlander. William hates the word reboot coming up. And specifically, I think it was actually just last week we were talking about. You were saying, they need to bring the Queen soundtrack back. They need to bring Princess of the Universe, all of that back, and not have it be covers. Like actually have the Queen songs on the soundtrack. And he gave this I'm still trying to figure out how to actually pull up articles on here, but
Hold on, I'm not good now, but I'm having connection issues. So hold on.
Well, I'll
Am
go
I
and read off
freezing
the
and jamming
quotes.
up on you guys? On your...
Not too much, not too bad. But quick, long story short, speaking to the rap, this is from oh, you got the article?
Mm. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You buffered a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm having lag issues. Here it is. It's
Okay, this is
supposed to-
of
should be
course
coming out.
this is my one of my outlets here, Screen Rant, but it's relaying a report from the rap. Yeah, so I'll go and scroll down. Oh, yeah. Speaking to the rap, Stahelski spoke about plans for the upcoming Highlander reboot and confirmed the Queen songs would return for his movie, albeit with a mysterious caveat. Hinting that the original movie's music will return in a different way than you think, he was adamant that the Queen songs would play a role in the Cavill-led reboot. Check out his comments below. His comments are, yes, probably in a different way you think, but hardcore yes. So yeah, that's I mean, I'm still kind of keeping it pretty close to the vest there, but yeah, I mean that's the confirmation. We were going the soundtrack associated with the entirety of the Highlander franchise is going to be returning for the new Highlander. So thumbs up.
Yeah. Now, when I read that article, is it like, okay, is he saying that the original Queen songs performed by them are going to be coming back? Is that what he's saying, or is that?
I'm not sure. It didn't sound to me like he was talking about that it would be covers. So I am getting the sense that yeah, that it is going to be actually Queen. It is going to be actually Freddie Mercury's voice we're hearing.
If you go down further than that, they bring up covers and they bring up Adam Lambert, and I'm like, oh.
I don't know. So, I mean, he could be referring to it's. It might be more as like background stuff that Connor hears, or it might be like part of a montage. Because I mean, Prince of the Universe. I mean, that's played over the opening credits. I mean, it's just right off the bat. So he might, that might be his indication that it's going to be, it's going to be integrated into his Highlander, and in a somewhat different fashion. But as we've made the point very emphatically, it's like Princes of the Universe. That is the theme to Highlander. So if you're bringing it back, with Freddie Mercury. There's all the bells and whistles on it. Can't complain.
Yeah, Adam Lambert is a tremendously talented individual. It's just that once again, there's only going to be one Adam Lambert. There's one Freddie Mercury, and it's that particular out of those two, the one is associated with the sound and the design of that music. I mean, I think Adam Lambert actually gets a tough deal, because you got guys, Brian May and all the Deacon. These guys still want to tour. They still want to create music. So, and it's okay for them to carry on. It's just really tough to hear Queen without Freddie Mercury. It's just really tough because of the range,
How about you got Princes of the Universe playing in the background right now?
Oh yeah. And that soundtrack is, like I said, it's literally, you're talking about, and that's back when soundtracks you had to have if you were going to have a big movie, you had to have a soundtrack. Top Gun had to have a soundtrack. I mean, there are very few movies, back in the 80s had just scores, like, Star Wars movies and Indiana Jones movies, like Lucasfilms movies. I mean, a lot of people made their careers. Kenny Loggins literally created the cottage industry from doing soundtracks. Caddyshack, Top Gun, Over the Top. I mean, between him and like the Barge, they half of their stuff that they put out in the 80s was soundtracks. And like I said, Kenny Loggins did the soundtrack for he did a soundtrack song for Caddyshack 1 and 2. So
I hate to step, just I need to step away, just living like real quick. So just keep talking. I'll just be right back in like a minute.
Okay. So let's see. I need to see that. All right, Killer's gonna be awesome. Yeah, Killer is what? That's Fincher's newest one. So John Wick is too fantastical for my taste. For Hitman Killer movies, David Fincher's The Killer looks like it's up my alley. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot to go on with when it comes to the
John Wick. I mean, it's fun, but it's kind of absurd at the same time. So, all right. So let's see. I have not seen Frank with Michael Fassbender. My favorite Hitman films are La Samurai, Ghost Dog, and Branded to Kill. Are those foreign movies? I had that first one sounds like it's French. Let's see. That's official Chad watching sci-fi. I don't know who it is, but somebody's watching it because, like I said, we get hit a lot, and I'll go in and I'll dispute them and I'll win. But it's like, I just don't want to get to the point where I spend time on a video and then are uploading it or on a live stream only to have it taken down. That's just frustrating as hell and it's a waste of time. So yeah, I kind of play it really, really close and safe to the thing. But yeah, when this is good news. It sounds like on the surface that we're gonna get Queen songs sung by Queen, sung by Freddie Mercury for this. They even bring up in the article that there might be a backlash to people if you did it anyway. They also brought up that you might end up having periods of the movie to where the 80s would be the portion that Queen's songs are in, and if the movie advances beyond that, then you'd have newer, more contemporary music. That I can understand because it's still Queen's music in a Highlander movie, even if it's not the dominant soundtrack. I think that would be okay with people. So I'm okay with that. So it's a good subtopic we had up there. All right, so let's see what we've covered on our thumbnail here. All right, so now we're gonna head into our comic book turning point story, which now that it is the 5th of November, we are going to go into V for Vendetta. Let's bring that article up. Doctor Who. I got history of Doctor Who too. It's coming up. Let's see. All right. All right. So V for Vendetta is, in my opinion, one of, if not Alan Moore's best work as far as like front to back. I mean, it's and by the way, you can read this. They have it on it's on Internet Archive. So they've published. Here are the covers. I love this cover. I have all of these in the store. It's an 8-issue miniseries. Look at that cover price. It was $2 here in America and $3 in Canada. That's how old it was. This is issue number 1. Issue number 2. Issue number 3. This is the. He has an origin story of that created him and why he wears the mask and everything else. He was there were horrible experiments being done on him, and the lab burnt out, and that's how he escaped. And he was horribly scarred. But yeah, it was the government experimenting on him, and that's why he hates the government as much. And this is him. Each cover that they did, that David Lloyd did for these comics, it explained what was really going on in the issue. And if you ever see the movie, which is a brilliantly done movie,
Okay, back.
Hey, what's up? We're on V for Vendetta now.
Yes, awesome.
Yeah, this is where he's starting to take his vengeance upon people. And this is him attacking the infrastructure. The infrastructure was basically, the rulers and the government using the TV and the news. John Hurt in the movie does an excellent job of being the guy that's just screaming at you on the TV.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and then this is the issue where Evie was tortured. And I'm going to get you guys a premise of V for Vendetta, but I just wanted to show you the covers first. And if you read and if you've ever seen the movie, Natalie Portman is who plays her. And remember when they shave her head, this was a fake torture scene to basically see if she would break. V was trying to see if she would break and if the fear of death would cause her to become something that she wasn't. And this is him going to the railroad, but these are all the covers, and I have all these at the store. But this is probably one of the great miniseries ever done, in my opinion, and it is definitely I think Alan Moore's, and this is including Watchmen. Let me bring up the.
It's funny without Chip. We've been criticizing Alan Moore this evening.
Listen, dude. I can criticize him, but his work is.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Is bar none. So let me read you the premise. I'm going to my old standby. I know the premise, but I want to read it to you from this guy. V for Vendetta is a British graphic novel written by Alan Moore and illustrated by David Lloyd, who doesn't get enough credit, with additional art by Tony Ware. Initially published between 1982 and 1985 in black and white as an ongoing serial for the British anthology Warrior. Its serialization was completed in 1988, 1989 in a 10-issue color limited series published by DC Comics. And then collected editions were published under the Vertigo line, which was perfect for it, until that label was shut down in 2018. Since then, it has been transferred to DC Black Label, which is basically what Elseworlds, not Elseworlds, where Vertigo has become now. The story depicts a dystopian and post-apocalyptic near-future history version of the United Kingdom in the 1990s, preceded by a nuclear war in the 1980s and devastated most of the rest of the world. The Nordic supremacist, neo-fascist, outwardly Christofascic and homophobic, very homophobic in this fictional political party, exterminated its opponents in concentration camps and now rules the country as a police state. The comics follow the story's character and protagonist, V, an anarchist revolutionary dressed as in a Guy Fawkes mask, as he begins, and actually in the movie, and actually in the comic too, the comics verbatim, they actually do a good job of explaining to you who Guy Fawkes is and why he wears that mask and why it lines up with V's character. Dressed as in a Guy Fawkes mask, as he begins an elaborate and theatrical revolutionist campaign to kill his former captors, bring down the fascist state, and convince the people to abandon fascism in favor of anarchy, while inspiring a young woman, Evie Hammond, to be his protege. DC sold more than 500,000 copies of the graphic novel in the United States by 2008. To give you an indication of how massive that is, this is not a mainline character, and this is not a book that was meant for the demographic who buys those. So that 500,000 copies by 2006, and it sold more since then. That's actually amazing. Warner Brothers released a film adaptation of the same name, which is an amazing movie, written and by the Wachowskis in 2005, following the first and second season premieres of Gotham prequel. Why did they have to ruin it with that? Television series Pennyworth, 2009-2020. Showrunners Danny Cannon and Brunon Heller confirmed the series would also serve as a prequel for V for Vendetta, in which the series British Civil War eventually giving way to the Northshire government and the rise of V, and the third season featuring the predecessors of V wearing a Guy Fawkes mask. We don't really need to remember that. Anything from Gotham, I just pretty much forget. This book was one of those ones that came out in my wheelhouse when it came to reading other things besides Superman, Batman, Avengers, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man. This is one of those things that once you matured and got to the point where that wasn't enough for you, V for Vendetta was one of the very first things I picked up. If you've ever read, and we need to do some type of special on this, some type of a Sci-Fi Center presents 1984, George Orwell's 1984.
Yes.
What he depicts in this book is heavily influenced by 1984. The party is the same as the party that's in 1984. The homophobia, all that stuff, all the xenophobia, it was the same thing. And if you read 1984 was actually written and published in 1948, 1949, after World War II. What 1984 was basically George Orwell looking around the world that had been left after World War II, and basically looking, and he envisioned what it would become. He envisioned the Cold War. He envisioned a lot of these things. He envisioned, us living at the edge of war, and that's why it's just the same. Like in 1984, they're fighting a fictional war in East Asia because that war keeps the people in line. It's the same thing in V for Vendetta. They fight all these conflicts to keep the people behind them, but also to keep them in line. And the racist and xenophobia that's in V for Vendetta. If you look at 1984, there's a character, a fictional character called Goldstein. And there's a reason why he gives him that name. is because remember what went on. I mean, forget about what's going on today with Israel and Jewish people, Jewish heritage.
Yeah.
You look at it in 1948, the Jewish people in Europe were still being discriminated against. Stalin was killing a lot of them. He just got through the Holocaust, and he remembered how any particular group of people could be vilified to the edge of extinction. All you had to do is create this propaganda that these people were evil. And that's what George Orwell did. Goldstein literally didn't exist, but he was used as an enemy. And that's the same thing that the party does in V for Vendetta. It's the exact same thing. You're living under, like I said, the ultimate police state, and I've never seen it articulated in a comic book the way I saw it in V for Vendetta. And then the movie comes out, and it's like, I had my misgivings about when I first heard it was being made, but it was stunning the way it's done. I'm going to read you an excerpt from it, but I'll answer this real quick. I wish the movie wore multiple masks like in the graphic novel, and have the detective tripping on LSD when you know what? I see where you're coming from, Dark Knight, but I also have to look at it in context. There was so much in that book. They found a way to get all the nerve touching points in that. There's a lot of stuff.
I agree. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Because when you read the comic and you read this, it's two different types of brilliance. But there's some stuff in it. But the stuff that they had in, and like I said, Evie she's kind of like Neo in the Matrix. She's been living under this world, and she's been following the line that the party gives them, just like everybody else does. But she's kind of like on that fence where she's like, there's something more than this. Why am I not free? And she starts wondering, and that's how the connection with her and V builds up. He's already a full-blown revolutionist looking for revenge because of what's happened to him, and she's a wandering mind, and then they meet. But there's one scene in here where V is testing her loyalty, and I should have had this brought up, but man, I read this when I read this in the comic. And I wish I could play this. I can go ahead and read it. Okay, so I'm gonna read. Here's the V for Vendetta, V's introductory. He's like, Evie, who are you? Who is but a form of the following?
Wait, real quick. I just want to bring this up real quick, Chappie. Yeah, Chappie, we just wanted to get through all our main topics tonight. That we're going to start bringing people into the to the chat once we've gone through everything. I think we only have like one or two more after V for Vendetta here.
Yeah. I just wanted to get some out the way and then go back because I know some people are getting. But we'll get you guys in. Trust me, we're going to get you guys all in.
Oh, because you're a half hour away from getting your hour back, I think.
Yep. Or we are. No, we're an hour and a half.
Okay.
Right. we got plenty of time. All right. So, who is what form of following the function of what and what I am as a man in a mask? She says, well, I can see that. Of course you can. I'm not questioning your powers of observation. I'm merely remarking upon the paradox of asking a masked man who he is. He's like, all right. But on this most auspicious of nights, permit me then, in lieu of the more commonplace subrequisite, I suggest the character of this dramatic persona, voila, in view of humble vaudevillian veteran cast vicariously as both victim and villain by the, vicissitudes of fate. The visage no mere, I remember reading this as a kid and it fucked me up then. No mere veneer of vanity is the vicious of vox populi, now vacant and vanished. However, this hilarious visitation, and I remember Hugo even winging this, bygone vaccination sounds vivified, and the vow to be vanquished. These I can't go on, but yeah, that was his thing. But here you go, and this is why I chose this for today. Remember the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason, and plot. I know of no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot, and that's one of the cooler things from it. But I'm looking. I had it pulled up. It's just a brilliant. Hold on. Prison. There's one that and they took this part from there, and I had it brought up, but Okay, so hold on. Yeah, because there was one in here, and a lot of this about V for Vendetta is about the identity, is about the battle between the state and the individual, and who wins, how much of you is the state, and how even though the homosexuality, the homophobia that is expressed in there is not as much about homosexual and homophobia. It is about anything that's different being wiped away. And
one, and actually going off of that, let me pull this one up from Anthony. So wasn't the comic book main character for V for Vendetta based off real life anarchists in Britain during the? I think that was the case, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was sort of loosely based on that, but I'm trying to Valerie's letter.
Actually,
Valerie's letter is the one I'm
also going to pull this one up from Aaron to what happened to the V for Vendetta show. They were going. I'm not clear on that myself. Actually, I'm going.
Say that again. What was that?
What happened to the V for Vendetta TV show that they were going to make? I couldn't tell you. I'm going to go.
Probably sabotaged by Alan Moore.
Oh yeah, that's totally possible. Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm looking up. I had it pulled up, and then let's see. Hold on. All right, here we go. What is Valerie's letter simplifies? I had here we go. Valerie's letter. I had it pulled up, and that's when I loaded it up into stupid things. Oh, by the way, now that you have control of stuff,
Yep.
you get to find out how it screws up your things that you plan.
Oh yeah.
Like I had this pulled up because this is a very important part of very important. Okay, here we go. Come on. It won't. Load. All right. It has as much punch when you read this in the comic as I did when it came out, and when you hear it being read on screen. And this is one of these concentration camps that's been described here. This girl, and it shows you in the book, and it shows you in the movie. You actually see her because she's a lesbian. They're gonna put her in a concentration camp, and that's a lot of like what Hitler was doing in the 40s. Lesbian, gypsy, anything that was different got erased, and that's what the point of all this was. And so when he does the fake torture thing on Evie and puts her in a prison room, it's a real prison, and a real prisoner had been there and left a letter that she finds. And here's the letter, Valerie's letter. Let's see. I know. Should I bring this up? Let me bring this up on screen so you guys can read along. So we're gonna get rid of the covers, which those covers are beautiful. You can find those at the Sci-Fi Store. And let's go with Valerie's letter, because, like I said, it's just for something to be like this in a comic book was cool. Valerie's letter. I know there's no way I can convince you that this is not one of their tricks, but I don't care. I am me. My name is Valerie. I don't think I'll live much longer than she didn't. I wanted to tell someone about my life. This is the only autobiography that I'll ever write, and God, I'm writing it on a piece of toilet paper. The note was stuffed into bricks of paper, so that's what she's talking about. I was born in Nottingham in 1985. I don't remember much of these early years, but I do remember the rain. My grandmother owned a farm in Totalbrook, and she used to tell me that God was in the rain. I passed my 11th plus and went to a girls' grammar, and it was a school where I met my first girlfriend. Her name was Sarah. It was her wrists. They were beautiful. I thought we would love each other forever. I remember our teacher telling us that was adolescent phase that people outgrew. Sarah did. I didn't. In 2002, I fell in love with a girl named Christina. That year, I came out to my parents. I couldn't have done it without Chris holding my hand. My father wouldn't look at me. He told me to go and never come back. My mother said nothing. I had only told them the truth. I'd only told them the truth. Was that so selfish? Our integrity sells for so little, but it's all we really have. It is every last inch of us, and within that inch, we are free. I'd always known what I wanted to do with my life, and in 2015, I started my first film, The Salt Flats. It was the most important role in my life, not because of my career, but because it was how I met Ruth. The first time we kissed, I knew I never wanted to kiss another lips but hers again. We moved into a small flat in London together. We grew scarlet corsons for me and our window box. I guess those are flowers. They are flowers. And our place always smelled of roses. And roses are a big symbolic thing throughout the whole book, by the way. He uses them for the people he kills. And this was a symbol from this girl. Those are the best years of my life. But America's war grew worse and worse and eventually came to London. Wow. Reading this then in the 80s and reading this now after all the wars we've been through and after serving in one, it's just weird. After that, there were no roses anymore, not for anyone. I remembered how the meaning of words began to change, how unfamiliar words like collateral and rendition became frightening. When things like Norse Fire and the Articles of Allegiance became powerful, I remember how different became dangerous. Remember that. I remember how different became dangerous. This was been written in the 80s. Now juxtapose it on to 2023. That's how brilliant this book is. It can be put in any era and it would still be good. I still don't understand it why they hate us so much. They took Ruth while she was out buying food. I've never cried so hard in my life. It wasn't long until they came for me. It seems strange that my life should end in such a terrible place. But for 3 years, I had roses. I had apologized to no one. I shall die here. Every inch of me shall perish. Every inch, but one, an inch. It's small and it's fragile, and it's the only thing in the world worth having. We must never lose it or give it away. We must never let them take it from us. I hope that whoever you are, you escape this place. I hope that the world turns and things get better. But what I hope most of all is that you understand what I mean when I tell you that even though I do not know you, and even though I may not meet you, laugh at you, cry with you, or kiss with you, I love you with all my heart. And that was just tough. The film depiction of it is even better because while she's reading this, it's Natalie Portman's character reading this while you're showing her being taken away, while they're showing this girl growing up there, while they're showing the world changing and going through all this. And when you look at what was happening, so this book came out, it was written in 1982, but it actually hit the public, it hit mainstream in 1988. So in 1988, we were knee deep in the AIDS crisis, and there was a lot of homophobia going around. But when you look at this, it's not just that. It's Alan Moore, and he's doing exactly what George Orwell did, but he's doing it in a which was a 30 years later modern, 40 years later, much more modern terminology. But you can tell when you've gotten something brilliant. And like I said, for every bit the asshole that Alan Moore is, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. You take Watchmen, and you can throw Watchmen in any era. You're still going to have the same concerns that we have now. Music may be different, scenery may be different, but it's the same concerns. You look at V for Vendetta, the totalitarianism of the whole thing, the homophobia is there. Everything that we're still dealing with today is here, but in here it's realized. Government, politicians becoming instruments of the erasure of anything that's different, anything that looks different, anything that sounds different. Not only is that a connecting thread to 2023 going into 2024, but it's a connecting thread to the worst disaster the world's ever seen in World War II. And he does it without necessarily, there will never, I don't think we'll ever have, like, goodness, we'll never, the world will ever experience another world war like World War II. But when you strip down all the extremes of what happened in World War II and just leave the mechanics bare of World War II, the things that caused it are still prevalent in the world today. But in that line when I read, I don't know when different became dangerous.
Well, I think like what you just said there, I mean, that's exactly what we're seeing right now going on in the Middle East.
Yeah, America's war came to us. That's the way the world looked at us for a while. Is we were the ones that were either in the wars or fighting the wars. Even though a lot of those people, wanted, especially Britain, wanted us to come in the war. But it's the fact that war and conflicts was used to control. And if you looked at World War II, that's what they did. I mean, fascists did that. Stalin did that. They created, and in 1984, they created this fear. and gave people a target. That's why I say Goldstein. Goldstein was used specifically because he had a Jewish name, and that was the personification of what you were supposed to hate. And all you have to do is supplant Goldstein with anything else that you wanted to hate or anything different. And the people bought into it. There was enough people in the V for Vendetta's there was enough things in enough people in all these societies, real life and comic, that were in the Nazi era. There was enough Germans that bought into it that allowed it to happen. In 1984, even though it was you were being controlled by the state, there was, in order for the state to have gotten the power that they got, enough people had to buy into it. Enough people had to have the hatred for anything different for it to come, for those people to get into power. And it's the same thing with V for Vendetta. V for Vendetta not only is its content and its premise is stunning. You just from just a little I read, what I read from you that came from a comic book. That poem about somebody writing, which is basically the last thing that the last bit of communication that they're ever going to give, that's in a comic book. That's heavy. And like I said, 1988, 1989, that's even heavier when you consider we weren't there yet as far as a society and as far as comics. That's why we had Vertigo. That's why we had these things, because you could not tell these type of stories in a traditional comic book. But it was dealing with a lot of things at the time. Homosexuality in the mid to late 80s was a taboo topic, and Alan Moore tackled it. Fascism and things like that, distrust in the government was considered unpatriotic if you spoke out against the government, even past the Vietnam era. But everything else is there. When you take away all the personalities, everything else that is in V for Vendetta, you can go 20 years, 30 years forward, or you can go to 20 years, 30 years backwards from when he wrote it, and it's very relevant. But this line, the poem of that, to me, is the identity of the miniseries. This miniseries, just like 1984, and just like any of these states that operate like that, it is to suppress all that is different and to suppress the individual. I don't know how many of you in the chat have ever read 1984. There are excerpts in 1984 that I read over and over again because the words have weight even now. So that's what makes V for Vendetta special. As far as a turning point, it was just another one of these things, along with everything else that happened, like with Vertigo or anything else, that lets you know that a comic book can be something different than, villain versus superhero or world-ending, thing. We all have to stop it. I mean, those things were great, and they still are. But this was one of those things, and the 80s was very important for that, and letting you know that you could use this. Mouse is another one. You could use this format to tell a very, very heavy story. And when you see what's going on in the book and how it's drawn, the artist does an excellent job of letting you roll. Like when I'm reading to you, you're often an expert. When you read it on the pages, you're reading it in comic book form, and you're seeing these things happen. When they tell it to you in the movie, they tell it to you. Now I know the movie leaves out a lot, but it doesn't leave out this. This is in the book, in the movie verbatim, and it drives the point. And there's another thing that he does right after he reads his letter, when she thinks she's being captured by the state, and it's really V. Spoiler alert! It's the old movie, and
I mean, spoiler alert, like what, 18, 19 years after the fact.
But there's a scene in there, and it's actually better in the movie than I thought in the book, where he comes to her. He's not wearing it. He's just a shadow, and he's been torturing her all this time. She thinks it's the party, thinks she's in prison, and he's been threatening her this all the time. If you don't tell me what I want to hear, if you don't repent, or if you don't, embrace this, embrace that, we're going to take you out back and shoot you. That's been the whole mantra of the thing. And then finally she says, I'm just ready to be shot. And then he asks her, so you're ready to die? And then she says, yes, because she's ready. V has instilled in her to the point where she would rather die than be anything else than what she is. And that, especially after reading that letter. And then his response to her is, then you really are free. And then he walks away. You still think it's a guard. And then he leaves the door open, and she walks out, and it's V putting on his mask again. She's like, you bastard, you tortured me, everything else. He's like, I had to know. He should know what your loyalty was, and if you were for real. you know, if you were really loyal to this cause. And she hits him. She's like, you bastard, you cut my hair. She shaved his hair. It's all kinds of stuff. And he grabs her and he's like, you've grown up in this world and you've grown up in their system, and they took your family and you just moved on. They took your brother. They took all these people and you moved on. And you thought that your life was the only thing left that they had to take from you until you lived in that fear. And then when you reached the point where you were ready to die, then you were as free as you'll ever be. And he says, enjoy the moment. And it's written in the book, in the comic, but this is one of those cases where Hugo Weaving amplifies it. His whole demeanor and Natalie Portman's this might be her best movie in my opinion. And I know
What are you talking about? Thor: Love and Thunder, that masterpiece from last summer.
I can't do this anymore because you can actually add yourself back in. But anyway, he takes her to the roof and she's like, you know, it's one of the best scenes in the movie. But like I said, this is one of those comic adaptations and books where you can go back and forth, and seeing an emotion picture is very stunning, but reading it is also equally as stunning. I really love this work from him. It's my favorite. It's my favorite Alan Moore work, even more so than Watchmen. It's my I think it might be my favorite Alan Moore adaptation. But like I said, just separate from the curmudgeon he's become, and just you look at this. When you read something like this, if I were to read this to you in any other show in any other format, you would think this came from an actual real person that's no longer with us, not a comic book. So if you ever did an interview, where did that come from? What inspired you to put this in a comic book?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's just like, and then so yeah.
And if he did an interview about it today, I'm sure it'd be a very awkward interview.
Yeah, freedom and slavery. Yeah, and like I said, it takes a lot from. It takes a lot from 1984, but in all the best ways, because 1984 is a premonition. It's a premonition of what George Orwell thought the world was turning into as he was watching. He was living in London. He, like Churchill, he saw the Iron Curtain. Remember the Iron Curtain speech from Winston Churchill? These are things that he saw coming. So when you see Alan Moore writing about him in the 80s and the 90s and stuff like that, you're seeing what has happened. You're seeing what happened with the Cold War. You're seeing what happened with communism. You're seeing what happened to the crushing of individuality. You're seeing what happened in Tiananmen Square. You're seeing all these real life things that came through. And you're seeing not only that, but you're seeing the AIDS crisis. You're seeing the propaganda that was used to demean people who are homosexuals. You were disease spreaders. Different, becoming dangerous. And a lot of the stuff that happened then. So if you should be, I think you should, 1984 should be suggested reading when you're in school. But I also think if I were teaching an English lit class or a history class, we're reading this. I know it's a comic book, but he looked at society and then turned to his page to start writing. And that's one of the things that Alan Moore was just, I don't think there's anybody better than him. And the Watchmen was the same thing. He was doing Watchmen in real time. He was writing we were dead I was there. We were in the heat of the Cold War. We were on the edge of nuclear extinction, as far as if anybody ever made a mistake or anybody misconstrued something for another.
And this is no joke. It's like I was not around for that. I mean, I was probably I think I was like 3 years old, or whenever it was when the Berlin Wall fell and the Soviet Union collapsed. So that is something that I did absolutely miss out on.
I was born. I was literally born 100 feet away from Checkpoint Charlie. I was born in Berlin, Germany. And so in 1985, 1986, this is, Soviets in Afghanistan. I mean, you were knee deep in it. And he looked at that, but he also looked at the fear, what Watchmen was about. And the same thing that he did here, the fear of the conflict, the fear of annihilation, the fear that enemy is what people use to basically, they gain power. I'm the guy who could stop this from happening. You just have to listen to what I say and go get those people. And it was a demagoguery that I think Alan Moore, it's a consistent theme with him as well. And I think he does the best at it. So Viva Vendetta, like I said, the Music Man, if you can get your hands on it, you can get it on digital. Everybody in here, this is the whole point of these Turning Point comic stories. I will never be able to express to you the innards of this book and in the way it's portrayed. I mean, that way I can give you how I felt when I read it, but I'm really wanting you guys to go out and grab it yourselves and read it. And hopefully it has the same effect on you as it did on me. This book changed me in my comic book collecting. It's one of those ones that was the right book at the right time. And what was going on, I'm seeing, the homophobia in this comic while I'm watching it happen in school that I'm in. I'm seeing the Cold War, happening and, coming to an end while I'm watching about, totalitarianism. I'm in high school reading about the Holocaust, reading about Mussolini, reading about Hitler, reading about Franco, reading about all these people, Pol Pot, all these people that gathered power and collected power. I'm reading about all this in real time while I'm collecting this comic. So for me, it was just like it was a connection right there. I don't know if a lot of people reading it today will be able to make that same connection, but they will be able to make a connection. They will be able to make their own connection. So I always, even you, Brad, you weren't alive when a lot of this stuff was going around, but I guarantee you, no matter what point in history you were born in or grew up in, you're going to be able to read V for Vendetta, and you're going to be able to look at the society that you know as being familiar, and you're going to see some shit. And I hope it moves you like it moves me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can tell from the date. I mean, obviously, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, this was perfect timing to, on the 5th of November to do a turning point topic on V for Vendetta.
Yeah. I mean, that poem is my favorite part. I struggle to finish it sometimes. Like I said, I'm not a teary-eyed guy, but it's just I every time I read it, this is some person that is at the end of their lives and still felt it was important to let someone else know what they went through, and that even though at the end of it all, that they didn't have any regrets. And that gave her the strength to tell her captor, I'm ready to die. Take me out back and shoot me. And that was the whole thing V was trying to teach. That was the whole thing he was trying to push. If you're not afraid, if they threaten you with death, and that's all these despots do. They threaten you with death, and massacres, and mass killings in real life and in comics. If they threaten you with death and you're no longer afraid to die, then they don't, that you're free. And that's the message he wanted to tell to society, is that, they've already taken your soul. They've already taken your identity. You're already dead. You're just walking around and serving their purpose. You're not free. And what is death? What is, and it brought up a lot of broad terms about what was worth it. I mean, he comes off like an extremist, but when you narrow down what he's telling you, once you get out and he's like, there's a lot of hyperbole in there and a lot of like long paragraphs he does like to confuse you, to never let you get to the point. But he does that on purpose. But when he's actually talking to you, when he's actually talking to Evie, and like I said, that scene where she reads the letter and she finds out that it's the letter is real. He's like, the whole scenario in which I captured you, that was fake, but that letter was real. That was written by a real person, and that person went to their death, however they died. That's how they felt when they wrote, and that letter is not one out of fear, and that was cool.
Yeah,
and every time
absolutely.
I read that, it's like, it's stunning.
Well,
it's like I could put this anywhere. I could apply this anywhere, and it's in a comic book. My genre, which I've grown up defending, like, oh, you're a comic book reader, you booger eating fool. You know what? Fuck you. Here's the V for Vendetta. And why don't you read this? Why don't you read this right here and tell me what a nerd I am? And I'm like, wow. And I remember bringing it to my history teacher, and and she read it. I got my Miss Ariel. I never forget her name. I bought this to her, and I told her, hey, read this. I think this is stunning. And she's our history teacher, and she's Jewish. She was German, and it brought her. She had to sit down, because she's like, this is a comic book. I'm like, yeah, this is a comic book, because I'm like, the nerd in school. Everybody's making fun. But no, this is what's happening. This is what I'm reading. This is what's developing me. And then and then like the same guy's writing a Killing Joke. But this is how brilliant Alan Moore is. That's what he did when he was at his best. Forget about the all the other stuff. Just realize what this guy can do. And it's That adaptation, like I said, it's just as stunning when you hear it as it is when you read it, because they don't. This is it. They don't cut it. This is not edited or anything else. When you hear it in the movie, it's word for word. And I just really, I just like I said, I just really enjoyed it, and I read it. I have it at the store. There's there's different versions of it. There's one I just sold the other day that came with a mask, his actual mask, and then ignorance is strength. Yeah, and like I said, a lot of these things. When you read 1984, and everybody should be reading 1984. 1984 is just great. I think this might be. I know he's going to be known for the old Lord of the Rings stuff that he did, and then
Mr. H. Smith.
Yeah, but this is, even though you never see his face in this, he probably delivers, in my opinion, his best performance in this. Let's see.
He never misses a beat. Weaving. I mean, it's like he's never. He's always on fire. I mean, whenever he was Red Skull, when he's Smith, when he's Lord of the Rings. I always thought before Man of Steel, and Michael Shannon, I had been fan casting Hugo Weaving as General Zod for a long time. So yes,
he could do anything. I read V for Vendetta in high school, and it changed my life and views on the world. Growing up in a conservative town smack dab between LA and OC, I read it when I was living in San Bernardino. It is just like I said. You read that, and that's why I kept it up on the screen, and I'm like, wow. It's like the person who's writing that has every reason to give up, but she doesn't. And Evie has every reason to give up, and V even said it. They've taken everything from you, and you thought that was all that you had but when I came to you and Ted, I was ready to take your life, and you were ready. Then you were free. And like I said, he does it. I would bring that up, but that, you might as well just go get the book. But that scene at the end of the series, near the end of the series, I think it's an issue at 9, I think it is, where she gets her head shaved and she's tortured and all this stuff, and it's just basically, and you realize this entire book was about not losing your identity. What was more important, living or living something that wasn't real? And when she says that line in there, everything turned to shit. Basically, is that's not what she said, but everything turned bad. But for 5 years or 3 years, I had roses. So she was willing. It was worth it for her to be what she was for that time that she had. It was worth it how it ended, which was very powerful. It's very powerful. It's like it's like that scene in City of Angels or Nicolas Cage. When, like I said, spoiler alert, it's another old ass movie. Before, when Nicolas Cage becomes a human, and because he fell in love with Meg Ryan's character, and as soon as he does it, like literally the next day, she gets hit by a truck and dies. So now he's stuck on Earth without her. And the other angel asked her, "Was it worth it? Would you, if you known how this was going to end, would you have given up everything you gave up?" And he said, "Yeah." Just for the mere moment that I was in her presence and smelled her hair, just for those hours or days I had, it was worth an eternity. And this is coming from an angel who's been around an eternity. So when you have these stories like this, where the person, the antagonist or protagonist, is willing to give up what is told to us all of our lives, is the most important thing we have. And that's another lesson V for Vendetta tells you, or at least he's trying to express. Whether it's true or not is up to the individual. Is your life the most important thing you had, or is your cause or your identity? Which one is more important, and which one is preyed upon to create an environment like that one? So yeah, I don't think I can say any more about this than I've already said.
Yeah, I mean, you left no stone unturned there, man.
Yeah, the next step is for you guys to find it wherever you can. If you need me to get it to you, I can get it to you. It's on DC Infinite. You can go on DC's website. It's on there. It's worth it if you don't want to buy all the books. You can go to any Barnes and Noble and get the collected edition. I have the collected edition as well. I also have the movie, and it's worth your time. It starts a conversation in your head that you might not be ready for, to be honest with you. But yeah, there you go. So let me get with the TV show World War Color is probably the best World War II documentary, especially at the end of the series when they say the world was saved, but at what cost? Yeah. Watch that series, And that series is stunning because it gives you some very graphic footage, and seeing it in color is even more stunning. And yeah, 20 million Russians died. That's just alone. 450,000 Allied soldiers died. You know, in Japan, I mean, millions. I mean, yeah, you look at it's like I said, I don't think we will ever have that again, because I think if you look at it, everybody looks at the history and the cost. It's nobody wants to do that again. Moss is a great way to learn about the atrocities of European Jews facing them. Yeah, and I remember we had to. Not every place wanted to carry that. Not every bookstore when I was growing up wanted to carry that, and that was a big one. William, I just want to make sure Source Code is on your watch party list. It's sci-fi Hitchcock, but ultimately about military stuff. I'm psyched to hear your take on it. I have not seen it, but I will go ahead and put it on the list. You know, we would have been one movie into that list if I knew what I was doing today. But yeah, Source Code. Let me go ahead and email me about that. I have a bunch of emails from myself because I will fucking forget. I'm that.
No, I do the same.
When I look at the emails, I'm like, why am I have so many emails? Oh, okay, because he wanted me to do that. All right, copy and paste it. That's on. That'll be on the list. So, yeah, I can't tell you how much more I love this book. I love the dialogue in it. Like I said, the pictures are great. From a comic book fan, pictures are great. I could read this book to you and just let you know who's speaking and what characters are speaking, and this would read like something you'd want to hear, let alone see. I mean, it's just the dialogue was perfect. But yeah, we're quite 1984, I think it is. And when I was in school, it wasn't. You could pick it as a book report, and you can do it. William was showing it on the internet. Actually, yeah. Let me put that in here. I don't know if it's just the covers or Internet Archive is pretty cool, but it gave me the best visions of the covers. So there's your link there, and let's see. I know the actual comic itself you can actually get on. You can get right on like I said, DC Infinite. It's all of Alan Moore stuff is on there, but I think Internet Archive has the whole thing on there. I think they got rid of the actual books themselves, though, because there was a copyright issue. Let's go here. No, they got the whole damn thing on here. Yep, here you go. Oh wow. So you can. Oh yeah. So if you go to the internet, you follow that link and just type in the search engine, you can actually get the whole thing. As much as I want you to go buy comics, because I'm a comic book salesman, it's more important that you read this. Sometimes you just I've done things where I've actually given away some stuff because I thought that person really needed to read it. They told me the kind of stuff that they were into, the kind of stuff that they read, and I'm like, you know what? Here, take this and just get back to me. You end up keeping.
So what would you give them if their only exposure to Howard the Duck is that movie?
Just the Howard the Duck comic. Just the comics themselves. Feeling so. All right. Yeah, Vince, I agree. Source Code. That scene of him couldn't been so. Yeah, I mean, there's just like I said, and the movie itself. I think the movie's on HBO Max. Like I can't.
Yeah, it should be.
But it's a great. How you doing, Droga?
Hey, Droga, what's up?
I don't know if they do daylight savings in Australia, but
by the way, we're 50 minutes until you get your hour back.
Woohoo! I just basically shit on my own party by reading you V for Vendetta and how I feel about it. So I need to, because that will take the air out of everything. But I felt it necessary. Any comic book person in there, with any credibility, should want that's a stunning book. And like I said, there's a lot more in it, just like that poem. That poem is the most stunning thing about it. But the dialogue, the entire thing, just hearing him talk in his theatrical way that he's talking.
Which
Am I right?
yeah, because
This is-
we're celebrating it. William is celebrating getting the hour back that we lost from daylight savings time back in March.
Woo! Daylight saving, the biggest crock of shit
Clap that up, man.
ever fucking made, dude. I mean, like I said, I have spent the last 6 months trying to find something more meaningless and more worthless to society than daylight fucking savings, and I can't. 180 days of looking.
Even the duck.
Howard the Duck had some entertainment value to somebody. Daylight, what is daylight savings have? And the reasons why we keep it. You want to hear something even dumber than daylight savings itself? The reasons why the people think we should keep it. We're getting more accidents. I'm like, what the fuck? I can't get out of here. How about the depression? You know, living in 120,000 degree heat and having hours of sun. How about that? So yeah, V for Vendetta. Oh, here we go. Oh, hold on, guys. You know what? No, I'm gonna put this in. I'm gonna put this clip in here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna play it because not gonna catch me. But I'm gonna put this is one of the scenes I'm telling you guys about, and it's a powerful scene, and it's not just this scene. It's the scene. I think it's the scene connected to that where he's talking to her about. Imagine where you are right now. You know, how you've lived your whole life in fear, and now you no longer have that fear. You know, enjoy it. And it was just, I can't even paraphrase it. It was such a powerful scene. So that's why I'm wearing a hat.
That's why he's a conehead tonight.
Yeah, blow the nose shaker. Yep, daylight savings. Celebrating that lost hour. No, we're celebrating the hour we're getting.
The hour, the return of the hour. Yeah.
Damn it! Nobody ran on my parade today besides me. Ray already tried it.
Ray, reminding us of the cyclical nature of daylight savings time.
Yeah, we don't need to hear about that tonight. Time travel, bitch. Oh, yeah, time travel. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Doctor Who here pretty soon. Yeah. William actually got me thinking about how messed up it is for an actual hour to be stuck. Yeah, there we go. Let the Admiral Palpatine says, let the hate flow through you. Yes. But you can let that hate go for another 6 months.
Well, as Dark Side would say, that hour shall be mine.
Yep. Okay. You mean that Wix commercial when I clicked the link as the Wix commercial? What are you talking about? You click the link, copy debugger. Let me put it in there. Hold on. Let me put it in the browser. Oh, if you don't have YouTube Premium, it's going to give you the commercial. So let the ad run through. William is a zippy pointed head comic book nerd tonight. Just take away the pointed head, and that's me every night. So we need to celebrate getting the time back. Yeah. Yes, indeed. And speaking of time, let's talk Doctor Who.
Yes.
I how much time? I hope I did B for Vendetta the justice.
Oh, yeah, I think you. I mean, I don't know what else there is to say on it other than everything you just laid out there.
If one person,
I think you might have just given the definitive, YouTube rundown on B for Vendetta tonight, and on the 5th of November, perfectly.
Yeah, 5th of November. Yeah. But for those of you, like I said, if you read this, let me know. Get back to me how you feel about it, how it changed you. If you've already read this, and go read 1984. I put these things out there so that people can experience the same things I felt when I read them. That's my whole goal in life these days, other than the basic stuff, paying taxes, living, dying, is to not relive certain experiences, but to put them in other people's hands and see how they held up. How does this hold up after 33 years? And I think it holds up very well.
Agreed.
So, all right. So here's my Doctor Who thing. So we're coming up on the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who. We've been talking about.
Yeah, and as I said, I am a complete newcomer to Doctor Who, so I'm just, just have at it, man. I'm just a listener on this one.
Well, okay. So I have a thing that. Hold on. Here we go. So and we're going to talk some Hendrix. Doctor Who, for those of you who don't know, is a time traveling alien. He's been around since 1963, starting with William Hartnell's playing of the very first Doctor. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up a very cool graphic for us. Actually, did I have it in the brand? No, let's see. I think I sent it to myself. Here we go. Download that. I did all the prep for the show at the store, and then I decided that I wasn't going to do it at the store, so I had to download the whole file here. Let's see, so we'll just do it this way, and yeah, I'm gonna have to walk you through all this this share screen stuff because it is kind of, and not only that, they changed a lot of it too, so it's not like it was before. Share whole window, entire screen, just a window. No, it won't come up. Hold on, I gotta bring it up, down. Go. All right, make it big. And there we go. Entire screen window. Damn it. This is the part that makes me sick. I'll just upload it. I'll just upload it. Man. Cancel. Yeah, this is a pain in the ass. This is the part you don't want to learn, by the way.
Yeah.
It doesn't do it right. We're going to upload the overlay, download. So here we go. I can talk over the overlay. I wanted to have the picture up there, but this is fine. All right. So there is Doctor Who. All right. And this is all the way up to the current Doctor Who. So, all right. Starting from number one. Number one is the first Doctor played by William Hartnell. He was Doctor for 3 years. He was the first one. He was the first person ever in the concept. He started with an episode called An Earthly Child. He originally had a granddaughter, which they retconned out, but this was the first time. Now, Doctor Who premiered on November 22nd, 1963. The pilot episode did. It was a ratings disaster because for those of you who know that date, you'll know why. The entire world was watching coverage of the Kennedy assassination. So that's why when you look up the episode of Earthly Child, the pilot, they redid the pilot and they added some stuff to it and they premiered it the next week. But that's why that's a historical. And then Patrick Troughton was the Doctor number 2. Number 3 was John Pertwee. And then the most famous one up to that point, that the one that actually broke through to America, and we were talking about this the other night, Tom Baker. Tom Baker, for a lot of people, especially in my generation and before, is the preeminent Doctor Who because he was the first one that we got here in America on a regular basis. Prior to this, the other 3 were very, very limited runs on TV, and they were all on BBC, and you didn't have them in America. But with PBS showing things, showing British science fiction, showing all kinds of BBC stuff, we got Doctor Who. Followed by the 5th Doctor, which was Tom Davidson, which is actually the father-in-law to the 10th Doctor, which was David Tennant. After him, you had hold on, I want to bring up the list and all the years that let's see, because he was the 6th Doctor. I want to make sure I get all right, so that was Colin Baker. Colin Baker got 3 seasons actually, but he came in. These doctors that came after the 4th Doctor were in a time where things were starting to wane down for the show. It was actually in a bad spot. And after him, you had Sylvester McCoy. And after Sylvester McCoy, you had a hiatus from 1989 to 1995, and this is Tom McGann. He was only in a movie, and so he was in 1996, and from 1996 to 2005 there was no Doctor Who. So and for like a 15-year period there was only a television movie, a British television movie, on which Doctor Who, after being around for 30-40 years, there was nothing Doctor Who until Sci-Fi Channel and BBC got together and brought in this guy Destro there, and he would be the 9th Doctor. And he would only have a year. Christopher Ellison, most of you know him as Destro and other things. Then from that point, we would go on to probably, which is arguably most people's in the modern era's most favorite Doctor, and that's the 10th Doctor, which is David Tennant. He had the second longest reign. Tom Baker had a 7 years from 1974 to 1981. This guy right here, David Tennant, had from 2005 to 2010. After him is my favorite Doctor, Matt Smith. Most of the episodes you'll hear me refer to come from his era. The Vendetta Open is from him. I thought he had the best stories surrounding him. Peter Capaldi is the only Academy Award winner to ever play the Doctor. He won an Academy Award for Caligula, I think, his screenplay. And then Jodie Whittaker, the first female Doctor, which led to David Tennant coming back in a weird story that we're going to find out more about. And then, hey, the first about Doctor of Color that will succeed him. So Doctor Who's we're about to come up on 60 years of Doctor Who, and it's absolutely one of my favorite. Yeah, I got you. I had my mind mixed up. That's why I pulled up the list. And even though I know all these by heart, it's 1:00 in the morning. The 11th is my favorite. I'm about to rewatch episodes, those of which I have watched since I believe 5 years, I think. Yeah, like I said, the Vendetta Opens is I think if you're ever trying to explain Doctor Who to somebody who's not in the Doctor Who, and they're going to give it a chance. This is the Vendetta Opens is the episode I would give them, and like I said, you have all the other ones that are good, like you have the angels and all that, but those are added on characters. But there are things that are in the Vendetta Open that gives you the premise of the time travel, that helps out with the premise of what the Doctor is. Because in order to understand and appreciate what Doctor Who is, you have to understand the premise of what he is from beginning to end, whether it be from 1963 all the way up till now. And I'm trying to the Impossible Astronaut's another great episode from his. There's one, The Girl Who Waited. The Girl Who Waited is my second favorite Doctor Who episode in that Matt Smith era. I'm going to put that in there. And remember what I said, as they get into the modern storytelling of Doctor Who, the consequences of being his companion become very, very real. It's not a cartoony type of situation. It's not some 70s sci-fi situation. People are having real life consequences from being from being along his side. William, you got me hooked on. Good.
Mission accomplished after the almost like a college level lecture on Beaver Vendetta there.
Yeah, if I've accomplished any thing tonight. Hey Chappie, I will be on the air tomorrow. I'll get with you then.
There, Chappie.
Yeah. But yeah, he's my favorite Doctor. The Girl Who Waited is one of my it's a fucked up episode, and there's a scene in it where it's a hard episode to explain. But there is a different version of Amy Pond that comes about, and only one of them is only one of them can come through a certain doorway that the Doctor controls. And there's one that keeps trying to get to that door, and because there's time travel involved, there's she's been waiting for 37 years, and then you have the Amy Pond at the beginning of it. It's a tough story to watch, but yeah, I was big on this one. Let's see, I like most of them. Iron Fist is a week. Oh, Oh,
Hey,
okay.
Yeah,
you
no,
talk-
listen, season 2. I'm telling everybody, season 2 makes up for season 1 on Iron Fist, like by a long shot. That's like you're talking. It's like that's a comic I'm intimately familiar with on the Marvels. I really got into it with the Matt Fraction's run on Immortal Iron Fist. So yeah, didn't have the strongest start in season 1. Season 2 made up for it, and I'm hoping with Echo and Daredevil Born Again, it's that leads to a pathway for all the Marvel Netflix characters to come back, and including Iron Fist, especially with where they left off in season 2, if they do end up doing like a proper continuation from where all the Netflix shows left off.
Yeah, they didn't do. I didn't think the character of Iron Fist got off to the best start, but I thought it rounded out into something that was watchable.
Yeah. Season 2, like I said, season 2 is a total. It's a total 180 from season 1. It's like season 2 is what season 1 should have been.
Yeah. Now, if you are watching Loki and you are enjoying Loki, I think you'll enjoy Doctor Who. You may not enjoy every episode of Doctor Who, but there are certain episodes. If you don't ask of episodes that I can give you, like I said, obviously The Girl Who Waited, The Pandorica Opens, Angels in New York, The Weeping Angels, The End of the World Part 1 and 2, which was the end of David Tennant's run. Rose, the original introduction of Rose Tyler. There's a lot of episodes that I can walk you through, but if you're enjoying Loki right now, I think if you haven't gotten into Doctor Who, I think you're a Doctor Who fan in disguise. You're a Doctor Who fan in waiting. You're just waiting to be born. So that my whole point of bringing up Doctor Who was to make that connection with that, because the time travel and the paradoxical stuff is real. It's real deep in both of those IPs. So, all right. So, what's up? Vincent and the Doctor, such a beautiful episode. Yeah. Let's see. Talking Netflix, Marvel. Let's see, hold on, I'm just sorry. They're all over the place in this chat. Oh yeah, they're talking Netflix shit. All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so my next topic after that. What else I have left?
I think the last one is just Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix. Ah, my goodness. Let's see. Do I have him? That's my music turning point. Jimi Hendrix, arguably the greatest guitarist of all time. I think.
Oh yeah.
Black Sabbath gets credited for heavy metal, for the creation of heavy metal into a very large degree. I can see that. I can see where you would look at Tony Iommi's riffs and his revolutionary stuff,
and with Hendrix, yeah, it's just always. I mean, what you just said about the greatest guitarist of all time, and it's always you always have to countenance the fact with that he only lived to be 27, and just the potential that was just cut short with that.
Yeah, and had only 4 albums in a 4-year career. For somebody that had a 4-year career, he's looked upon as, it's almost like he lived 1,000 years, you would think, just by the career that he had. I mean, I think his music has affected every walk of life. I mean, even comic book movies. You watch Watchmen, All Along the Watchtower is a song that they're playing while they're on their way to Ozymandias. He's influenced a lot of he influenced Slash. He influenced in some ways he influenced Eddie Van Halen. He even influenced Pete Townsend of The Who was a contemporary that was around while he was around. Pete Townsend was pissed that he had to go off after that Monterey Pop Festival. The Who had to follow Jimi Hendrix off of that burning guitar stage. That's how influential he was at, and to die at 27 before I don't know where he would have gone with that sound if he'd have lived to be at least what he did in 4 years was so impactful.
4 years, 4 years. Yeah, just to make that kind of an impact on music in 4 years.
I mean, he's only, you're talking about 4 years, and 4 albums. That's kind of like James Dean. James Dean did 3 movies, and 2 of them were nominated for Academy Awards. I mean, so the amount of work that he did, dead before I was even born, but I can still hear the echoes of his Fender, like throughout my entire life and throughout every genre of music. Prince, I believe, was heavily influenced by Jimi Hendrix, both in style, look, and the way he sounded.
Oh, here's a good one from Aaron right here. I believe he was in the original Woodstock, right? Yeah,
He did
yeah, I
the
knew
national
that.
anthem. Yeah, he did. I remember he did his version of the national anthem was one of the most famous pieces of music ever, and it was controversial because he was. It was if you listen to Jimi Hendrix interpretation of the national anthem, there's all kinds of bombs going off. He's using the guitar to make bomb sounds. He's using the guitar to make rapid fire sounds. He was posted. He was actually in the military. He was a parachuter, and he got out. He got injured and he got out. But he was against the Vietnam War. A lot of people in that era were against the Vietnam War. But Woodstock in 1969 was, right in the heart of the Vietnam War, and a lot of protesting. So, he was playing. For him to be playing the national anthem, the Song of America, and using it as a protest was ingenious at the time. It was very controversial, and a lot of people didn't like him for it. But in history, looks at him in a different way because 50 years later, you look at that piece of work that he did on that stage as something that's just it's frozen in time. But he had a great band around him too. I mean, experience. I mean, Noel Redding, the bass, he was a great guitarist on his own, but he was a great musician in general. He was a great lead musician as far as like he was from what I've heard from the two people that performed with him, Nigel, and that he was the easiest person to write music around because he just gave you this raw chord, and you just wrapped your music around it. It was like the only person I've ever heard about that other than Eddie Van Halen would be Brian May.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. 4 years. 4 years for him is like a million.
Yeah, hell yeah.
When you think of Jimi Hendrix, you think of, like I said, you just think he lasted forever. It's like JFK or Martin Luther King. These people that died young, because you remember them in history, you think they lived forever, but they really didn't. Martin Luther King was 39 years old. He didn't even make it to 40. JFK was 46 years old when he died. These guys are such giants. And Jimi Hendrix, 27. He was a few months shy of his 28th birthday. Jim Morrison, these guys had such short careers, but they did so much in the 4 years that he had. I mean, he was basically only active as far as like actually, a recording artist from 1967 to 1970. He died. And you look at the history that this guy had. I mean, literally, he died September 18th, 1970. So almost exactly 4 years before I was even born. I actually have, I went to his grave when I came back from deployment, and I have one of those grave rubbings from the things I have actually in the back of my office there. But yeah, he obviously he had issues. He had a drug and alcohol issue, and ultimately took his life. But here's what he did. Here's his discography from Jimi Hendrix Band. Are You Experienced, 1967. Bold as Love, 1967. Electric Ladyland, and then Band of Gypsies. That's that's his and he had some live stuff and things that were released posthumously. But he nothing. I mean, nothing compared to what like bands like Metallica or GNR and all this time that they've had. He had 4 years of being at that level and produced what he produced the sounds. And remember, this was back in the 60s. He was doing things with an electric guitar that no one even knew.
But that were just unprecedented for rock music at that time.
Yeah, Robert Kennedy was young as well. Yeah, Robert Kennedy actually died younger. Yeah, but you remember these people. You think that they were around forever. Fourth, if you like Jimi Hendrix, listen to some Buddy Guy. Hendrix used to go and watch him play, and please get a sense of Buddy Guy and Hendrix's sound. Start with the song "Oh Baby Please." That's 100% correct. That is 100% correct. If you listen to Buddy Guy, not on the fame level necessarily, as Jimi Hendrix, but you listen to that sound, you'll hear what influenced you'll hear what influenced him. You'll hear a part of that in there. That's 100% right. I hate we didn't hear any live version of LA Woman because Jim died. Yeah, and he thought he could live forever. A lot of these guys who had these overdoses, they just thought that nothing could harm them. He's pretty much immortal. These guys will always be seem older than me, even though I surpassed. Yeah. I mean, 27 years old. Just imagine what were we doing at 27. It's just a tough one. Fourth, I was fortunate enough to catch Buddy Guy and BB King live when I was younger. Wow, you're talking about guys, especially in BB King. That's why when people ask, "How many black people listen to metal?" Yeah, BB King is one of the people that developed the sound that a lot of these guys use as their basis of their music. So, but yeah, just wow. 27 years old, but he did a lot. I mean, Purple Haze, All Along the Watchtower. Voodoo Child is my absolute favorite song from them. The opening riff to Voodoo Child, and then the driving riff that drives that song. And it's just like you listen to it and you're ready to run through a brick wall. That's what I'm ready to do.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan used it
Well
as when the NWO first came out. Hulk Hogan used it as his entrance music when he became Hollywood Hogan. It was just Jimi Hendrix is like literally you can take his sound and the tapping and stuff he did. Eddie Van Halen was known for a lot of the tapping he did. Hendrix was doing it in the 60s before Van Halen was even a band. If you look at a lot of the power chords and stuff that Black Sabbath uses, I'm not going to say that's directly influenced by Hendrix, but Hendrix was doing power chords and he was doing, ebbs and flows. He was doing a lot with the pedal. He was one of the guys that revolutionized the use of the pedal to get different sounds off of it. To make the guitar do anything, he could make it. He made it his own rhythm section. He had a bass player, but he would go up a step to where he wouldn't need one all the time. Like when you hear a Voodoo Child, that's him going over, overplaying everything. It's just people weren't doing that back then. They just weren't doing that. And like I said, it's an outright tragedy that, like I said, this guy, how old would he be today?
That would he would be I guess about 81. He would just be coming up on 81 now, November 27th, 42. So he'd be just approaching his 81st birthday.
And if you look at Keith Richards and Mick Jagger, there's no reason to believe that he did a lot of drugs, but Keith Richards did.
Well, so did Mick Jagger.
They did all the drugs, and they had the good cane. They had everything that Jimi Hendrix had. These guys had. Hell, those guys did drugs that didn't even exist when Jimi
yeah. Oh, Aerosmith, the drugs those guys were doing. Woo.
Yeah, so it's just his body. Not everybody's body handled it the same way. But yeah, could you imagine what a different world we would be living in with Jimi Hendrix had he been living? He'd probably still be out there touring. He's probably still be out. He might be sitting down. He might be not as rambunctious as he was, but you would have had 50 more years of Jimi Hendrix than we did. I mean, just imagine the guy died at 27, but what he had in 4 years is more than some artists will ever give us in their entire life.
Yeah.
So we are. Good. Bring up a Buddy Guy though. That's another one that we. Little Wing is probably the best display of Hendrix guitar playing. I guess that's subjective. Little Wing is very good. Little Wing is probably one of his top 3 or 4 songs. I'm a power chord guy, so when we're talking power chord, we're talking, obviously Voodoo Child is for me, but with Little Wing, it's an excellent example. I can't imagine seeing him live. He just seems like, it would be weird. You would literally have to get into a TARDIS for it to be real for me. Let's see. And he was off his rocker on acid the whole time, which acid, heroin. He was mixing shit that you probably shouldn't mix. Maybe that's the difference between the Rolling Stones guys, and they basically, maybe they had a chemist or something that said, don't mix that with that, but you can do plenty of that and you'll be okay. So yeah, this is crazy. I have cousins who saw Hendrix perform at college. I envy them. I really envy them. So All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the chat because we got 20 minutes until we catch a burglar.
All right, everybody. So now now we're bringing everybody into the chat, to shoot shit on all that and prep for Williams. The ball coming down. We're counting down to the ball dropping.
I wish I had pyrotechnics. I don't mean I have the lights. I mean, with the lights, but I'm low budget as it is. So anybody who's still with us, because I realize this is a lot longer than we usually go, so I'm probably wearing people out. But like I said, we had a lot to talk about today. Obviously, this is a special day, special moment. Because like I said, you know how I feel about this utter absurdity that is daylight savings, and I want to experience getting this shit. Damn it. Is there a history of daylight savings that we public domain one that I won't get copyrighted that we can watch?
Not that I can know of offhand.
Okay, daylight savings. No excuses of why. Public domain.
Oh, here's a good one from Larry. Larry has to explode his entire premises in a few minutes.
All right, let's see. What did he say?
He said Larry or William has to explode his entire premises in a few minutes.
That's right. Oh no, we don't want to do that. I have to have a place to sleep. Let's see. Daylight savings is bullshit. What is okay? Why is there daylight savings time?
It should be when. Yeah. Is that what time it is there right now?
All right. Let's see. Let's read some bullshit. Let's see. It's kicking me up.
Spider-Man, what's up?
What's up, Spidey?
I killed you, Mr. Anderson. I watched you die with a certain satisfaction, I might add.
I like the one where he's like, "I'm going to enjoy watching you die, Mr." And when he messed up his glass.
Why? Illusions, Mr. Anderson, vagaries of perception, desperate constructs of a feeble human intellect trying desperately to justify an existence that is without meaning or purpose, and all of them as artificial as the Matrix itself, although only a human mind could have been something as insipid as love.
But then 4 came out.
Yeah.
That's not. Yeah, that's. We're gonna bring back the ban list and Matrix Resurrections going on there. All right, here's why we have daylight savings time. I should read it in my dumbest voice possible, but I won't. Have you ever wondered why we move our clock twice a year? Fuck yes. Meteorologist Michael Behrens explains why. I promise you, Michael, your explanation is going to be bullshit. But here you go. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Here we go again. It's that time of year when we lose an hour of sleep. But luckily, this is months ago. If you're like me, you probably wondered why we go through this routine each and every year. So let's find the answer. Why do we have daylight savings time? The why. Many people have blamed Benjamin Franklin for coming up with the idea, but that hasn't ended completely true. Well, I can't choke him. He's dead. While there is some truth to this, in the sense that he did write about the concept, it's important to note that his writings were more tongue-in-cheek than actually a policy proposal. He just wanted his days to move with the sun versus the clock. Another group can often take the blame as farmers. Fuck those guys. But guess what? They aren't to blame either. Okay, well, unfuck them. In reality, farmers hated the ideas. Me and the farmers, you know what? I never thought I'd have anything in common with farmers, but we all hate daylight savings. Moving the clocks did nothing for routines or other animals. The routines of the animals who were already reliant on the sun for their daily schedules. It didn't change what point in the day you could harvest crops when workers needed to tend the fields either. All this did was put the farmers in a bind based on the clock when it came to their daily schedules. So where did the idea come from? Like many things in the 20th century, the concept was born from the World Wars. Oh, wow. Okay. There you go. There's a picture. Saving daylight ends for 1918, October 27. Goodbye. What is that, Uncle? See you next spring. Okay, well, that sounds ominous even then. During war, supplies such as fuel can be hard to come by. This means anything that can be done to save resources and increase predictability would likely get the green light. Moving clocks used to do both. To the move to DST would align workers' hours with daylight hours, and as a result, reduce the need for workers to burn fuel, lighting, and heating. Electrical loads would also be reduced this way, meaning power plants would use less fuel as well. Unfortunately, this reduction in electrical load no longer exists as a benefit from DST. Air conditioning in modern life means when businesses are operating during additional light hours, electrical uses will usually increase as we spring ahead. So yeah, you're kind of fucked out of the same energy you're trying to save.
Yeah, this sounds really long-winded and convoluted.
Yeah, it's bullshit. After the wars, it wasn't until 1966 that the law was enacted at a federal level to organize a standard DST. This still did not get all the states to agree. Yeah, because there's states that don't do it. In Michigan, we passed a law in 1967 to exempt us from observing the time change. It wouldn't be until 1973 that we would change this position to start moving our clocks once again. While it's never fun to lose an hour of sleep, fuck no, it isn't. We can look forward to the sun staying out longer. I don't care about that. In the evenings from now until November 5th. The sunset on March 12th will be 7:45 p.m. All right, well, thank you for that pile of outdated shit. Because basically what he's telling us, the reasons that we are holding on to this are no longer valid. Aaron!
Hello, Aaron.
Hello.
Hey there.
Yeah,
My favorite Australian.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I can. Say Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi. I'm sorry. Hey, and now that I have you on the air,
Oi, oi, oi.
I apologize for all the stupid Australian stereotypes. But you guys are just fascinating to me, man. I mean, you know, kangaroos and stuff that can kill you. I mean, you know, but you don't live
Mad
anywhere.
Max movies.
I'm sure there's more than those.
You know, guys riding around with cars with horns on them, stealing gas from one another. Mohawks. I mean, you get a lot of that. Well, now you live in Australia, so you don't get. So if you lived in America, you would have to deal with buffoons like me all the time. I'm sorry. So how have you been, Aaron?
All right.
You sound excited.
We're just letting William have the floor of his inevitable, like, just champagne popping in about 17 minutes or so here.
12 minutes, Brad. 12 minutes.
Okay.
12 minutes. We're gonna do the time.
Daylight savings time is hitting Brad a little earlier.
That we're gonna jump back. We're gonna embrace what was stolen from us. Do you guys do it in Australia, Aaron?
Do what?
Stay with time.
Oh, yeah, we do. We lost an hour. A few.
Yeah, but you
few
get it.
minutes ago.
You're getting it back. Yeah, but you get it. You get. When do you guys do it?
Oh, we lost an hour a couple of months ago.
Oh wow, my apologies. That sucks. You get it back. So what?
I
When you get
I
your hour
really
back?
haven't checked to see when we get it back. Probably
This
about
is like probably the middle of her thing right now, so she's
yeah.
she's not even worried
Probably
about
in
it right now.
Oh,
And
Aaron, I
that'll
was
be like
counting
next
down.
year.
When they stole my hour, I started counting down on March 12th. Man, I was like, God damn it.
Well, you saw the intro that he led in with
Yeah.
from the March 12th stream.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
Joel
do. I
was
knew
fine.
I was gonna do this show, and I was gonna be wearing this ridiculous hat, and I was gonna be blowing this noisemaker. I knew on November 5th that I was gonna be celebrating because
William, when you blow that that thing, does it make the sound it's supposed to for you? Because for us, it starts up and then it just
Yeah,
like
so-
goes out. Yeah.
oh,
So it sounds like you don't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that got a
It
little
doesn't
bit more
come
of it
across
there.
that way. I got a little bit of it when you just did it then, but it hasn't been coming across that way at all. Maybe for
Oh,
for the
Ken,
best.
why
Maybe for the
can't you
best.
guys tell me that? I this
Well,
is my.
you're let you
my
have your fun.
14th
Like we're gonna sit here and rain on your parade. I just now rained on your parade. Look how pissed you are. You would have been that way the whole time.
You know,
No.
I switched the hats on you guys just so I could give you a little bit so that it would go with the lights. Let's see what we do with the lights. We're gonna, this is the same thing as being drunk without the liquor.
That's what everybody keeps telling you.
Well, like I said, when you put it on the green there, it's we're just assuming you've got the Green Lantern battery in the background.
Now I have championship belts in the background. That my head, my pointed cone is hiding my most precious, my most valuable belt up there. See, look at it.
Aaron, I'm kind of curious. Like, how did you? Because I had a few, kind of the international audience sort of contact me. It's like, when did you first come across Sci-Fi Center?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, through Enos's channel.
Oh, so okay, through Enosh's channel. Well, because William, I actually first saw him not really on here or even through Enosh's channel. It was actually he popped in for some of Film Junkies patron streams a couple of times. That's where I first came across him. And that was quite a bit before I jumped on here.
You damn sure didn't see me on the vodka stream. No, I'm just kidding. He's gonna watch this. It's like, fuck that guy. I'm never letting him on. But yeah, I was on Enosh. So Aaron's not the one who sent me Vegemite. That was one of my local customers here that actually bought me Vegemite, and I tasted it, and it just was different. I never tasted anything like Vegemite, and like I said, the only reason I even wanted to taste it is because another boneheaded Australian stereotype I had is that Men at Work song.
Aaron,
that the line is Vegemite sandwich. Go ahead.
how often are you eating
I'll be right back, guys.
Vegemite in your own personal life, Aaron?
Oh, I pretty much have it all the time. I love it.
Oh yeah. It's a big thing there.
I didn't realize that. I thought you were just.
It's tasty too, man. I mean, like I said, I have an Australian lady who made it and just got it together for me, and she bought me some toast, and I ate it, and I was like, this is good. I've been wondering for my entire life what Men at Work were talking about. He
So
just found he had me a Vegemite sandwich.
What would you guys compare it to for the American palate?
I can't. That's the thing. I can't find anything.
You can't. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very acquired taste.
And you'll know as soon as you bite into it whether you like it or not.
I know a lot of Americans, unfortunately, taste it like it's peanut butter. It's not. You see a lot of reactions and that. You see a lot of reactions from Americans that try by just eating it with a spoon, but you don't do that. You just smear it a little bit on toast or bread.
Like butter or so.
Yeah, and it's potent too. It's potent. You don't need a lot to get that taste. It takes over that toast, man. It's good shit, man. Like I said, I've experienced that Australian culture. I want to visit Australia, but I'm afraid. So, and I'm just from a combat veteran. All my stereotypes, man. I mean, I'm walking around.
You can't let those stereotypes that you place on the world affect your. You've traveled the world.
Yeah, but
right. I'm sure you had stereotypes that were proven wrong when you were deployed, right?
Yeah, but I haven't been deployed to Australia. No kangaroos can punch me.
You just gotta imagine a cartoon, and you should be fine.
Oh yeah, well the guy gets kicked across the nation.
Oh, you can actually eat kangaroo here too.
Oh, say what? Say that again.
You can eat kangaroo here too.
Oh, Aaron. Wow, I'm thinking of these little things hopping across the outback, and now I'm thinking of them. Oh, I got to figure there's a lot of them there. They're like alligators.
Don't forget, I don't know whether you know this history, but it dates back to Indigenous Australians. They used to eat it too. That's how come we got it from them to eat kangaroo.
What is it considered, like a red meat or a white meat? Is it a?
Oh, it's a red meat.
So you guys make like steaks and
oh yeah. Like oh yeah.
This took
jerky and such.
Wow. Wow.
Do you guys like what, barbecue kangaroo ears and that kind of stuff too?
Okay, well, this has to stop. Hey, Aaron. So where you live? You showed me where you lived, and we zoomed in on it. But where you live, how close to where you live is close to all that wilderness stuff. Are you more in the city or?
Regional.
What's that? So
it's like it's considered as a regional city. It's like a country. It's like if you mix a city and a country together.
Okay.
Like San Bernardino. All right, gotcha.
But it's like an amalgamation.
Is the wildlife like when you walk out your door? Are you dealing with wildlife, or do you have to like go?
Oh no, I'll live in the suburbs.
Okay. Okay, so you're safe. So when I come to Australia, if I was hanging out in your neighborhood, I'd be all right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So,
however, there's a lot of wildlife where the local golf club is.
Oh, because I don't golf.
Yeah.
See, I'm safe.
Yeah.
That's like those alligators in Florida that are on the golf course. I'm like, I don't golf, so
How big are the spider? Because I've seen pictures of spiders that look like they're like the size of like dinner plates. Are there any run into in your area?
I'm spiritually drunk. Jeez, thanks, Larry.
Well, Larry's actually drunk, probably. So he's
He mentioned actually
taking shots every time you whistled your blow
yeah.
your blower. Yeah.
Everybody used to the shot game.
Which is it's 4 minutes till he gets his hour back.
Woohoo! Hallelujah. Oh, let me get some videos and stuff ready for you guys. Something silly.
So where's Ford at? Did he just disappear on us?
Probably
No,
late.
he see him in the comments anywhere here because he has
Can't
been.
even play celebration songs without getting copyright strike.
Just sing something backwards. Play it backwards.
I can't even.
Where
I can't.
did you go forth?
Horse.
Yeah, jump ship on us.
And I've eaten an entire alligator. I've had alligator before. I've had crocodile in the Middle East. I don't know if I could eat the kangaroo, man.
Fourth is still
Oh,
here.
There you go,
Fourth.
in Queensland and the Northern Territory, they eat crocodile.
Oh yeah. I know when I was in the Middle East, they had crocodile. So yeah, I've been all over the world. But like I said, I can hang. Yeah, here's a. I'm no one. I'm no
get on here, Fourth. I've had gator on a stick. It's good. Tastes good.
That sounds like something you get in Vegas. That has nothing to do with gator.
Nah, where I'm from, they got a state fair where they put everything on a stick. So it's like gator on a stick is a thing.
Like
so,
hot dog on a stick.
The hot dogs on a stick's probably the most basic thing. It's called a corn dog, but then you build from there. You got turkey on a stick, gator on a stick.
But if you get lemonade from hot dog on a stick, you get to watch the girl or the guy if he's willing to demean himself, wear that big colorful hat. Like
there's usually a bunch of cows and a ton of people. That's what's going to be there.
By the way, I thought
like a butter sculpture or something.
William, I thought I'd go ahead and share this mess. Well, shit. Well, this was a DM, so I don't know if it should be come from me. I mean, it's nothing bad, but it's a.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is something Ruth sent me because I mentioned kind of our international audience is really growing, and she messaged me this earlier because it was about basically it was right before it was kind of clearing up the confusion about the Seven Samurai stream before you did the impromptu one, and I told her the situation, and she said, and I told her, yeah, we're going to be doing this tonight if you want to jump in on it. So she's over in the UK, so I don't know if she's going to be jumping in. So you have probably like close to 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning for her right now. So, but yeah, she told me, I think I appreciate it. We'll try and catch you guys on the live stream. Just want to say, as a UK outsider, I love the stream, and it's always awesome to join you guys and the rest of the gang. I am always made to feel so welcome. So, huge thank you to both you and William.
Hey, thank you. Give her my thanks as well. And that goes for everybody. Everybody who feels like they can be a part of our conversation. Everybody is welcome. I think all of us try to make everybody feel cool and feel welcome about it. And I know there are like I said, streams where people don't feel comfortable in the environment. 1 minute, woo!
We're at the phase now where the ball is dropping and we're doing the countdown.
But I want to make sure, like I said, Grindelwald. Oh my goodness!
Oh God! Fourth.
There he goes. There he goes.
And you're just in nick of time too, buddy, with the countdown.
Fashionably late.
Awesome. Did you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you at all. That's too much, but no, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
And it is now. Yes,
it happened. It happened. 1 o'clock again. There you go. There you go. Everybody across the nation, whether you're watching this now or minutes from now or hours from now, you were robbed and now you've been unrobbed. You got your shit back. Like I said, that guy who stole your stuff, you finally got him. You beat the hell out of him and you took it back. There you go. Happy fuck Daylight Savings Day.
If I had one of those kazoos, I'd be blowing it too.
Have you ever actually had something stolen from you and actually got it back?
Yes, right now.
I've actually had a $500 bike stolen off my porch by some local bums, and I actually went and got it back.
Oh,
Yeah, I've had.
Did you ask
I had
nicely?
somebody steal a tablet. Somebody came into the store.
No.
Somebody came
that
into my.
did that didn't happen to me. When I had.
Whoever
Were
did
you
that
trying to say something there, Aaron?
Huh?
Were you trying to say something there?
No,
Oh no, sorry.
She's
Okay.
celebrating with us.
Okay. Yeah, well, that
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
happen to me. What you said, but it's like, yeah, but that was it was a while ago now. It's like I had a bike. It's like chained it up outside of a movie theater. Went in, and I came out, found some asshole had stolen it. So and I never got that back. I bought a new one, but
I get my
that's still
shit back.
yeah. I'm never.
See, with
That's one.
with
I'm not.
mine,
That's my hour. I haven't gotten back.
See, with mine, I was going to sleep and I heard something thud on the porch of my second floor balcony. And I went out there. I saw some guy riding off with my bike, and he left some janky ass ladder sitting up there. And so, for like 3
He's
weeks,
committed.
I checked the
Hey, Ruth. I just gave you a
Hey,
shout
Ruth.
out if you hadn't heard that.
I checked Facebook Marketplace for like 3 weeks, and I saw my bike advertised for sale. And so I called the police and I said, "Hey, look, I'm gonna go meet somebody to go get my bike back. This is all the information that this is it." I identified little marks and scratches that coincided with what was being advertised. They said, "All right, we're gonna meet you down there, and you can go up to the salesperson or whoever has it, and then we'll pull up and then we'll handle it." So, all right, cool. So went out there to go get it. And it was in an abandoned parking lot because this was during COVID time in front of a movie theater, and the cops weren't there. I went around the theater, the cops weren't there. I was, what the hell? Where's my backup? So I called them.
All right.
I ended up calling them, and they said, "Oh, well, there was some much more pressing matters that we had to take care of, so we can do it tomorrow." I'm like, "I'm already here. You can't back out of a sting." So I parked my truck at the edge of the parking lot. And I walked to the middle of the parking lot area, and I check out the bike, whatever, and tell the guy, "Peace out. You stole my bike. I'm still in the back." Threw it in the back of the truck, looped it, took off. So yeah,
I had
that was
my tablet. My tablet was sitting on the thing, and I was building a shelf at the back of the store. Guy comes in and walks around, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, this guy's not going to do anything. So, and he took the tablet, ran out, not realizing that I can move very fast, and I caught him, and he's still, he's trying to drive. He reaches the intersection. I remember this was Trop and Arville, and I'm dragging this guy. I literally dragged him back to the sidewalk, dragged him back to the center, dragged him back. He did the whole dead legs thing, and I'm like, dude, all you gotta do is let go of the fucking tablet. I don't need you. I don't care who you are. Just let go of the tablet, and and then I just made that punching motion to him. Finally, he let go, and I'm like, and I never saw him again. But no, that kind of thing. At least I can physically go get my shit back there. This, I had to wait. I had to wait for the thief to come back to me. I had to endure 6 months of, and it was like I said, telling Brad, it wasn't just the 6 months. It was a shitty 6 months, man. It was a shitty 6 months of weather. I had Gilligan's Island weather. I had Noah's Ark weather. I had rain that literally I showed you guys today during that tour. You see all that shit on the roof that the rain just came through? I live in a desert. I'm dealing with torrential rains so hard I could not see the stratosphere. You've been here. You know how close the stratosphere is to my store. You couldn't see the stratosphere. It was raining so hard. My 1961 cold era Cuban Missile Crisis roof collapsed. The electrical went out. It shorted the air conditioner to where it grounded out. And then I got mosquitoes. I got for some reason, I think they're crows. They might be ravens. I don't know what the fuck they are, but they decide that my front door, and you can kind of hear them during the stream today, all this shit. I'm like, what are you doing? I don't have any bread. I don't have anything here. Where's some Alka-Seltzer? No,
What sound were they making? I'm sorry. What sound were they making?
I'll get to the real thing. Pigeons, which are, pigeons you just stare at, they go away. These things were just all up on the banister making noise. One of them flew inside the store. I'm like, what is this? Are you coming to eat the flies and the mosquitoes that are already here? I'm like, what the hell? So, yeah, this 6 months has sucked. And a lot of it.
Don't need a damn police. He put on the Tusk Custom to scare the crap out of those bumps.
Hey, listen, man. He's from San Bernardino. We have other ways of getting our shit back. We're not going to talk about them on stream.
Yeah, because your shit gets stolen. Look on OfferUp or Facebook Marketplace. It'll be there.
And when you find that person, there's only going to be one offer.
I remember there was one time when I lived in Europe. My family we'd taken a trip to Rome, over like a couple of days, and as we were coming back, we realized this is what a lot of guys in like a lot of the big cities in Europe will do. A lot of pickpockets will do is they'll kind of come at you. They'll come up and you like pretend to be beggars, and one guy will distract you while another guy like picks your pocket. And we found out that we had this one group approach us while we were, at a cafe table or something, and we realized later they had swiped my sister's cell phone. Yeah, and that was back when cell phones weren't what they are now, by the way.
Brick, they had to run with the brick. They had the brick.
Well, not quite the brick. It was more the. It was like half. Yeah, exactly. And so it's like, okay, we're getting on the train, we're going home. So that is what it is. And then we had another guy as we were heading to the train station come up, and he was another beggar. He was asking, and my dad really lost it on this guy because he was thinking bad to that, and he's. You push his buttons the wrong way. He had a moment there.
Sounds like me. Like I said, I don't have any thieves. I hate thieves. I think I hate thieves more than anything else because you take something that somebody worked hard with, and like I said, we know in San Bernardino, cops aren't coming. Cops are not coming for that shit unless somebody was bleeding or dying. So guess what? You had to make sure someone was bleeding or dying, and if someone would snitch. I would lose. I'd be a teenager, and I was living on the base, and on the base you were safe. But when you jump the fence and go around there, you had all kinds of thieves. I had somebody try to steal my bike, and I was 16 years old, and I did something with the bike to that person to where the bike wasn't of any use anymore. I'll leave it there.
Oh God. I see. The thing really annoys me when mine got stolen is that. I didn't leave. I know for a fact I had it locked, and I had a good chain for that, and I put it around a tree or whatever. So I don't know how they were they so brazen they just didn't think nobody was gonna care that they were coming up with bolt cutters on it, and so
nobody cares about anything else. Like
If they're stealing bikes, if they're stealing bikes from in front of the movie theater, that's not the beginning of the crime spree. That's not the beginning of the career.
And people are like, "It's not my bike. I don't care."
Right? If they're stealing bikes in the broad daylight, they've already been stealing them at night in alleys and around the corner. They're masters at bolt cutters and popping the lock and doing all that.
Real quick, hey Aaron, what did you do in Australia when people stole your stuff, man?
It's pretty much the same as you guys in America. You
can make bodies disappear a lot easier out there.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Like a gator got him. I don't know, officer. I got my bike back, but
I don't know. You got about 800 miles of desert out there.
Yeah, it's and another thing out here, we went through a drought, right? And only thing these fools could talk about, wow, Lake Mead's the dam is going lower. Now we're starting to find dead bodies. Yeah, and I'm like. Now we're getting more rain. We won't find any more. Like,
we've been at this is. I think we have broken our record already. I mean, this is always going to be like Williams' record breaker, but
the record that I don't know how the hell I set yesterday or the day before.
Oh yeah, that's true with the Patreon stream.
That was a Patreon hour-long stream. That went
about 4 hours.
4 hours.
Well, I think that was like 3 hours 35 minutes, but still, it's like it was the longest we had done to that point, and it wasn't. We didn't go into that. We don't do that with Patreon streams. We're going in with preset topics. It was just we were just bouncing off of. Okay, we're talking about what were we on? There was like the whole middle section was just Spider-Man and William just going at it about the Dark Knight trilogy.
The Australian Mafia. Do they have the Mafia in Australia? Do they have the Mafia in Australia, Aaron?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, everybody's got a Mafia.
Dude, can you imagine The Godfather just with Australian accents?
I'm pretty sure they have mob movies in Australia that you could watch, William.
Do they?
The accent's already built in.
He's like, Buonasera, why didn't you come to me? Why did you go to the police? And it's Don Corleone, but he's like, mate, I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm sorry. I need to stop. Doing the whole Australian stereotype thing. It's awful. I'm sorry. But anyway, no, I'm just kidding.
But now take the Vegemite.
No, the Vegemite was good though.
Oh, here's a good one. I got to pull this up from Larry. This is Mate,
The dingo ate your mother.
maybe the dingo ate your burglar.
I remember that true story that Meryl Streep was in A Cry in the Night. And
I am so sorry for the rest of America, Aaron. I am
Yeah,
so
I'm
sorry.
she's muted. She's like, scoundrels, I'm never coming on this show again. I'm sorry, Aaron. Like I said, I really respect Australia. I'm going to go, but like I said, I want to go to, I actually do want to go on the tours, but I want to go with people who actually know how to survive. I don't want to be like, I don't want to be the guy in the movie where the tour guide dies and I'm out there on my own.
Yeah, we got another apology here too from Larry. What you just made the dingo player, dude?
Hey, Aaron, are you still there? Is she still there? She petered out. Uh-oh. She will get her man.
Oh,
You might have 299 subscribers now.
I think was it going back up again? Hold on. Did it go back up again or down? It's gonna.
Yeah,
do
I was
that.
trolling you. I
No,
unsubbed
it actually
you.
went down. Not that 300. Okay. Oh, you did that.
He's been messing with you like
wow.
for 2 weeks with that, dude.
I
I'm
resubbed.
I'm hoping I get more than 300 in the next couple of days. We've been moving at a pretty good
Aaron
clip.
is awesome.
Hey, William.
Yeah,
Thanks for
what's up?
showing the store off earlier. I was curious what it looked like. So it was cool. You got a cool setup in there.
Yeah, Rhea guilted me into that. She
Yeah, I
tweeted
saw that she tweeted at you, or we were going to see the inside of the Sci-Fi Center, and you said, "Okay, since we can't do the Seven Samurai today, we'll just I'll just throw on the camera inside of here."
Like she's like, you promised us an inside. I'm like, all right, cool. I thought 3.5 hours was enough for me. I thought I was giving you guys a break, but hey, you cool. No, it took me 5 minutes to set that up. Yeah, we got to see the attic and all the stuff that the rain ruined and is being repaired, and all the stuff that's currently.
Yeah, you still there, Aaron?
Aaron.
Yeah, we're not hearing you.
Are you muted?
Your thing's still there. Honestly, you're muted there. So
on your mic, maybe on the mic, maybe you're muted.
She might have gone to do something else. That's a lot.
Okay.
I mean, she's actually in the middle of her day, so she
Did your
might have
store
gone.
get bigger, William, or what's going on? It looked like there was more
No.
aisles.
No, I'm just building. Like I said, I'm building more shit into the same space, which is kind of impossible, but necessary.
yeah, who was it? I think actually Bevan and Ruth who said that it looked like it was the inside of like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe in there.
Yeah, there's like caverns and shit in there. And I have to. So what I have to do, I'm not getting a bigger space, man. Everybody I know that's expanded has gone out of business, so we're not making.
I'm telling you, you got to have like the hidden compartment where it's like you flip the light switch, the bookshelf shifts to the side.
Yeah, that's next.
And
I'm back.
Oh, you're back here, and awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, we were
Sorry.
worried. We thought you were typing out a tweet saying these jerks on the.
No, you're getting reported for sure. She was reporting you, and then click. I'm back.
Anti-Australian rhetoric. No, hey, with dingoes, how common are dingoes where you are?
Not really.
Okay.
Not very common. It's mostly like up north.
Okay.
I hear the kangaroos are actually really pests out there. Is that pretty? Is that
They're eating them. They're eating them. She said they eat them.
They eat the kangaroos?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
She's
Awesome,
tasted that.
kangaroo.
Yeah.
Kangaroo
kangaroos
bites or
and
something, or what?
But they're not an
Kangaroo-
endangered species or anything like that. Or I thought they were endangered. Apparently not.
Oh no,
Right.
no, they're not. They're not.
Is there an abundance of them? Is there like too many of them? That's what.
Oh,
it is.
there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them.
Probably like deer, right? They're like what
Yeah,
deer
where they
are
just-
for us out
Oh,
here.
pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about
try to go out.
We have some from Australia.
There's a lot of kangaroos when I used to go to university. I used to go face to face with them.
Oh,
Larry.
We have to,
What?
I'm just imagining what this sounds like on Aaron's end. Where it's like we get somebody from Australia on the stream, and like she's just being bombarded with questions about.
yeah. We stop. What do you want to talk about, Aaron? What do you want to talk about? I'm sorry. We bombarded you with a bunch of dumb Australian.
Hey Ruth, if you want to come on, we just had a whole talk about Doctor Who. So we pick on the British.
Yeah. Hey, is Doctor Who big in Australia, Aaron?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a mixture of things and stuff. Like a lot of people like Star Trek and Star Wars and stuff. It's like a mixture. But Doctor Who is pretty popular. Yes.
What are some of the things, Aaron, that you're looking most forward to in fandom? What are you looking forward towards the horizon that you're most excited for?
Oh, Rebel Moon.
Yeah, I know.
Rebel Moon.
Yeah, you mentioned that in the comments.
Firm international sensation. Rebel Moon.
It's going to be worldwide, man, and you know it's going to get released in India. I mean,
Oh
you know,
yeah, that's right. Oh shit, that's gonna be like billions of people watching that.
Yeah.
it's going to make its little money back.
Potentially billions of people would go.
It's only costing 90 million to make, and just from the trailers alone, that's like a creator situation where they spent 80 million on the creator, and for you may have some issues with the story and all that. A lot of people did, and that's fine. But man, I need to find the budgeting director who put those effects together because that wasn't bad for 80 million. I've seen things with way more money that look like shit, and the creator looked pretty good for what it was. So, but yeah, Rebel Moon for 90 million. And I don't know if that's the budget for both of them. Is that the budget for both of them?
I want to pull up
It
right
should
now.
be budget for both movies.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up right now. Well, he knows how to get the most bang for his buck. I mean, like 300 that costs like $60 million, and it looks like it costs like 230.
Question is Netflix available in China?
I don't. That's a good question. I don't think so, but I think they've got like a Netflix equivalent.
Yeah, it's called something else that Netflix uses.
Okay, it says 166 for A Child of Fire and The Scargiver combined.
That's still pretty good. That means
yeah,
if you cut.
That's
so each
2 movies for that amount at this scale. Yeah, it's like he knows how to. And again, he knows how to get the most bang for his buck.
And then Netflix is loving it. And like I said, DC, like Zazoff, if you're watching right now, if you're watching Zazoff, here, that's for you.
Oh, here's
didn't work again, William.
Can I do a horse with you guys or the Howard the Duck revisited?
All right,
I guess we really, we really made an impact at that Howard the Duck stream.
No. Bruce, Howard the Duck is a horror movie.
Exactly.
Yes, it is a horror movie.
Hey, Ruth, what kind of horror movies do you like? What's at the top of your list?
In the actually this when we were doing the I think actually you guys were kind of going back and forth with it when we did the tour through the store. You guys have a real affinity for Terrifier. Like I said, I've got a love-hate thing with Terrifier because I do like Halloween. It's like I love to put on slashers or put on horror movies.
They're cutting, but that's not slash.
Yeah,
that's like
there's no bodily appendage that is not slash cut stab.
Let's not talk
Scalp.
about that. But no, Zazoff, if you're watching this show, I'm sorry about all that, but you need to look at Netflix's numbers once Rebel Moon hits, and look at their DC numbers once they hit. Maybe do some creative. And you got a director like Zack Snyder that works on the cheap, man.
I'm just hoping Netflix keeps the ball rolling with something after Rebel Moon, because there's a lot of these streamers that kind of have like these like long plateaus of like no content. Like how long ago was The Last of Us for HBO Max?
That's HBO, but
a couple of months ago.
Yeah, that was back in January. I do too. It's like I love like Paranormal Activity and Blair Witch and The Last Exorcism. That's really when it comes to horror movies. That's really kind of my that's one of my big ones is found footage.
You watch the VHS franchise, Ruth?
Oh hell yeah, I love VHS.
All right.
The difference between HBO and Netflix though is HBO is getting into the streaming thing, whereas that's what Netflix does. So there's so much stuff on Netflix right now. I mean, you could just go from one thing to another. And they don't advertise it because they figure their anchor stuff is their advertising. When you go into Stranger Things or when you go into any of these things, it's like a cave. They move the entrance. You can't find your way out. And so while you're there, that you're going to watch all their stuff. Whereas HBO, they're late to, and Disney Plus, same thing. The biggest mistake that they made, and when they said we're going to cut back on content, I'm like, you guys are full of shit. There's no way. You want to make that $1 billion a month. You need to be loading up on content, good quality content. Spend the money. If you want to make that $1 billion, 1.5, what you want to make that guaranteed money, you're going to have to invest. You're going to have to do what Netflix did, invest in the content so that we don't have these gaps. You're right. There's too many gaps in HBO. Dude, House of the Dragon, shit, when are we getting at? Sopranos. There was 1 year, or Sopranos was 2 years. 2 years in between episodes, issues, or season 5 and 6. Dude, the mob will be in space by the time that happened out.
And I say that because The Last of Us, I remember that was greenlit like 4 years ago. So like I haven't heard of any new things on the horizon except for more of the shows that we already got, like House of the Dragon. So
And we'll be waiting for 2 years to see the Harry Potter TV show.
There's a Harry Potter TV show coming.
Yeah,
they
it's a full-blown reboot.
Controversial because everybody still wants to see the cast that's still young enough to play the roles, but they don't want to do it anymore. I mean, I think those people just want to move on with stuff. But I tell you what, I don't care. Hey, Radcliffe, if you're watching this game, and Emma, all those people that are in there, I know you guys want to move on. You don't want to be typecast, all that, right? But I got this briefcase full of cash. And I haven't seen you in too many things lately. Here's some cash. Here's another briefcase after that, and one after that. And I'm just gonna keep piling them up on this table until you change your mind, which is what a lot of people do. So, and if they say no after that, then hey, then they're not into it. But
I think Radcliffe and the whole cast of Harry Potter is sitting too pretty right now. That money might not even be a thing for them.
Yeah, but you know what? There's always something prettier. It's just who knows, But
I know Tom Felton wants to come back to the series and play the father character.
Okay,
there you go, man. It just takes one.
Here's what Warner Brothers should do. You get Daniel Radcliffe hooked on like an alcohol problem or something. Just have him start burning through his cash. Like, hey, we got Harry Potter.
This ain't the 70s, man. This ain't the 70s. They used to work when like Jack Warner in the 50s be like, here's some cocaine under your pillow. Oh wow, you have a habit now? Let us finance that.
That happened?
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
If you look at the studio industry and the turn of the century and right when motion pictures, they got a lot of their stars under contracts with blackmail. And if you look at the Godfather, Remember when he's talking to that guy Wolfstein, or the dude with the horse, the horse head in the bed? And remember that they would get blackmailed by the mob. That would happen all the time. We got secrets,
William, sorry, I got to
Hollywood
interject this real quick because you were going to love this one. I was joking about Howard E. Maestro. There was a chat that entertained me so much.
Yeah, that's the only way I could get through that.
Well, I'm glad we served our purpose there, Ruth.
Because I couldn't even get through the first minute without pointing out some just absurdities of that movie.
Yeah,
and it doesn't age well. It gets worse as you're watching it.
It
gets worse as you're watching it. It's like all the shit you remembered from years ago when the last time I actually sat through that movie. I couldn't get rescued by customers enough. I kept coming back to that, and I remember.
You took the excuse anytime a customer came in. Where it's like, I got to step away. Sorry, guys.
The ridiculousness of the flying scene with that. I'm like, what? First of all,
they never get more than 10 feet off the ground.
Yeah,
I tend to agree with Daniel and Larry here in the chat talking about Chronicle. That was a pretty good movie. I like that movie.
Yeah, I agree.
Just remember to Ruth. Whenever you have free time, Ruth, watch VHS Part 2. It has probably two of the most insane chapters in there. The one called Safe Haven. It's like a Filipino section done by the.
No, that's in Indonesia. It was
Indonesia. Yeah, that one and the slumber party that gets interrupted by aliens, where you watch the whole thing from a GoPro mounted on a dog. Awesome.
Oh, and then the 94, VHS 94. That might be my favorite one. Is VHS 94.
Really? I haven't liked any of the ones that came after. There's been some good segments in the other ones, but they're getting a little overboard of the comedy.
Yeah, Cloverfield turned me off of the found footage. I was done. If I want to watch a movie, it better be on the camera, the $1 million camera that you paid for.
I'm calling Chappie right now.
Yeah, the dumbest person in the movie always has the one with the camera. And
that's always pointing away from what's really going on.
Why aren't you people running?
Well, that's one of the things, the problems that VHS kind of solves is that, or that Paranormal Activity solves. They tend to have the camera kind of mounted stationary for a lot of them. So that question tends to arise. Not that they don't have it handheld, but that question tends to be a lot less prevalent because of the nature of the way they set a lot of these up.
Yeah,
Here's the question, Brad. Why are you still there? Why aren't you running? Cloverfield, why aren't you running? Why are you going? Chappie, I love you, man. Chappie tried to come on here. We gave him all the time. I told him you could have the 3 hours.
Oh, yeah. He loves Cloverfield. Yeah.
You were never going to justify the dumbness of those people. That movie was bad because in order for me to relate, there's no one is as dumb as the people in that movie. They're half drunk and we're going to save Beth with a bunch of people, half of which we just met at that party. There's a fucking dinosaur thing stepping on people, releasing crab-like things that cause your blood to explode, running around the city. I don't give a fuck if Beth, we just got married and she's going to give me the best sex in the world. We're getting the hell out of New York.
They tagged along. They tagged along because the exit from the city got destroyed, and they had nothing
because they were too stupid to use it. They were too stupid to use it. When
they were using it, they were on the bridge. They were using it. They're on the bridge.
No, that was before then. The army told them, "You guys need to get the hell out of here." Oh, we gotta save Beth. No, that was the exit was gone because those dumbasses stayed too long. They were going. The army is leaving. I can tell you as somebody who's been with the army, when we're leaving, you need to come with us. Wherever we're fucking leaving from is really bad. Okay.
Actually, though, the characters went to use the exit in the beginning of the story when they didn't know what was going on, and it was because Beth called that it actually saved them. He got the call from Beth, and they didn't get swept off the bridge by the monster.
Yeah, with his brother is there right under that big tentacle that comes down.
Yeah, he was. But that's not a fault that they were doing the exit as they were told.
Well, see, and this is one of the things I was thinking about Paranormal Activity and VHS is that, like Paranormal Activity, a lot of it's like it's cameras on tripods or security camera footage. So they kind of there's a lot less of the handheld. And then I'm trying to think one segment. One of the big segments in like VHS that he's talking about is that the guy has his camera mounted on his bike helmet. And there's others that have security camera footage, so they tend to kind of they've adapted a lot of those outside of Cloverfield.
They're very clever.
And Huff, the dumbest guy in the group, he's got the camera, and he makes everything work. So, and why are they not sheltering in place? Why are they find a way to head towards the dumb stuff, and then when they get to her apartment where she's at, that should have ended the movie right there. As soon as they saw that shit. We're done. We got to leave. You know what? Rest in peace. Let's say a prayer for Beth right now. She's dead. They get in there, and the dumbest guy in the group, the one you should not even be listening to, he comes up with an idea to get in there. But remember how the building
where he says it's like, yeah, let's climb up to the top and then climb across the roof and then come down.
You guys, no.
You're ignoring the important part, Will. It has to be a movie. All the coincidences that you're complaining about because it's found footage, there's no real life does not have the coincidences that build stories. Everything is dumb.
Yeah, but you have to every movie, no matter whether it's aliens landing on your front yard, something like that. There's a certain level of relatability that you have to be. Yeah, that's what I would do in that situation. I'm sitting in that movie and I'm trying to think of the dumbest person I've ever met in my life, animal or human wise, and they're not dumber than these idiots in the movie, and they all deserve to die. The only pleasure I got out of Cloverfield is seeing them die. That's it.
And if everybody in movies do what people in real life would do, they would completely neutralize a movie.
Yeah, but there's a line. You can't be that stupid. It can't be cartoonish. It's not like Scooby and Shaggy running from everything. I mean, these guys it was unbelievable, and that was the thing. There's a fantastical, and then there's unbelievable.
So I guess you have this. I guess you feel the same way about Blair Witch, then.
Blair Witch is bullshit. Okay, for several reasons. I'm city folk.
Oh my God.
We don't go in the woods anyway. If it's haunted, even if it's not real, even if the shit is not real, even if there's no such thing as ghosts and everything, there's something out there. All right.
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing?
Crazy people hang out in the woods.
Yeah, there's kangaroos that might eat us.
There's all kinds of stuff out there. If the Blair Witch ain't gonna get you, something is going to. So we don't hang out in the woods. If I can't call for backup with guns, we're not going out anywhere. So,
but they were making an informational document. They were making an informational documentary that you would have probably watched if it came on television, if it were true.
Exactly, about all the important stuff that happened at Coffin Rock.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. And two, another problem I have with that movie is not even a problem. The amount of money I won because of stupid people betting me that the shit was real. You're stupid. You don't believe me. It's real. Like, are you crazy?
No, I was 12 years old when I first saw Blair Witch. Even I wasn't falling for the whole thing about. I wasn't falling for it. That when they said this, when people...
It's real, man. It's real. Okay, it's real. We're in the break room, right? This is when I'm in the break room, and we're like, let's turn it to CNN. Okay, so the Blair Witch let them go to do this interview, right? So when they're done with this interview, the Blair Witch
You guys
Well, no, you don't even have to go to that. You have to. All you have to decide is the fact that the idea of the footage of these these kids going out in the woods, and then the studio taking that and putting it out theatrically. All you have to say is with that to debunk that is don't you think the family and friends of these kids are going to have an issue with that?
William,
exactly.
Let me ask you this.
Come on.
Let me ask you this. You're a business guy. Let's say you're the producer of the Blair Witch Project. Are you going out there to tell people, "Hey, it's not real. Calm down"? Or are you going to let the advertisement
I
run?
shouldn't even have to get to that level. You people thought, how did anyone think that was real?
Would you tell people it's not real? Don't believe any of it.
You know what? You're right. If you're stupid, I'm going to take advantage of you. Why are you that stupid?
You can't buy that advertising.
Oh, goodness. Like I said, the whole found footage thing to me was just a way to save money. I'm like, hey,
I love it when you watch a disaster movie and the tidal wave is coming, and they stand and watch IB trying to knock up a rap or at least try. Yeah,
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die trying. You're gonna catch me. You're gonna find my body clutched to something that could have saved me, man. I'm
gonna die trying. If you're gonna die trying for Beth, then.
I'm sorry. Even the army tells you there's some people you just can't save, and Beth would have been one of them. And then when you saw her and she was impaled like that, I'm like, okay.
Well, that was a little unrealistic for me. It's like she has that rebar through her leg.
She's got a rebar going close enough to where even if we get her out, by the time we get her to anywhere that's medical attention wise, by the way, she should have been dead on arrival then. And there's so many stupid reasons. Yeah. Why are they at the end of that movie? And if you've ever been in a helicopter before, especially in a military helicopter, when we're going to blow shit up, we don't hover over anything. We go in the other direction. Why is that helicopter hovering over to see, did we kill it?
Hey, do you want to see the monster jump up 800 feet and claw at them or not?
No, I'm like, and then it just swipes them. And guess what? Gets even dumber because you only got 5 minutes left in the movie for it to even get any dumber. And I'm like, it can't get any dumber than this. And Huff, whatever his name was, the dumbest person in the movie, who has found some way to survive to the end of the movie when he should have been dead from the outset. They escape everything, right? They survive the helicopter crash that they shouldn't have been in. He picks up the camera, stands at the monster, and looks up at the monster instead of running for his life. He stands there long enough for the monster to notice him and actually bite his head off and kill him. And deserving death. They all deserve to die. The only thing that would have disappointed me more about Cloverfield is any of them lived.
Which is funny. Too stupid. William wants to turn Cloverfield into Blair Witch where you don't see nothing.
I got 6 minutes of monster. It's a monster movie that I got 6 minutes of the monster. They advertised that madness during Transformers.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
big old.
And they didn't show the title. They didn't show the title either. They just showed like.
It was. It was. They were partying. People were partying, and all of a sudden you hear a SWAT, and then you see the Statue of Liberty's head bouncing down on Broadway. Okay.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! And you hear that too.
William is gone. There's no vehicle. There's
okay. I think we've established pretty thoroughly that William is not a fan of Cloverfield at this point.
Okay, Aaron, where do you stand on this, Aaron?
Didn't they go through to the subway?
Well, they tried that, and then they ran into those little crab critters down there.
Oh,
yeah, and that one girl exploded, which was kind of cool. But here's the thing, though, and that's what their ad campaign was, right? So for 8 months, because Transformers was released in July of 2007, so all the way to January 18th, when that movie was released, that was a campaign, and you're like, oh wow, this is cool, this is better than Godzilla. We're gonna get a monster movie. I got 6 minutes of the monster. I got 6 minutes. I got more of the little crab things than I did of the monster. And it's just, and it turned in, and this is where it really takes a shit for me. Turned into a human interest story.
Listen, I thought those little crab, spider creatures were. I dug those guys. Those were pretty awesome.
Okay.
So did I, but they weren't enough.
I got to confess.
Question, right?
Every movie is a human interest.
Couldn't they escape the city through water?
Right.
They could have escaped the city a bunch of ways. They just didn't. They were too stupid.
Like they could have went to one of the harbors.
Well, yeah, but like when they try to go out through the bridge, I mean, because that's when the monster because it gets there by swimming there. So I mean, you'd also be kind of rolling the dice on whether you're gonna run to him out there in the ocean.
Yeah, and by the way, common sense factor, and the military would have never let this happen. The military knew that the thing was at the Statue of Liberty, correct? How are you going to get from the Statue of Liberty to the mainland? So why am I going to put you in that much peril on the one thing that could get you killed for sure? You are going to go inland. You are not going to go to the bridge. You are going to go inland. You're going to go away from that. And there's no way in hell I'm getting on the bridge. I'm going to be like, you people are crazy. That thing's in the water. That's like getting
You don't know that at the time.
Yes, I do. I know he knocked it head off of the Statue of Liberty. Where's that? That's in the middle of the water. But
You don't know what it is or how many there are.
I know it knocked the head off the Statue of Liberty. That's all I need to know. I'm gone.
William, are you noting the irony that Matt Reeves made Cloverfield and he would go on to direct the Batman?
Yeah, he learned. He get better. People get better at their job.
Cloverfield was the best thing Matt Reeves ever did.
No, you're gonna troll me while I'm looking at you this time. No, I mean you can't even keep a straight face with that. You can't even say that with a straight face.
Then he did those lousy Let the Right One In, and then the lesser version of the 8 movies, and then Batman.
You're going to town tonight, man.
Work when I can see you. The trolling doesn't work when I can see you giggling at it.
The best 8 movies is the Rise of the Planet of the Apes. The other ones were just generic war movies, a couple cool camera angles.
Planet of the Apes is a war movie. It's not a generic war. It is a war movie franchise. But no, Cloverfield was just garbage. But like I said, it was more the fact that whatever, dude. The factor of it. They had the opportunity to get out at the beginning of the movie, and they challenged my patience when it came to them being too stupid to live.
A found footage Batman film.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I could.
Oh, from the point of view from the criminal, yeah, when he's getting there,
I could see that. Yeah, that'd be a good thing, kind of alternate take to put
like they're breaking into a bank or something like that, and the lights go out.
Them hiding, it's them hiding from Batman.
Yeah. They're breathing hard, and you're hearing crashes and thuds and explosions in the background. That'd be cool.
I'm down for it.
Just don't be on the freeway when Batman's chasing after somebody, else you're getting killed.
I know you get killed.
Do you think William dislikes this more than Howard? Let's not go nuts here.
Nah, I just like the common sense factor. I mean, it's like Friday the 13th. It's like, I mean, at some point, it's like you keep going back and you know people are dead. You know, like Friday the 13th Part 3, they even made it more like, okay, what are we doing? Because I remember telling you this. Remember, Friday the 13th, those kids are going in that van. They're headed to Camp Crystal Lake. By the way, 2 sets of teens have already been slaughtered, but we were going to ignore that. We drive past the ambulance that's putting the dead bodies of the senior citizens that Jason's already killed. We're headed into that. I'm getting the fuck out of the van. I'll walk back. You guys have fun. They get there. They always do the same stuff. It's got a skinny dip, got a bang, because that's what we do when we go camping. And it's like that. But see, that point is like, they're not telling me that they're giving me a Matt Reeves movie when I go see Friday the 13th. You know you're in for bullshit and you just brace for it. But that movie built up, I mean, in the campaign that they put that movie on was probably one of the best ad campaigns I've ever seen. And this is,
Cloverfield?
Yeah, the way they used it, the way they used everything. And then when you get to it, you're like, the hell? And I'm like, and then the 10 Clover Lane was actually a good movie.
I like that a lot. I did like
5 minutes of it. He did a Jordan Peele on me on that one. Where
10 Cloverfield Lane. Yeah,
it started to fight. It was good until
I've never seen the third one. What's that? But I do know that at the end it has the
Paradox.
Well, because I haven't seen it, but I have seen the clip where the monster that's like 10 times bigger jumps out, through the clouds.
Enosh played it like 20 times as one of his drops.
Paradox had me realize Paradox did something where it had me ask, is Netflix kind of shit? Why would they put this movie out?
You know what? I'm watching the Super Bowl, and that's how I found out about that, by the way.
Yeah, they dropped that out of nowhere that Super Bowl Sunday.
That was the first time the advertisement.
Yeah, that's kind of the faith. Hey, we're gonna tell you about some shit that's gonna get released in about 2 hours. Want to watch it? And I watched it, and I'm like, this is horrible. I'm like,
Well, that's why they saved their marketing campaign for 2 hours beforehand.
Oh yeah, but
That's when Netflix people started asking if Netflix just takes all the crap Hollywood doesn't want and puts it on their service.
and
It
you
was
know
the
why?
first time I heard any negativity about Netflix.
Good, but it's good marketing though because it's easy to attainable, and people we talk shit about that. People watch that. I've watched some shit on Netflix. So I'm like, why am I watching this? But it's kind of deep. I mean, and they got like a bunch of unknowns. So it's just like a closet. It's like a closet with some cool stuff in it, and you just got to dig through to see if
that was actually where I first saw $1 Million Baby. $1 Million Baby. I came across that on Netflix. That was the first time I saw it.
And don't forget, Netflix makes stars. New stars.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Well,
Yeah.
you're about to, with Rebel Moon. With
$1 Million Baby was a weird one. I was like,
Yeah,
is it just
that's
supposed to make a
where
comeback?
Hilary Swank stole what's her face's Oscar from
Yeah.
Well,
they were
Kate Winslet's
they were
Oscar.
sawing off her legs, and I was like, how's she supposed to make a comeback after this? I thought she was supposed to box still.
Yeah, it was the whole thing was it was a depressing movie, but it wasn't. It won a bunch of Oscars that year. More than Morgan Freeman an Oscar that he didn't deserve that year. He didn't. He wasn't. It was. See, they do that with the Oscars. They give you the award when they screwed you over movies you should have won. I say Whoopi Goldberg won for a Ghost. That movie sucked, and she sucked in it. But they didn't give it to her for Color Purple, so here's your award. Same thing with Kate Winslet. Kate Winslet won for The Reader. Yeah, it's a decent movie, but she should have won for
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Yeah, that was hands down her best performance of her career.
Didn't the same thing happen to Denzel Washington with Training Day?
No, because he'd already won one for Glory. Yeah, he'd already won for Glory. But Morgan Freeman,
he lost in Glory.
He won Best Supporting Actor in Glory. Morgan Freeman should have won for Driving Miss Daisy. Jessica Tandy won for that, but he didn't. So they do that shit. And that's why I think Ridley Scott has a good shot of upsetting somebody with Napoleon because they fucked him out of Gladiator. There's no way.
Gladiator, yeah, one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah.
Speaking of Morgan Freeman, I just watched a 1987 movie with him and Christopher Reeve called Street Smart.
Yeah,
I've never seen Morgan Freeman play a villain that mean. He plays a pimp, and he is vicious in that movie.
I didn't think Samuel L. Jackson could play a villain until I watched Django.
I didn't think Tom Hanks could be a villain, and then I watched Elvis.
He wasn't much of a villain there. I mean,
you don't
think he took a villainous role in Pulp Fiction, Sam Jackson?
Not like Stewart and Django. I wanted to kick Stewart's ass. I was a black person.
Yeah,
Steven. I'm sorry, Steven. When him and Leonardo DiCaprio, I just wanted to choke in that movie. I'm
Calvin
like,
Candy and Steven.
You know who I've said
There's always gonna be a Candyland.
I made this point. I made this point in a couple articles I've written where it's like, who needs to be a villain before he retires is Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
Not that much time left. How old is he now?
He's pushing 70. Yeah. And and I also had another one go up about this where I said, like, at this point, he's the only saving grace the Expendables could have at this point, because 4 just ripped my heart out. I was so let down by 4.
Jackie Chan is already a villain in real life.
Jackie
Chan is already a villain in real life.
Yeah,
he's CCP.
Wait, say again?
Sporting the CCP.
Yeah, he's definitely he's had some controversies for sure.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's a loyalist. Oh well. All right, guys. I think I have holy shit, 4 hours and 38 minutes. And
we shattered the record. Yeah.
You guys got 5 hours worth to talk about. I'm here.
All right, Fourth. What you got for me? Fourth?
Well, I mean, we'll try to end the party early. I thought we were all having a really good, interesting conversation here.
Yeah, what you got for me?
Well, yeah, because I was about to bleed my heart out over how much Expendables 4 crushed me.
Dude,
it had my boys in it. It had Eco Waste from the Raid, and it had Tony Jaa from Onbach, and it just dropped the ball completely on it.
Without everybody signing on, all the classic heroes signing on for the first Expendables, I think they missed that calling. Should have been in the first one.
Yeah. Which one are you talking? What are you talking about? The Expendables?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Expendables 4, for anybody who hasn't seen it, it has, for some of like the chase scenes in it, it has some of the worst green screen I've ever seen in my life in it. I'm not kidding. It's this was like, I don't know what the hell happened with Expendables 4.
I forgot. There was a really interesting.
Worse than the Flash. The Flash is the worst in the world.
The Flash is worse than everything else besides the CGI. I'm sorry, that movie was garbage.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Any redeeming qualities for you in the Flash? Fourth.
It wasn't long. One of
It was like
the
two. It was
roommate
like 2 hours and 20 minutes, right?
was it?
Yeah.
See, it wasn't that bad if it didn't seem
You
like
can
it was
watch
long.
this. You can
It
watch.
utilized its time pretty well.
You can just watch the deranged clown saw a woman in half, in that movie. That come on, dude.
I think it's got good things, and I think it's got a lot of flaws, but
It's just knowing what
Terrifier,
the
man.
idea that they flirted with Flashpoint, and now Flashpoint will never come probably around again in our lifetime. They should have just did a Flash origin and the Rogues, and that would have been perfect.
Well, you can still do Flashpoint.
listen. My opinion of everybody's deal on the Flashpoint thing is they're going off an hour-long cartoon they saw 10 years ago. Most people didn't even read that, and they state what they saw.
And William hates it.
in the cartoon. It's
Yeah,
all right.
he-
It's not as bad as what to me. It's not as bad as William makes it seem, but it's also
try selling comics out.
People want every scene from a cartoon that's already out, and that's a problem with the DC fandom in general. They want to have the DCAU, like let's do this, and this. Like we already have that. We have that. So
No.
like
I
I'm not
agree
saying-
that they were never going to cover that whole thing because remember to kind of touch on this. I like the animated version of Injustice, which is a truncated version of.
okay, so we were
Injustice
talking about this earlier. I think that's awful.
Why is it?
Have
awful?
you? Because if just the truncated story you get, it
Yes,
takes
it
out
was,
so
Larry.
much. It takes out so
Yes,
much.
it was.
It's you don't really even get the any goodness in the story. It's just
Just
throw some
inter-
faces in there, and then Superman fights Superman.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've played the game. The game is all right. The little 5-year
Injustice. Yeah.
the 5-year prequel for the game is a really nice setup, and the story is actually way better than the game is. But the game is a better story than the movie is.
I watched the motion comic on it, and it goes into all the different years on it.
Yeah. Like where Superman gets like the Yellow Lantern rings, and he has a war against like the gods and everything like that as he's taking over Earth, like the old gods and all that.
What's great about the comic is that all the incremental steps of how the situation keeps building and getting worse and getting worse and getting worse.
Mhm.
It's awesome, but it's not really so much as of a story, except for just like a bunch of events and how it's getting worse. So if you truncate it down, it really captures the essence of what that story really is, without just introducing new people for Superman to fight. So I thought it got the job done and told the same story.
Yeah. Just to answer your question, yes, Larry, it really was. Expendables 4 really was that bad. I'm sorry, those are my guys.
Hey.
I grew up with the Jet Li and Donnie Yen and Van Damme and Bruce Lee, all those guys. That's like you're
Where did they dig Van Damme up?
he was
trying to sound older than us.
no, he was in the second one, Van Damme. He was the bad guy in the second one.
Grew up with
Where do
these
you
guys.
find that fossil? Because he hadn't been doing much at all.
No,
If you haven't seen Donnie Yen's Flashpoint, watch that movie. That is
that's his
movie's
MMA
great.
movie.
He's got a little MMA. He's got a little kung fu going on in there, a little gunplay going on in there, a little bit of everything.
Scott Adkins also, he was one of the bad guys. He was like Van Damme's right hand man in Expendables 2. Which I'm sorry. These are this is I'm you can tell I'm at a loss for words to describe my.
This is the only time where you're not composed, man.
You know,
Just
When
saying
Megan Fox is in your movie, it's going to be bad.
That's the other thing about it too is they pick up like 9 years later and half the team's gone and they don't even address it.
Oh,
They couldn't
Well,
get like
they're
a
old,
random
that's
MMA female fighter to be put in there. They put Megan Fox. I'm like, no, this is sorry. They could have brought Ronda Rousey back.
No, I grew up with all these guys. It's like they got me into martial arts, they got me into action movies, and it's like you're treading on my childhood here. I'm sorry.
well, Ronda Rousey's left the WWE now, so
Yeah.
do a lot of
Didn't
that
she just
right
leave?
now.
She just retired out of that. I think.
Yeah.
You're not a fan.
Oh no,
You're not a
no.
fan of.
She's gone into indie. She's gone to the indie.
Oh,
scene
she's
now.
gone to the indie pro wrestling. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's when you.
she just
You're
had
You're
a
not a
match.
fan of classic action heroes like Megan Fox. Come on, she's.
God. And the thing about it, and the thing about it is too, it's like they like who did they have one thing that the Statham versus Iko Uwais fight actually is pretty well done, but that's it. I mean, Like Tony Jaa, they bring him in and they chop all his scenes up. And like I said, some of the worst green screen I had ever seen in my life in Expendables 4.
They waited way too long to bring Tony Jaa to America and put.
Oh yeah. Well, no, if you've seen Triple Threat, Triple Threat is really awesome because that's kind of like an Asian Expendables. And it has Tony and Iko and Scott Adkins and Michael Jai White. So it definitely fills that what you expect from Expendables a lot better than 4 does. Definitely, I would rate it. I'd put it about on par. I might rate above most of them actually. I might rate it above.
Mary and Tim. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I might rate it better because the way I rate Expendables is like from 1 through 4 is I call it the good one, the great one, the okay one, the terrible one, and Triple Threat. Yeah, I think Triple Threat just about trumps all of them.
At least get like Gareth Evans to direct that film so that there's
yes.
And like why hasn't he been brought over to direct? I mean, he almost got Deathstroke. Sure.
Yes, and that's the thing that I continue to be driven nuts by because I'm gonna snap if I go off on that because it's the kind of thing where you could literally put in the trailer with Deathstroke. You could put in the trailer from the director of the fucking Raid movies, and they said no to that.
Turn that on. You could have turned that failing franchise on top of its head just based on the style alone. If that guy got to go to work,
yeah. I'm sorry, I'm stammering and stuttering around, but it's like I'm just at such a loss with Expendables 4 because it just crushed. Nothing has crushed me this year like Expendables 4 did.
Jean-Claude Van Damme really should do? Create a Bloodsport TV show.
That he should, or that's in the works.
He should.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, that would be.
Look at the success of Cobra Kai.
Yes. Yeah. And he kind of did that when he became the mentor in the Kickboxer reboot series. So I could see him like becoming the. Now, I mean, if pretty much anybody in the martial arts world, I'm sure Aaron is familiar with this. Frank Dukes, I mean, he's pretty much universally acknowledged to be a total BSer, but doesn't change the fact that Bloodsport's a classic.
Oh yeah,
I can only remember that one.
Yes, it's a real shame about 4. Yeah. No argument there. 4. It's like I walked out of there like.
Why did you walk?
What the hell did I? I walked into it because I had expectations.
I mean, all the signs were there. It's like going into Fast and Furious and expecting,
Oh, I don't go to Fast and Furious anymore expecting anything but just like Looney Tunes crossed with like NASCAR.
I stopped.
They're going to throw a wrench at you and have a street race in a quarter mile next movie. Might even be on a track.
That airport that looked like it was 45 miles long that they 100 miles per hour.
Yeah,
like they could have got from my house to freaking San Francisco.
It went to space. That's it. There's nothing else you need to bring up. The manner they went to space and the manner of what they got.
They went to space in that car with the tin foil inside to insulate them, and they're able to breathe because they're both taped up with these 2 scuba diver outfits.
And I'm like, are you what? Like. That's when you know they don't care. They're like,
they don't care at all now.
We don't care. We don't care. You don't care. You made money here.
Well, not only do they not care, it's like they're so flagrant about how little they care at this point. There's a part in 9 where Vin Diesel like he grabs these 2 chains and when he's battling some of the henchmen, he grabs his chain and just like rips it off. It like causes the wall to like he's pulling down the walls of Jericho.
Oh, I got another one for you. And this is when I actually had some belief in Fast and Furious. This one sealed its fate. It's in that same movie with the airport runway. Vin Diesel is fighting Jason Statham, and they're on a collapsing parking garage. Jason Statham is hanging off the edge of the parking garage like, the villain's going to die. And Vin Diesel stomps his foot on the ground to make the parking garage 2,000 tons of concrete to collapse as if he had something to do with it. He stomped his foot as if he collapsed the parking garage.
I think honestly, I think at this point, Vin Diesel has kind of started to blur the lines between where he ends and Dominic Toretto begins.
Yeah.
And then and my music guy is right. They know it's bullshit, and they just they're exploiting it.
Rock jumped over a bridge in a tunnel to stop a drone chasing some cars.
What's the most ridiculous?
Ambulance.
This last one. This is why I still recommend the last one purely on the basis of Jason Momoa's performance. because he knows what kind of movie he's in, and he's just having a blast with it. I mean,
He's
the last.
great, Bill.
Oh yeah, Fast X. It's like it ends with Dom literally drives his car down the face of a dam to get away from an explosion.
Grace Randolph, whatever her opinions of movies, take it or leave it, she gave the best explanation of Jason Momoa. She said he's not really an actor. He seems like someone who won in a game show contest and is happy to be there.
Yeah, that's right. He's a MILF magnet. So,
that's
if he looked like me, he could want to be there all he wants to. He ain't getting no.
Yeah, they went to space. Again, and how they go to space in it, they just throw it together on the fly. It's like, yeah, we got to take out this doomsday satellite. So you guys get in the space car. We're just thrown together, and you handle it.
In a
watching
Piero. That's a Piero. You can't even drive the streets safely in a Piero. You're gonna go to space now.
Yeah, they didn't do it in Tesla. A Tesla might have been too believable.
Or DeLorean. If you'd have bought back to DeLorean, maybe, and then the bullshit that happens in Back to the Future. Let's go 88 miles an hour. That's enough. That's enough to travel through time, right?
Don't give them ideas, William. That's the reboot coming. That's how they get the reboot. The DeLorean.
I don't think they're
going to wind up in Fast and Furious Part 1.
They're going to have aliens. They're going to have dinosaurs. They're going to have something just completely batshit in the next one.
No, they're going to have time travel. And once Fast and Furious has time travel, it's over.
But you always say once something goes to space, it's over, and then they made more movies. So I mean, Fast and Furious doesn't care about your rules.
No. They didn't spend enough time in space. It doesn't take space. Once we have a Fast and Furious in a satellite or something like that, where Dominic is jumping from one satellite to another moving satellite, and it actually takes place in space, then it's over. Them doing that little thing in space, Fast
and Furious. They have somehow found a way to jump the shark and continue going forward.
They gotta have
underwater.
Yeah, at least they're honest. At least they're honest about what you're getting. It's not underwater. I was lied to. You know what you're getting with Fast and Furious. If you go in,
they can have like a Titan type submarine and go to the Titanic.
I can hear all of Tyrese.
Mini sub. Oh no, that'll catch off.
I can hear all of Tyrese's lines right now. What you mean Atlantis is real? You're really underwater?
Well, that's the other thing too with his Tyrese now. I mean, he's the guy that his purpose, his entire function in this franchise now is to be the guy who just panics whenever they have to go when they have to go to space or they have to like jump from like one cliff to another. He's
like Ice Cube and Anaconda. They got snakes out here that big.
Yeah. But the sad part about Tyrese is when he got introduced in part 2, he was a serious character and could even give Vin Diesel a run for his money.
Well, like everything with that franchise, it started out.
Vin Diesel comes back, and then Tyrese is just the goofball now.
Yeah, fitting for the franchise, but you know what? They got a couple of them left. They continue to make good money or decent money.
I did actually because like after 7, the only one I've really liked has been Hobbs and Shaw. And I think part of that is because it was David Leitch, who's one of the John Wick guys handling that, and they that was the one where they did find some kind of balance between the ridiculousness and actually tried to.
Well, the villain was.
Idris Elba kicks ass as the villain, but but otherwise it's like they have just gotten goofier, and knowingly so with each one.
They don't care. They don't care because the majority of their fans don't care. So there you go.
Man. The sad part is what I said about Megan Fox is almost true with Idris Elba. I hate to say it.
Oh, come on, man.
Give me an Idris Elba hit.
Hobbs and Shaw.
No, wasn't a hit.
The Dark Tower.
Wasn't a hit.
Hobbs and Shaw was a hit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Hobbs and Shaw was a hit.
No, it didn't do that well. Even Tyrese came out and said, "See, that's what happens when you split up the family. Your movie don't."
No, Hobbs and Shaw made a shit ton of money, dude.
It didn't hit $1 billion.
Say, look, I don't have daylight savings time here, so it's 3:00 in the morning, fellas. I'm gonna get off. You guys enjoy. I'll catch the rest of the stream later.
All right, see you, man.
Know what you guys enjoy.
Spider-Man's gonna tap out first.
Yeah,
man.
Spider-Man's tapping out.
Yeah, I got to.
The kid at the slumber party goes to sleep at 8:00. What's going on?
No, we ain't doing that. It made 760 million. So.
All right, man.
All right. Later.
See you, man.
It
See
is
ya.
2:00. We have gone for 5 hours, roughly 5 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up so I can get some
Alright.
sleep.
All right.
And I got to run. I got to get a business to run in the morning. So this has been fun. We got our hour back. Damn it. It's all I ever wanted out of the night. We got our hour back. I'm going to eat some good food. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to let my body feel the positive effects of
Getting your hour back.
and I'm not going to think, Ray. We're not going to think about March. We're not thinking about we have between now, anything can happen between now and March. Congress could pass a law unscrewing us forever. Meteor could hit the planet. I don't know. I could leave. So many things could happen between now and March. So let's enjoy November 5th. Let's enjoy the 5th of November. Let's enjoy just now. That's it. All right. We got our hour back. Yeah, live in the moment. We got the hour back. Thank you, Aaron, for finally making it on. My favorite Australian on the internet.
Thank you. I was a little bit nervous.
It's all right. I mean, hey, listen. Just remember, and whenever you're nervous about jumping on YouTube, there's a slee stack like me that hosts a show on a nightly basis. I guarantee you. And look at Fourth. You know what? If Fourth can get on the internet, no one should be nervous.
What?
What?
All right, guys. Yeah, let's go ahead and say bye to everybody. And I almost forgot my usual deal because we had all this other stuff going on. But hey, listen. Yeah, I know everybody's tired. You should be happy now. You should be happy. You will have 60 minutes more reason to be positive about life and sticking around. You have an extra hour to think positive thoughts. But you know what? It's the holidays. It's late at night. Some people are doing some, herbs and drinking a little bit things like that. And, the mind starts to wander. But, hey, don't do anything crazy. Don't do anything crazy, at least till like March. But, no, don't do anything else. 988 Suicide Crisis Lifeline. I know we joke about it, but it is serious shit. People are at points in their lives. Life is fragile. Just last week, we went into our stream. We had to open our stream with 3 people passing away, one of them at the age of 54. So this thing that tethered us to this earth is very fragile. Take care of it. Take care of your mental state and mind. And if, like I said, I always say this, if you're doing okay, I guarantee you there's somebody around you that can use these 3 others. So call, text, chat. There's an expert on the other end of the line that'll get you to the next daylight saving, and then you can get all angry over it again. But until then, we did it. Longest stream I've ever done. Quite possibly the longest stream I've ever been on. But it was all for a good cause because we got our hour back, Brad. And it's not just something I came up with. I've been chasing this fucking hour for 6 months. Any day. I played you the beginning of this journey. This journey was real. That hour was real. We got it back. So I feel like Indiana Jones, when he got the golem, he got the thing right before Bollock steals it from him, But hey, well,
that's the ball that's chasing after you is March then.
Yeah, all right. Well, we don't want to take that.
We got an hour back. This only counts as the 4-hour stream. Then we got to do another hour.
Nah, man, I'm out. I'm tired. And we hit 300. We hit 300. Look at that.
Awesome.
Not 30K, which is a stupid gift that I said it had. But you know what? Take a couple zeros out. You do the math. We're at 300. I didn't think I'd get at 300 at any point in time. I'm going to eat some Sister Kim's food here. I'm about to eat those loaded fries. In fact, the loaded fries are sitting here. I'm going to throw them in the microwave, and we're going to go ahead and roll out of here. All right. Thanks for everybody in the chat. We had a lot of people that stayed with us for 5 hours. That's impressive. So thank you guys that showed up on the stream. Thank you, Aaron. Chappie, I'll get you on next time. Spider-Man. Who else do we get? We got Anthony Manzano. We got Anthony Manzano. I'm surprised Jacob McKenzie doesn't jump on these streams because he usually hits me about 40 questions. And I don't mind answering, but I'm like, hey, why don't you come on one of these streams, man? That's about it. Anybody else got any last words? Where can they find you, Fourth 1000?
You can find me on William's stream.
I just realized you said Grinder Wallace on your name. That whole time you've been there, you've had.
Why does it say Grinder? Who put that?
I didn't. Brad?
I did.
Well,
you're almost like
1000. You can find me on William's stream.
I don't know what you're gonna do next. It's like,
Brad. What did I do to deserve this, Brad?
We can find Aaron in Australia. You can find Brad. Brad is the only one here with an incredible place to you can actually find.
You guys can find me at Aaron. You're on Twitter as well, right?
Yes,
Aaron's on Twitter.
Yeah, you can also find me on Twitter, Vero, occasionally on Facebook, and you can find my writing on all these different topics on Kung Fu Kingdom and on Screen Rants. And yeah, you can find me here on the Sci-Fi Center on Saturdays, and jumping in on weeknights here and there now. And I'm sure we'll definitely have plenty to break down when we get to Seven Samurai. And that was random. Okay.
Freaking race car going down my street.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, happy fuck daylight savings day, everybody.
Bye.
And have a good morning.
Later, guys.